Mic on, scene set, lobby full tight. Hyderabadi लड़का आया होने वाली है फाइट. बाई फेस खत्म अटैक का लॉर्न. नेऑन मेरी रेडी सर्वर होने वाला वॉर्म. जज हाथ में क्लोज रेंज बात. एम का सवाल नको दिमाग मेरे साथ. स्लाइड आई तो स्क्रीन बोले अरे बाप. फर्स्ट ब्लड लिखा नाम राउंड मेरा बाप. चौड़ा 200 डी पे आई कैमरा भी डरे. स्पीड मेरी देख के पिंग भी करे. चिते उड़ा दिए पे चट करे स्पाम. फेक जीपी ऑनलाइन समझ ले भाई काम. हाँ भाई स्ट्रीम चलू सीधा वार. बैगन का गेम बैगन का प्यार. बैठ जाओ शांति से सीन होने वाला टाइट. फेक जीपी आया स्ट्रीम लाइव फुल फाइट. Come here. Mic on, scene set, lobby full tight. Hyderabadi लड़का आया होने वाली है फाइट. बाई फेस खत्म अटैक का लॉर्न. नेऑन मेरी रेडी सर्वर होने वाला वॉर्म. जज हाथ में क्लोज रेंज बात. एम का सवाल नको दिमाग मेरे साथ. स्लाइड आई तो स्क्रीन बोले अरे बाप. फर्स्ट ब्लड लिखा नाम राउंड मेरा बाप. चौड़ा 200 डी पे आई कैमरा भी डरे. स्पीड मेरी देख के पिंग भी करे. चिते उड़ा दिए पे चट करे स्पाम. फेक जीपी ऑनलाइन समझ ले भाई काम. हाँ भाई स्ट्रीम चलू सीधा वार. बैगन का गेम बैगन का प्यार. बैठ जाओ शांति से सीन होने वाला टाइट. फेक जीपी आया स्ट्रीम लाइव फुल फाइट. Come here. Mic on, scene set, lobby full tight. Hyderabadi लड़का आया होने वाली है फाइट. बाई फेस खत्म अटैक का लॉर्न. नेऑन मेरी रेडी सर्वर होने वाला वॉर्म. जज हाथ में क्लोज रेंज बात. एम का सवाल नको दिमाग मेरे साथ. स्लाइड आई तो स्क्रीन बोले अरे बाप. फर्स्ट ब्लड लिखा नाम राउंड मेरा बाप. चौड़ा 200 डी पे आई कैमरा भी डरे. स्पीड मेरी देख के पिंग भी करे. चिते उड़ा दिए पे चट करे स्पाम. फेक जीपी ऑनलाइन समझ ले भाई काम. हाँ भाई स्ट्रीम चलू सीधा वार. बैगन का गेम बैगन का प्यार. बैठ जाओ शांति से सीन होने वाला टाइट. फेक जीपी आया स्ट्रीम लाइव फुल फाइट. Come here. Mic on, scene set, lobby full tight. Hyderabadi लड़का आया होने वाली है फाइट. बाई फेस खत्म अटैक का लॉर्न. नेऑन मेरी रेडी सर्वर होने वाला वॉर्म. जज हाथ में क्लोज रेंज बात. एम का सवाल नको दिमाग मेरे साथ. स्लाइड आई तो स्क्रीन बोले अरे बाप. फर्स्ट ब्लड लिखा नाम राउंड मेरा बाप. चौड़ा 200 डी पे आई कैमरा भी डरे. स्पीड मेरी देख के पिंग भी करे. चिते उड़ा दिए पे चट करे स्पाम. फेक जीपी ऑनलाइन समझ ले भाई काम. हाँ भाई स्ट्रीम चलू सीधा वार. बैगन का गेम बैगन का प्यार. बैठ जाओ शांति से सीन होने वाला टाइट. फेक जीपी आया स्ट्रीम लाइव फुल फाइट.
Of this C site, they put up the thorns and he just flies right over them.
The only way they've defended it is the operator, and you see Lovers Rock gets domed immediately in a rifle v rifle fight. But then the setup onto the second player stood no chance. There was nowhere to stand and a man facing in on them. This is what you like to see with a Waylay. A player that is perfectly set up to find a kill. That's a gap though. And a Nightfall thrown in for Rose. 3 players connected. Paranoia sent through. Oh, it's a double for LaRock. The execution is looking weak. Already down to just one man, and LaRock will take over. You might have the perfect execution, but you might not have the counter to LaRock.
Rose is the trigger point there, right? He goes into the site, finds a kill, and in that 3 versus 5, I was already thinking, this is such a shame for BBL because they had the ability to retake. They had the ultimates to do it. But now, after those 2 kills, you can't really afford to commit those ultimates. What's the point? But that moment, that kill, that's when they decide, let's send it.
Even close.
So the Nightfall and the showstopper sent through. Perfect positioning from LaRock. He even crouches into the angle after showing his barrel afterwards, which is just nasty. You can see how off guard that player was caught. And yeah, like you said, a great execution from 100 Thieves, but they could not hold the land they took.
Why we always talk about LaRock in such high regard. The 2 kills with the showstopper, okay, maybe a little bit of luck, but the rest is just skill. The rest is just individual brilliance, and that one's got to be a little bit frustrating because it did feel like 100 Thieves did everything right. That operator is going to be back into play. As I said, that was the one way they were able to at least hold some ground, and the patience this time, well, the savior of the last is executed.
Cover going out.
He die a martyr.
Paranoia for Loida. It's going to be used any moment now. First sign of danger.
Blinding.
There we go, and he's going to kill for his troubles. Getting out of there, seeming easy for him. And the wrap around now coming into play. Rose right behind them. They've left the wall for C, so they don't know about this walk-up. They thought they wouldn't dare to push B, but Rose now. Oh no! He's getting them there. Eventually 3 under his belt. I thought it was going to be a whiff that would haunt him for weeks to come, but Cryo left alone. There's one hell of a task to recover this round. Nice shot.
Yeah. Rose just baited us. They were warning
those
shots.
Those first 5 shots really made me scared.
Warning shots. It's fine. Look how cool and collected he is. Didn't even sweat for a second.
Oh, he is me for real. Like, that's...
Yeah, except you wouldn't hit the 3 kills.
I wouldn't recover that.
The second you missed the first, that's it.
But
it's
that's
like,
I saw him miss 3 bullets, and I was like, well, I know how this one goes. Let me tell you.
My gun's going into the air.
Yeah.
I'm going to shoot 15 bullets into the sky. No, he corrected in time, and that flank was perfect. Like, again, it was a great start to the round, the patience to catch out LaRock. Loiter then has to re-aggress, and what they were doing really well early on was soaking up a lot of that pressure, but it's just the fact that they're able to come in on that flank, and that's sort of the value that you can get from a player like Rose feeling confident. Like, the difference already in how he played last time out is night and day. 7 and 5 at the top of the board for his team. And although it's no doubt that Timotino has been frying, clearly feeling like maybe there needs to be a chat a little bit earlier on in this map. Of course, as mentioned, when you look at Lotus as a whole in the last few months, it's defeats to G2 and NRG. And don't get me wrong, those are very good opponents. In fact, if you're playing in Americas, those are the 2 you probably fear most, or at least in longevity. There's probably a 3rd team called Leviathan that people might feel a little bit more as of right now. But
recency bias.
Yeah, you know, I think if you win a Masters, you're allowed a little bit of recency bias.
Especially if you smash people on, on the last couple of days you're playing. Attempt to dodge the flash from Lover's Rock, goes back out and takes Timotino. Not a bad start. Considering it's been 100 Thieves with that success in the early picks right after the timeout, they're losing 1. And, well, see, I say and then but, because BBL have pushed up. It's a big risk, but it's also unexpected, and it works out in their favor. I wasn't sure about that one, seeing them set it up, but, well, the execution was perfect.
Yeah, it's just Loiter things. Like, you look at that and you go, this is a risky play, but always seems to be successful in making it work. Bang is now trapped, and there's a second player here. Paranoid. Okay, never mind. Suna's been able to help him out a little bit and managed to find a second. Lover's Rock has to be a little bit careful here, otherwise he might just give him a way back into the round. And that's exactly what he's done. A chance to plant. The opponents expected to be a little bit closer. Loiter goes alone. They're all going alone. Everybody believes they are the star of the show, and instead, Arsenal might just be the one to put them on their bums, leaving 1 man left, but that 1 man is in the right place at the right time. You are lucky, lucky boys, BBL, because you played right into Arsenal's hands.
Yeah, listen, the heist was perfect, but the getaway car wasn't there. That's a real shame for Arsenal. What an attempt. But for BBL, yeah, a shame as well. 1 by 1 with advantages under their belt already, a 2v1. And we're just walking in. But again,
this is a 2v5.
You see why, like, in these situations, they're taking massive risks already. But there should come a point where, like, you hit 5v2 and you go, okay, we don't need to do that anymore. And sometimes that is the problem for BBL. Sometimes it is the solution. This time around, they almost got punished. They're right back to winning ways. Another opening pick up against Pistols. Should be a formality. We don't want to see too many risks taken in this round, that's for sure.
Rock facing out.
Whoa!
Moving as a unit. Has Loiter alongside him, and okay, man, there was an opportunity there for us though. It's like they don't respect him. Just specifically him. They're like, oh, it's just him alive? Okay, let's take an orb, I'll look in the other direction, nobody check anything. Ah, it's all right, we got him anyway.
Well, Rose was smiling coming out of that round, so
they're in the lead.
Maybe it was relief with what just happened, or indeed, that was a crazy shot from the Rock as well. But relief that a bit more didn't end up going Asana's way, especially after the last round. For 100 Thieves, a 4-0 start, and now 5-4 up against them. A timeout used by both sides, and for 100 Thieves, no result. It's definitely slowed down over here. As BBL swelling into this late half, and the question now is, for the defensive side, how many rounds can they get up on the board? They're coming into this with 5 ultimates, so many safety nets to fall back on, and that was the difference maker in the last round that 100 Thieves were so close to winning. Ah,
they're doing this again. They're literally looking to put the pressure onto Cryo. There are a multitude of attackers here. Showstopper, well, that's not going to be taken away, and instead it's going to get rid of Asana as well. You're pushing their spawn at this point. This is the scary thing. BBL are always going to be aggressive, but if they start to smell weakness, there's that blood in the water. They will just start tearing you apart. While Lorok even has a little bit of extra time just to spam into the bodies.
He's hitting shots now that he shouldn't be. And that's a terrifying thing, because we saw Lorok the other day, and he was putting himself in good spots. I don't think he was quite on his on form as he is right now. Now, the shorty blast back is a sign of the confidence. He's caught him for one. Found nothing, but Revora, 4 more players to find. Ulti's there. He's tagged up, and there is just no way. It's been an impressive return to form for BBL. And in those first 4 rounds, we didn't see them get aggressive early. We saw them sit back. We saw them get executed onto and not have anything to do in response. It looked like a completely deactivated BBL. I was getting worried. But as soon as we see them go, guys, remember who we are. Let's play our game. Let's get aggressive. Now they're right back to the BBL I know and love.
That's what Key did. I don't think anything he did in that pause was to do with strategy. I think he just went, guys, what the hell are you doing? What are you doing? Why are we sitting back? Why are we not like giving it to them? And they go, yeah, why are we doing that? And then 3 of them fight into their opponent's spawn in that round. And win every fight, by the way. They didn't lose anybody in that fight, which is mental.
It's been consistent. Like, since round 5, BBL have started to play aggressive. Since round 5, BBL have been winning. It works, and it works for them far more than it really should. Rose even gets out of there. Knife out, strafes across, and the mound protected him for now at least. You hear that outlaw ring out. Timotino and Asuna both quaking in their boots. One shot will be enough to drop them. Timotino's going to be quick. He'll have his recall. He'll fire himself through, and there's going to be a bunch of utility to help him out. Nightfall's the first. TP taken as well by Omen. Timotino putting pressure on the backside. Lover's Rock trying to survive on site, but they don't know about that flank. They didn't expect the double TP to take place. And now 100 Thieves. The ball is in their court.
Don't give him anything.
All they have to do is walk
honestly,
it
valid.
home.
Oh, him. Valid. Completely valid.
He still got one.
Yeah, now Kreven's chance. Bear in mind, one of the players is desperately low on HP. Careful. Never mind. It is Vora to shut things down in the end. 100 Thieves back on the board. And I will say one of their major strengths so far has been that C-site execution. If they can get there, it's looked very, very good. It's just, I think one of the major changes for me was actually the operator. Like, once that came into play, they were losing a pick while trying to go towards C, and then you reroute the other way. You don't go in. This time, they managed to bypass Lover's Rock. They get to the site, and again, their execution is very good.
Yeah, I think like one of the main things there for me is how audacious Bang was. I'm pretty sure he TP'd to site. Well, I know he did, and then I think he TP'd back site as well. So the double teleport, of course, they're hit by the Nightfall, so they can't hear. But he's been having a bit of a tough game, and that's when sometimes you got to pull out the haymakers. That one landed. 100 Thieves now in with a chance to equalize at the half. They were 4-0 up, so it's definitely not an ideal half, no matter how this pans out. Nightfall used, players spotted outside rubble. And the Suna's going to be seen outside B. At this point, BBL have all the information to work with, and they're doing the right thing. They're filling in that C main control and crunching B as a response. They are giving 100 Thieves no room to breathe. They literally noticed Asuna was there 5 seconds ago, and there were 3 players there moments later.
Rock's position might not be expected, and if he has the drop on you, it's probably lights out just as he's facing into that operator of Lovers Rock. I don't even know if he's had a kill yet that wasn't with a sniper, and that's not going to change anytime soon. In fact, the only way he doesn't hit the shot is if LaRock hits it first. From 4-0 down to a 7-5 defensive half, that is a very good recovery from BBL.
Yeah, that is definitely not something you can turn your nose at. For 100 Thieves, the Seaside executes have actually been pretty much all that works. It's definitely been the shining light of this half. Whereas for BBL, it looked like they started to get a really good sense of where they can get aggressive. They were getting out when they were canceling the aggression. They were not being punished for it either. So you start to feel a little bit invulnerable in those early fights. And so we saw them go for them again and again. And sometimes, yeah, you know, LaRock would come around the corner with a shorty and a blast pack. But for the most part, they kept it clean after that kind of round 6 or so, where there were a few mistakes, a few opportunities given away. I like what I'm seeing from BBL, but I'm more than looking at 100 Thieves and how as soon as the aggression came out, they were caught off by it almost every time. The lurks haven't been hitting there either. But I guess the question is, have they got enough rounds under their belt even with that?
But yeah, I think looking at their composition, like they had some very cool executions, which I think we saw from time to time. But like when I see a Vice, Viper, Omen Fade, I think defense-wise, that's where I'd sort of set them up. Even the Waylay has the ability to completely stall a push with the ultimate or with the stun, so and gives him an opportunity to go walkabouts with the operator, which I assume will be coming in once they have the finances. So I don't think they'll be too unhappy with how things went, other than the fact that it was from 4-0. I think that's what's a little bit more worrying for me, because when you get players like LaRock firing, you now have to shut him down. And I don't mean in one round. Like, we've seen him get shut down in a round or two just by doing something ridiculous. He's going to keep going until you completely shut him out of the match. And I don't know if that's going to happen now.
Well, that's the thing. Once there's that little bit of success, I genuinely don't think it's possible that he fails even 5 times in a row and doesn't go, I'll get him the 6th time, though. That was just a flip on the radar.
Wait, I'm still positive in KD?
Exactly.
Ah, never mind then.
So I do think confidence is going to be a big deal, because with BBL, with them being a young team, that's always something that we talk about, and it's always something that we hear teams talk about. But then you add to that the team that they are. You know, if you know these guys from EMEA, if you know them from the first Masters this year, you know full well that once they get confident, once the ball is rolling, it can be very difficult to stop it. The task now for 100 Thieves with a decent half. Like you said, 7-5 on paper at the top of the board. Yeah, that's fine. That's a good half. That's recoverable. Pistol will put you neck and neck. You look at the bottom or bottom middle, and that's a different story. The 4-0 lead, you really want to get more from those foundations. Instead, we've only got stick walls. 7-5, a 2-round gap. And BBL on the attack now, as you said, for 100 Thieves. I am excited to see what this defense has. Even look at the C site right now. You've got a Viper and a Vice. If it's a full buy round, that's a lot of daunting utility. But it's 2 strong players nonetheless, and a lot of pistols invested into. Nothing but bandits, sheriffs, and ghosts on the side of 100 Thieves.
They're looking for headies as game of the game. Bit of loiter definitely makes things a little bit more awkward. You don't have the smoke, so you're going to have to play with those rotations a little bit more. Timotino have been spotted, and he's getting stunned up. Every piece of utility thrown into him, and more honestly, there was nowhere left to go. Rock closing him down, leaving a gap on the A side, but it feels like BBL are mostly playing a ruse here. They're trying to bait their opponents into rotations, giving an opportunity to Kreven, but he does not win that fight.
Oh, the shots land for Vora. The advantage extended. That was BBL's chance to have an easy push to site, but now pressure from both sides as they press forward. Behind closes in. And Rose finds himself against the world. 3 to take down. A sheriff and 4 bullets. And no time for the reload. He's eaten that flash. He thought he was avoiding it. A pixel too close. And with that smoke down, spamming with 4 shots isn't exactly viable. He needs to be quick. He needs to be clean. And it looks damn near impossible, proving to be a pistol for 100 Thieves. Well, that should close the gap.
I felt like fair play to him for realizing they weren't initially defusing, but yeah, other than that, pretty much all went the way of 100 Thieves. That's the second pistol round now taken by the side that currently trails, but a good opportunity for them to build up into this round. Now, I expect to see maybe a pistol or two coming in for the side of BBL, or they could go for a full investment because of that plant, but I don't think it's really worth the risk. A chance to potentially do a little bit of damage, get some orbs farmed up, and with laroque already with 3 under his belt, even if they can pick one up and he gets a kill and dies, he's going to be 2 away from a showstopper.
Yeah, that is without a doubt a problem. And the BBL side looking to immediately pick up the pace towards this C site. The smoke put just to allow them around that initial corner. A reveal up top, full main clearance. But pushing into the site's a different story. Those thorns are going to cause problems for direct to site plays. But the double TP taken by Loida, matching the performance from Bang earlier, but it's only 1 found. And with a round like this, you need so much more pistols for BBL. The Spectre left on the floor. Nice shot by Krevin. The question of damage, I think, is where we're at. But a few more kills, and this could spiral out of control for 100 Thieves. Luckily, they seem to have a... But as far as the question of damage, I would say that is a success.
Yeah, those 3 players going down with what was basically a direct C hit with barely anything to play with, like you talked about.
Vice utility as well.
Yeah, how devastating the utility is normally on that side of the map. They didn't make it look like it was, and even some of those fights being quite isolated because they got sectioned off by the wall. So, not a bad round at all. Of course, the main thing is getting that conversion, keeping things even in terms of that scoreline. But you can see how much of a weakness they've created for 100 Thieves. It is an Outlaw, it is a Spectre, and it is pistols. This looks more like if you lost the pistol and tried to go for a force buy in the second round.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams will even invest more into this to give them a little bit of a chance. Just in terms of the 2.8K, the 2.4s on Asuna. Of course, Timotino can save up that cash for an operator. But with Bandits in the current state, remember, this was a weapon that was used in a very big way over in London. And now it's been buffed. So it's no surprise to see it have such a prevalent face here. The buff making it way easier to handle as well. So like it essentially functions more akin to a Guardian now, with the taps being more accurate in between, having a slower reset time. It handles much better for sure. But you got to get close to use it. And on the defense, it's easy if they push your site, but they've gone into the C site, which is going to have to be retaken, right? They're here quite early, but surely they're not just going for it. They've already found one. The utility's being thrown. They're through the smokes. Yes, they're going for it. 100 Thieves picking up the pace. I thought they'd play the retake. I thought they'd try to punish aggression, but the first kill spurred them on, and now Cryo's left to find them all.
Got 1 bullet left, but
Blank's coming.
smoke makes it very awkward. I was about to say a single bullet in that bandit would have been problematic, but he's waiting to see how aggressive are the opponents going to be in this case. Not aggressive enough.
Clean.
I like that Krevin after that is laughing like really hard after how much he whiffed. I don't think many people would be doing that, but you know, these guys are having fun.
I mean, he's a good teammate. That's what you'll see from Sentinels a lot of the time. Obviously, he felt bad for Rose earlier on, the couple shots that were missed, and he said, look, I'll make him feel a bit better. I won't let a guy kill me, but I'll let him hit me and go, oh, look, see, it can happen to any of us. Any of us, bro. You, me. Probably not laroque, but,
he's
you
like,
know.
you, me, but you.
But mostly you.
Mostly you, but like
on this map.
Me, look, me too. But
especially on this map, you
for
keep
the rest
doing
of the game, probably you.
I actually think Rose is like a 50% hit rate on people looking the opposite way, only on this map. I don't know why.
Aggressive start out from the defensive side. This is their full investment, and nice work from Timotino and Bang. That aggression has been massively successful, beating BBL at their own game, and aggressive positioning. They are not shying away from a fight, especially with that comeback. You start to worry a little bit that maybe they're going to fall back into passive positions, allow BBL that space, but that is not the case whatsoever. Arsenal is expected in this corner. Okay, that's awkward, and that's the spike, but I don't think it's going to matter for long. Everybody falls, and everybody stands on the side of 100 Thieves. They have leveled things up once again. Now we look towards BBL to see what they have on that attack side, and if this is now going to be an extension, just as we saw in the last half.
Well, considering, yeah, how things have gone, a streak of rounds doesn't really mean anything. For 100 Thieves, they build up this defensive side. They're 3 out of 4 so far. Likely to be another with such weaknesses here. The BBL were slow to start, but they found their footing eventually. Here on the attack side, I don't think they have those same excuses, though. The start of this round, much more direct towards C site.
They were trying to bait the wall, but they're not there.
Immediately halted as well. Deeper utility in play this time. They don't hear the Thorns as they step in. They're up top instead, but Asana's going to be caught. Cryo does well, but that ultimate has traded it out. The showstopper bringing weapons into the hands of BBL now.
Going. Lovers Rock's on an adventure. The spike has been left alone, and now there's a flank on the flank. He waits for the timing. Oh, it's going to be the push through towards the spawn. This is brilliant from Lovers Rock. He's looking to try and get both, and they never expected him to be here. The run through immediately was so aggressive from Lovers Rock. But that was perfection. Leaves Bang to try and clutch. With 2 now back together. Well, to an extent. The Rock falling further behind, but just look at the time that's already gone. He's having to clear every single angle methodically because of how aggressive his opponent was just moments ago. A nice shot, though. I don't know if he had the time for this one. No, he doesn't. That's unfortunate. A nice attempt from Bang and a costly round for BBL. But honestly, I think they'll take the round.
A win is a win. That's for sure. Yeah, BBL taking the lead with a thrifty buy. They came in here with stingers for the most part. Their objective to go towards that wall. I think possibly even split to B after. I'm not sure what the idea was on hitting. Or if they were going to break through it as a unit. And then they realize it's not there. They realize the setup has changed, that there's a danger lurking there. The danger dealt with so quickly, but this cerebral play from Lovers Rock is what gives them that clean exit. Even though Bang's able to find those 2 kills, which fair play to him for that, but time was his biggest enemy and not one he stood a chance of defeating. A timeout now called by 100 Thieves. They will freeze the clock for a moment and have a chat, one last chat, unless BBL give them one. As their opponents now in a dangerous position.
It's quite fun being in this lobby because obviously you've got Americas versus EMEA. But when it comes to the coaching staff, it's EMEA versus EMEA. MBS, a previous champions winner, the first to ever do it. Of course, his assistant coach was a Masters Copenhagen winner. So they've got very good people behind the scenes. On either side of things, of course, he has been noted with the rise of this BBL roster through the Tier 2 to Ascension winners to making it to a Masters. Making it here.
You know, the real shame, MBS, there's a lot of things he doesn't get as much credit for as he should, but
this going
really and truly, no, from the heart, this is, don't worry, it's not a dig. It's his shirts, man. His shirt game needs a lot more credit. The guy, he did it, and he did it in style, and that's what I appreciate. We're back into the game, and BBL looking again to take the pace up towards that C site, met by utility, met by a wall, and they don't want to go through it. Instead, they'll send it back in the other direction, a big risk at this stage. You can see the ping going down. They know A main could have been pushed up in. We have no control over B. Swinging the door, sure, will give you a glance, but they could be behind the boxes. They could already be up. The Prowler will at least give you a bit of security that hasn't taken place. But then you think about A main. However, I think BBL want 100 Thieves to have pushed up. They know that if someone's here, they're probably on their own at this stage. And if they are, well, we can outnumber them. We can overwhelm them. Let's see if that is the case.
Seen this one before. That Prowler didn't land. Before there were stuns thrown into position, and while that's Loiter gone for it, there is a trade back, but
face your fear.
A lot of HP damage. Lovers Rock's gone in with ult while incredibly low on HP. That's an easy kill for Vora, but this was all a ruse. They're trying to split back in the other direction. Nice shots from Cryo. A quick flick from either side.
Gun here.
And that's them level once again. And I will say I like the adaptation because I think what we saw in this round was there was a C-site hit where they dominated the first one, 100 Thieves.
Yep.
Then they go, okay, well, they're not going to do that again. And they did. So then after a pause, they go, They're going to do it again, aren't they? I have a feeling. Because a lot of teams would go, well, they're not just going to keep going C. So they stack up. There was 3 players on the C site early. They had all of the utility there. They have a paranoia. And BBL go, we have to go the other way. And that's where they have the aggressive positioning from Timotino, the off angle from Vora, and then the rotations. That's just a good read coming out from 100 Thieves.
And now Viper's Pit immediately put down on the C site. So if you want to come see another time, it's going to be even more difficult than before. BBL should be looking elsewhere. You go towards A, Timotino's there to be dealt with. And in this round, he is as deadly as can be. 1 shot to the body will be more than enough before it goes for 4. laroc down and out right away. And in these rounds, like in these pistol rounds, okay, I'll give Lovers Rock on a Neon with a Judge. I'm terrified of him. But laroc is really the shining light. If someone's going to come out of these with like 4 quick share of headshots, it's normally that guy. It's certainly not that guy now.
I got spike.
The worrying thing is you say most likely, but it's like, I feel like there's only like a 1% less chance that Loiter or Kreven does exactly the same thing.
This is true.
Kreven with pistols, man, like sometimes he does stuff where I'm just like, that makes no sense. But no, I think, especially with the Viper's Pit in play, with a Vice Wall in position to help out Cryo, it's going to be very difficult for anybody to get into this position. And they even have it covered with Asuna on the other side. It's a nice little hold. It's one that I think they desperately wanted to make sure this goes through. And while there's one of those pistol headshots, Loiter heard you, I think.
They're going to get a plant out of this. How in the world has this worked? This strategy started by Lovers Rock realizing there's a Viper in a pit and a Vice here. I'm going to run in through it. And somehow they're in a 3 versus 4. Still a lot of work to be done. They've not got the weaponry to make this work. Kreven does have a good position, and okay, at least a decent shot, but now they know 1 player off-site. So pick up the pace towards it. Bait out that fight. That man's already dealt with, and with a classic in hand, Rose didn't stand a chance. I think even getting a plant out of that, honestly, was a silver lining for BBL, but the lead for 100 Thieves in double digits secured.
Yeah, you can see after the pause, they've managed to find that little bit of extra semblance. I don't mind the ult being invested into this round as well. It's like you know that there's a good likelihood that they're going to do something hyper-aggressive, like, I don't know, slide through with the Judge. So you put the Viper's Pit in to make that player more vulnerable, and it almost baits them into thinking that maybe there isn't a second player there, even though the Vice Wall was there.
Well,
and then
the Thorns. They threw the Thorns like 3 seconds before that. So you knew at that, but they didn't, right? And then they said, let's go. Okay, we're going to go in 5 seconds. Thorns came in, and most people go, actually, let's go anywhere else. And Lovers Rock was like, no, I've already been let off the leash. You let go of it. I'm gone.
He's like, yeah, he's literally like, when you're pet and you're like holding on and you go like, you wouldn't just run off if I let go
of this while I pick this thing up, turn around, he's gone.
Like,
he's just gone.
Into the woods. You never see him again.
Chasing a squirrel.
But no, if there's any player that has absolutely no fear, well, I was going to say in this tournament, but Levin does give him a run for his money. Between the 2 of them, though, a lot of aggression that can come through. And now the pause on the other side. Now, bear in mind, last time we saw a pause from BBL, they went from 4-0 down to winning the half 7-5, and I believe they won 5 rounds in a row. So we'll see what Key has on offer. Of course, it gives the same opportunity for MBS and Doombros have the conversation with their side. A close back and forth map, and honestly one where I feel like both teams are playing well. I feel like we've seen some closer games so far where I'm looking at a lot of the mistakes rather than just solid game plan. And well, speaking of game plan, immediate usage of that convergence path, denying them the A control, but it hasn't caught anyone.
Well, we've been going C at the start of every round, so this time let's go A at the start and then rush into C, and hopefully we won't be running into Vice and Viper again. Fortunately, they are running into Vice and Viper again, but those players won't have weapons if they stick around. Steel Garden going through, catching 1 at least. Asuna's going to have to wait, but he has 1 of his own to pop right through, and I think it might be what they're closing back in the distance for. The wall, the Thorns have bought time, and BBL canceled the play, looking elsewhere. And in fact, I think this is a learning from last round where they put a lot of pressure on the C site, even with the 2 Sentinels there, even with the, well, quasi-Sentinel Viper, even with the pit, they left the A site open. So this time they try to put that pressure on again, but look at 100 Thieves reacting. Vora's the 2nd man, and there's a 3rd coming. Bang. Oh, he might have went under the radar, but they spotted him. Still, he gets 1. and gets out.
Great work. 30 seconds left, but then they double back again. It's the A, the C, the A, the B. And now back to the A again. Bang is trying to retake on a site that might not even be hit. In fact, he's doubling back around, but Kreven is still waiting on the angle. Again, the start of these rounds looked incredibly good, but those two players finding kills in the B site puts the pressure onto Cryo to get anything done here. He was waiting for the planter to make a move. Instead, they're getting aggressive onto him. And although it's a hell of a lot of damage, 2 players onto 5 HP, the problem is Bang is also low. A bullet to him or either of the other two. Daddy's going to try and bait them in. The first one comes easy. X2, though, might be slightly more difficult. Rose wrapping around from above, and he doesn't even know that there's no one else around that corner anymore. 10-10, a strike back from BBL, and a back and forth all the way through the round.
That's one of those rounds you'd really like to still have one pause left to use. On the side of 100 Thieves, I don't know how you're supposed to track what BBL are doing when they go A to C to A to B. The pacing there as well, like they're still putting pressure on the A site when that flank comes through. It's a small oversight in those rotations, but you can understand why they got their eye on the prize a little too much.
20 seconds left. Loiter is spamming a box, and while he's doing that, 2 teammates enter into the B site. Like, it's difficult to spot everything they're doing because it feels like there's a lot of game plans going on. That's a shot connected initially by Timotino, but a kill not garnered, and a pacey hit looking to come up on the other side, but as soon as done well, at least at the start.
Oh, that flash. It bought him time. It kept him in LaRock in position and allowed Vora to come through with the kill. Now Cryo's there to back him up. The site's been taken, kind of. A plank could be secure, but Rose, he wants to battle deep. A 2v5, not worth it. A 2v4, still not good enough, but now Kreven's all alone. And he won't be going for this, not on 29 HP. 100 Thieves finding 11 rounds, and the danger here is that this isn't even close. 4 players left alive, a huge boost to the economy for 100 Thieves, meaning that now BBL are basically just up against full buys for the rest of the half.
Crunch round, there's no doubt about it. There's not too many occasions where you'd be seeing Kreven on the opposite side of the map saving his gun, but when he's got 3,000 credits, when LaRock has enough to buy and the other teammates don't, you're going to have to basically put yourself in a position to make sure something can be purchased into the next round, because you do not want to allow 100 Thieves up to 12. So that may be a likely scenario. And again, I feel like Asuna has been playing incredibly well as those site anchors, be it covering on the C site to help out Cryo, or be it now on the other side of the map on A, basically finding that opener, having the flash to set up his teammate while he's being chased down. They knew, because they knew on the BBL side, if they clear him, that A site is a lot more open, and Vora just there to cover. It's worked out wonderfully, but as we've seen so far in this, well, at least in the last few rounds, there hasn't been any consistency with winning the rounds. There's been a strike back almost every single time, and now we're going to have to look towards BBL. But as you said, there are no more check-ins with coaching staff unless we go to overtime.
Well, the timer's ticking down. You can see the true state of the BBL economy right now. 2 Sheriffs in a Classic. 1 away from the Nightfall. Farming that could be good, but Timotino, he's going aggressive. It's a risky play. And up against the Eco, I think he's going to regret that. The op now recovered. That's another rifle. Well. And indeed, with Lover's Rock having that in his hands.
Didn't give his teammate the Guardian before he went and got that. I will say,
oh, he's left it at the door?
Yeah.
Oh, he has?
That has annoyed me a little bit, but, you know.
That's very rude.
Rose has now been dropped as well. Still nobody able to get that.
Does anyone want the Guardian?
But then again, it's Kreven and Loiter. They might even be better with the Sheriffs, with how they've been playing so far. Push up all the way through C. Luna has them locked in from behind, but it doesn't seem like there's any world in which they go back from this stage.
That smoke's going to fade soon for Cryo. He has to get a move on, a risk, having to stand his ground against many men. Blinded up, he still lands LaRock. And the 3 versus 2 for 100 Thieves is their reward. Even with those recovered weapons, that op is going to be left on the floor for now. The Spike trying to move towards the B side, it seems, with that door open, but Kreven's being caught, and now the TP is going to have to be used. Lloyd is going to back himself in this one. You certainly can't blame him for it, and he's heard the door. He knows that as soon as here, there's a chance to isolate that fight, if given. Gotta be careful. Lloyd might not have had the best of games so far, but this is a man that will win rounds like this if given the opportunity.
Thorns. Asuna put him in a position where he couldn't move forward for the moment, but then he does it a little bit later on. Paranoia utilized, and he's being wrapped on incredibly fast. I don't even think he knows, but it's a nice shot, at least on one. Vora had to be lightning fast with that trade, but he is 12 to 10. Map point now for 100 Thieves, but you have to bear in mind, that was them saving credits. That was them putting money away so they could buy on a rainy day. Well, BBL's rainy day is right now. They're going to be investing everything into this next round.
Oh, Cryo's gotten away with murder on that. The blast pack jump out from Larocque after the Paranoia lands.
That was a nice shot if he wasn't blind.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I think he saw him blast pack.
Yeah, you still have to predict where he's going.
A quarter second less. But to hit that is nuts. 12 to 10. 100 Thieves. There were a few moments where it looked shaky. The 4-0 start to the 7-5 half, but they have recovered this nicely. Robbed rounds from BBL, but now a shot through the smoke takes down Bang. Do they know? Do they suspect a second player here? If Vora can beat a snake, okay, they do. Now. The Prowlers hit the snake in the grass. It's being dealt with. They burned the grass with the nightmare on anybody that's there. And oh, hold on, Cryo. He's cutting off the rest of these players moving to the site. TP going to be taken by Lloyd at least, but all the while they're buying time. Kreven's wrapping up behind. A Paranoia seals the deal. 11 for BBL. One more round in regulation, and it's on 100 Thieves to close it.
You mentioned like Loiter is good at winning BS rounds. That was him getting 2 instant headshots through smoke. So I think you've kind of proven a point there, but...
Or so he has.
He didn't need to prove it. We already knew. But like, yeah, just ridiculous stuff coming through and putting them in a position to take this one to overtime. Of course, the last time they played this map, it also went to overtime. 16-18 defeat versus EDG. They're going to look to try and right the wrongs if they get there, but you can see they haven't got 2 rounds in a row in this second half. This would have to be the first.
Oh, very direct to be an experiment for BBL. We haven't seen much of this and already past the nightfall.
Got clipped.
Deep play coming from Larocque, but yeah, he did. He got clipped by the very edge of it, and the Prowler reveals exactly where he's gone. Now they can split this A site, something that has been a trouble at times. Players around this stairs position, but now they're delayed on the rotate back through. They're looking for Larocque, but he's the one to find. Bang now down, and the A site under threat. The overtime on the horizon, and with weaknesses there for 100 Thieves, and the Viper's Pit already used on the other side of the map, and Asuna already down. It's starting to look like we're going there.
No such thing as an easy victory. 3v5 needed. Sniper honed in on the angle. And a connected shot already onto Vora, leaves him desperately low on HP. Kreven's flank also adds another to the body pile. Overtime seems inevitable, especially with the HP of one of those players. Cryo is currently fighting demons. He's fighting shadows in the spawn. He's not even able to leave to get towards the site. And he now has a 1v5 with 13 HP. If you believe in that, you're mad. 12-12. OT once again on Lotus. BBL never make their map choice easy, but they are still in the map.
Listen, they came here to put on a show. You got to respect them for it. A game so good, we don't want it to end. And we're going to swing into overtime with a lot of learnings for both squads. Again, when we see BBL move back to that defensive side, the main thing I want to see, and I think it's a difficult balance between predictability and following the game plan that has worked, but I want to see that early aggression. It's up to them how they're going to taper that, because we've seen moments where it's like a 5v2.
They are not going to.
And then they keep going. And then they give opportunity after opportunity, and 100 Thieves come close and even sometimes win those rounds. BBL,
look,
it's a delicate balance, and I'm not sure that they have it down.
The good news is you are going to get the aggression you want. The bad news is it's not going to be tempered. And there you go already. They're pushing C. They're pushing A. The only place they're not pushing is B. But early information. Look at the push-up already from Lovers Rock. Now, he hasn't gone into the operator, which should tell you all you need to know. He's not going to stop this push. Now, there is, of course, the Vice wall behind. You can already see Arsenal is watching it.
That Vice wall is not in the same spot that it was before. Often, and in almost all the rounds, 100 Thieves are putting it outside C. But BBL, remember, Rose walks up on B, catches them off towards the end of the first half. Now they change it because they're committing. They're taking this A site no matter what. Remember, in regulation for the attack, what worked was that C site. But they expect an adaptation. The problem is, with this much time gone, BBL have made the read. They've pushed C. They've taken all the space. The rotates are here. There's 4 players, now 3, standing by. Lloyd is a big pick. And with the rock gone, this is looking a whole lot better. Kreven finding his moment to stand up, to stand tall as the hero. Rose needs to be so careful. Timotino's been making this play when they take the site almost every time if they have a man advantage. But Rose sneaks through, catches the planter, and has a chance for so much more. He's ready for that play from Timotino, but the shot doesn't land.
Coming through, so still plenty of time for the remainder, but a man advantage, and Timotino's gone nowhere, but he will now dropped back into a 2v2. Bora was spotted as well, but Cryo might have gone unnoticed. They bypassed his position, and because of that, he has 1 for free. That's going to put them in an advantageous spot, and they will close. They hold the line. They get another chance at map point on their opponent's choice.
Yeah, time to finally crack that vault door for 100 Thieves. Coming into this, it started out in such a solid way. It looked like it could be a mismatch, but then BBL found their identity. This time they try to lean on that same defensive side aggression. They get that early flank, they get the information, they get the rotations through, and yet the round falls. That's a different vibe than what we've seen before. And now they've got to recover it on the attack. A direct play from both teams. It's clear 100 Thieves want to fight for A main. They want to scrap for it, but they're going to have to give up that control. And now Bang's kind of in no man's land. He's a little stuck, but the TP gets him to safety.
Right, the early damage. Mostly done onto the rock.
Dropping spike.
They are all in on this A site once again. Paranoia sent through. C's also catching a player. They should have a decent idea. There's still players roam across the other side of the map. The corner taken. Tino from behind, no! Has cleared out.
ये क्या था भाई?
Might have just ended the map single-handedly unless Loiter has a play of equal value.
वेले कैसा मारा अच्छा दरवाजा खोल के पीछे आ जाता
know how that story ends. 14 to 12.
मेरे को रिप्ले देखना है इसका
100
Across the other side. They should have a decent idea.
डोर खोला
Still player C's
वो
also
लोग
catching a
चेक ही नहीं
player.
करे क्या
Paranoia sent through. C's also catching a player. They should have a decent
पेट की
idea.
गलती है भाई
There's still
पेट
players
डोर
roam
खोल के
across the other side of the map. The corner taken. Timotino from behind. No, has cleared out 3. He might have just ended the map single-handedly unless Loiter has a play of equal value.
Up against the odds, surrounded, and I think we all know how that story ends. 14 to 12. It was a bit labored, but 100 Thieves.
Locksmiths, as it was a fantastic round there. It goes all the way the distance, and Timotino getting the job done, 4K, to send them past overtime into the victory column on map number 1.
For more than that, because you have to look at the economy being potentially broken here. It was a big buy-up coming through RQ. And that first kill to Kankan was basically the only moment of success coming through for RQ's entire retake scenario.
Timeout. RRQ, once again, it's the same story here, unfortunately. You get a back and forth opening couple of rounds, and then it really feels like the other team starts to pick up a lot of momentum and starts winning rounds more and more effortlessly. A lot of kind of easier rounds for EDG. Constantly choosing the right sides, constantly going into some of these retake situations for RRQ, and then doing a really good job disrupting them before they can actually complete those retakes. Great underarm flash in that last round from Jaani on side. He doubles up, then you have a Cove on the other side of things with the Storm Surge. both the Harbor and the KO are making RRQ's life very, very difficult trying to complete this retake. You even had a Hunter's Fury thrown in from nobody.
Yeah.
They're not just going to let you come back into the site and try to, you know, get on the spike. They're just stopping you before you're even able to make it past yellow or on the B side of the map towards the broken wall. Not easy stuff for RRQ at all.
Talk about the fact that there's also conditioning at play here as well. EDG have gone B so many times and IRQ overcommitted there. Constant 5v5 retakes. Will be the tour round for sure for Jemkin here. As everyone else strings together whatever they can buy. Kangkang's already just blazed some in. Okay, we're going to speed up really quickly here. Trademark's been popped. Kangkang is tucked in a corner. Oh, he's been spotted by the recon. That is unfortunate. Still lands a shot at Kangkang though. Pretty massive from Jenkin. Good recovery. 51 HP, but he's alive. See if we can leave the troops into this one. Scan up the jaani. Shotgun kill is going to be good for Zan as well. Numbers starting to fall in favor for RRQ and EDG. Might just be falling to pieces a little bit here. Jenny walks into his depth as well. Can EDG get anything? They're not finding a single kill.
That's rough for EDG, I'm not going to lie. Very easy on the way on into the A site. And from
मेरे
there,
सर का क्या रहा EDG
it's really unable to disrupt RRQ despite what should have been a freebie onto Jemkin. He hits a nasty quick scope onto Kangkang, peeking out on towards the double box. I think you've seen Kangkang go down in that exact same position a couple of times now. And the follow-up is even better, despite the fact that the Harbor roll comes through from side. I was thinking like, okay, we lost a Jet in an aggressive position. That happens. Now it's going to be Harbor roll coming straight through and EDG is just going to mop them, right? Not the case at all. Great retake for RRQ, and that's exactly what they needed to get back into this game.
Thrifty win is exactly what the doctor ordered here. Successful tour de force round. Bladestorm and Reckoning taken off the hands of EDG as the scoreline starts to even out again. Jemkin doesn't get scanned out. Gets flashed a little bit. Oh, no, that's not what you want to TP to, unfortunately. That's a big scan coming through, but EDG will still walk on in. Chichu, even on the other side of the map, is able to just get a kill, causing problems.
It's an awkward exchange, but it's one that EDG comes out in front of. Secure control of the site here. Zan and Xfero would burn the overdrive to come try to get back in on this retake as they've thrown a progression smoke for themselves. Still the paranoia here for Xfero at the ready. He's got another smoke that just came off cooldown, and there is the Cove and the Shock to try to zone them away from the backside of site.
Okay.
Gotta go. Shocking.
Wanting to go in deep here. It's Zan. Xfero as well. Zan's still alive, not any longer.
It's perfection. Literally the Storm Surge and the KO knife dumped straight on the perfect position as they try to complete that retake. That is just one team dumping all their utility where nobody's standing and the other team responding perfectly. Had a lot of the right pieces of utility to complete that retake for RRQ. Paranoia and the relay ball clears out all of the left side of site, but it's just a perfect Storm Surge from side there.
Yep. And ends up holding on to ultimate as well. You just get one back for RRQ, then it's straight back in the dumps again as EDG control it. Viper's Pit for this round as well for the post plants. Slow one now. We've had a couple of quick rounds. This one will be a bit slow from EDG. Just to wait this one to see if RRQ want to make some early moves.
Jemkin going to be first up to bat here. Needs to deliver on this A side of the map. Has a rendezvous up on top of the double boxes. Drone going to be the first contact for EDG that does spot out the chamber.
He's going to get Hunter's Fury out of here as well.
It's a defensive
Actually,
one.
never mind. You're right. It's a defensive Hunter's Fury to try and slow things down. That EDG won't just be able to walk on in. Jemkin would still like to find that opening, but the high tide cuts across the entire map. We've heard the shots come through from the operator now. And there's the Viper's Fit to cover the plant itself. Full 5v5 here. You also have nobody covering the big flank, and a couple of members from RQ might want to look in that direction.
Yeah, you can see Kushi starting to activate in that part of the map. There is the attacker side, Hunter's Fury, once again looking to disrupt this retake. Chichu striking first outside of the pit. Pressure on nobody on the flank. He's just playing with his food, really. Wide swing does get punished by Kushi. Kangkang going forward, but the pit is still up.
How do you navigate this pit now? 3 flames in deep, nice and quick, and Chichu's just making it work inside the pit. The Viper strikes. And now it's a Viper versus Viper with a little bit of help from Harbor as well. Kushi won his trade outside, in towards spawn, on the big flank. But all he's trying to do now is stay alive, and Chichu's looking for him. He'll just manage to find him for the ace as well. Kushi, goodbye. She will not be
इसके
denied.
लिए
Neither
भाग रहा
will
था
EDG.
ace.
I think Cushy wanted him to have the ace as well. He whiffed a good 10 bullets on someone not even looking at him. Oh.
Bro deserves it. Take it, my man.
No, honestly. That is what Chichu does best, though. It looks like RRQ are making serious inroads into completing this retake, and then they run into Chichu inside the pit, and the rest of the story was history, honestly. Side makes it out with an operator as well to hand over to Kung. And RRQ, money's not looking great. Overdrive there for Zan. You do have a bunch of rifles to work with as well.
Well, here we go. You talk about the overdrive. Not going to waste any time. Zan's going to be working his way through the map. Oh, some good damage to come on through.
Oh, my God.
Sign eventually falls. Sign was looking for that kill as well. Would have been a good one. So, you do have players on lower HP than they would like. But, however, it's EDG with less HP and less members. Nobody struggling to stay alive there. Zan doubles up.
It's sloppy, but RRQ are making it work for themselves. Two-man advantage. Kung looking to take matters into his own hands, but with the spike in hand,
where's bro going?
Nest is honestly a little bit outrageous. At the same time, though, when you're down 3 on 5, someone's got to make a play somewhere.
Probably not with a spike, ideally.
Oh.
He's dropped into no man's land, which is going to make Jenny and Chichu's life a little bit harder here. Let's see them work their way around, back over. Xfero up. I mean, there's money here for EDG, so I expect them to do something. They're not going to just walk away from this one, but...
They're just trying to get some damage done, I think, honestly, at this point.
Well, they're not looking the right places. Looking left and right, but Xfero was in front of you. There was one correct answer out of 3 possible options there, and they both picked the wrong one, but it is what it is.
I mean, that was a round of all time, honestly. I'm watching RRQ whiffing multiple times, but still getting 2 opening picks. Then Kung.
That kills.
I mean, look, I don't even... You can't question Kung, all right? He is the protagonist. You even said it yourself.
Protagonists lose sometimes. Act 2s usually end up pretty bad for them.
Yeah, that was a character building moment for Kung.
It is, yeah. He's coming... Return of the Jedi next, don't worry.
There you go, null command and the drone to kick this one off. Straight in towards the B site. Xfero and Zan are hanging around in this neck of the woods. There's the dash on in. Kung takes a little bit of damage, but once again, another 5v5 retake.
Yeah, it's just going to be a slow one coming through RQ. See what they can round up here. Plant's going to be easy. No real ultimate to speak of here as well. It's going to be super relevant. Here we go, fast lane, following through the drone as well. Opportunity now, Zan leading the way. The same peak he's done before. This peak ended up winning them the pistol, and Jemkin says, let's do that one more time. Repeat that level of success, 3 versus 2. Sign will even up the numbers a little bit more, but Jemkin's on a bit of a roll now. Just nobody off site. Double shock's available, but he's gonna get the kill. Oh, he's so close. Jemkin will quadruple up and shut down nobody's opportunity to clutch it.
That's about as close as it gets. 11 HP on Jemkin. A very committed one-and-done angle there for nobody. You got to respect it in the 1-on-2. Could definitely be jiggling and doing all kinds of shock bolt lineups, but at the end of the day, RRQ able to scrape their way through that one. Jemkin right in the middle of the pack on the retake, exactly where you want him to be. And a much, much closer game here. RRQ now actually starting to show why they have a little bit of chops on Breeze. The record is abysmal. I cannot argue with that, but I'm telling you guys, they are better than that. And I think they're starting to show it.
Well, RQ certainly have a better run of this map than they did against 100 Thieves, and Jemkin's making sure that's going to be the case. You wanted him to be a hero. He's going to be that hero. First shot. Oh, it's going to be a whiff. Hong Kong's happy to have his life available. Zan sliding through the wall. Easy one around. Jemkin as well to sign.
Perfect.
This attack has fallen apart nice and quick. Spike's gone, and nobody will at least try to do something here. Chichu saw as an opportunity, but that opportunity is starting to fade quickly. He's only got a Guardian.
Yeah, freebie onto Cushy. But now RRQ well aware of where he's heading in from. Dark cover thrown out there. They're zoning him away. They know exactly where the spike is dropped. Straight up into the dark cover here. Chichu looking to throw hands as best he can, figuratively and literally. Poison Orb going down. Clears out all of the close angles. Can't count him out, let's be honest. Chichu is a big game player, but that's a great angle for Jemkin to end a pretty good half for RRQ, has to be said. Another good game. 14 and 6 on the chamber here for Jemkin, and this is now doable for RRQ. this might be the first map they're able to win here at EWC, but they've got to have a good attacking side to back it.
6-3 was what we had at one point in favor of EDG, so that one certainly could have still run away from RQ, but a nice little 3 in a row at the end. The last 3 rounds possible, RQ got all of them. And that final one from EDG, unfortunately, was very lackluster, completely blown out, with no opportunity for Chichu to really even get any chance of a clutch. Of course, you had that 1v2 as well, where I could see that one going EDG potentially, with a couple of more sharp shots to land on Jemkin, but Jemkin's 4K on that round would not be denied.
Yeah, you had a few plays going the way of EDG as well, though. Chichu inside of that pit. That was definitely looking RRQ favored, so a little bit of give, a little bit of take. The main thing that I'm focusing on the side of RRQ, though, is that Zan has had moments, Kushi has had moments. You're getting the well-rounded performance that you need here. You're getting significant role swaps, and some of the players stepping into the roles where they need to have some impact. Zan on this Neon, going to be critically important. Playing solo duelist now on the attacking side. He needs to have impact. He needs to make space for the boys.
He's got the weight of his team and also the region on his shoulders here. As one of the Pacific teams finding themselves in the lower bracket, currently fighting for their lives, and they're certainly fighting. This is a close map no matter which way you cut it, which is a nice turnaround compared to what we saw on Ascent, where you have a repeat of that one, and, well, RRQ just go home with the tail between their legs.
Prepping in this second half. RRQ back onto that attacking side. This is where you're going to need to have a good game plan. This is the 3rd map of Breeze in the last 3 where they've played a different comp. They were on the KO Harbor before, coming into EWC against 100 Thieves. Tried that double duelist, that did not work. Now we're here with a bunch of role swaps. Jemka back on the chamber that we saw him piloting at the start of the year in Pacific Kickoff, and looking very, very dangerous. But he's going to have to be self-sufficiently able to find some success on this attacking side. Yes, they can set him up in some post plans, but there's definitely going to have to be some dry walking on the chamber and abusing that rendezvous if RRQ is going to go the distance here.
He's had some good op rounds. He has had some good tour rounds as well. Just that one tour round that ended up working out for them.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Go, go, go!
And testing the waters, quite literate against the harbor as well.
Yeah, it's
just making his presence known. Jemkin will be sneaking his way up the doors.
No. It's going to be a complete disengage for RRQ. Back in towards spawn side, looking to clear out if anybody got on that elbow info line. Jemkin's been dropped off in middle and might get a little bit of a sniff at signed here.
Kung Kung's about to get the backstab, though. Jemkin has to be a little bit careful about this. You could already tell that Sign has really sniffed out Jemkin. And finally, Kung Kung's just going to take him for the back of the head. Zansky to roll on in, gets a double scan of those plays, but Chichu actually through the smoke is going to be the play getting the kill. Nobody was stunned as well, but it's Crazy Guy on the opposite end that's going to be able to get the triple. Kushi to follow through, and it just seems like another repeat of the opening pistol. RQ were looking like in sore spot, but a quick 4K puts things now on the back foot for EDG instead. A knife goes through, double information, but a double peek as well, and Jenny cannot face up against that.
Where did that come from for RRQ? That is ridiculous. Round was going nowhere fast. Perfect Viper Wall across the site for EDG. You get the spam kill through from Chichu. They lost Jemkin for free. As Kung flags him in middle, you see it there on the replay. And then Crazy Guy just has one of these rounds. Double right click. Free gun, by the way. That is illegal.
And of course, on the opening pistol, on round number 1, it was Kushi that did the same thing. He got a 3K after Zan opens him up on the retake for B. So it's not just a Jemkin show for RQ, at least in the opening pistol. The scan will actually end up going through here. Watch for contact over towards A as well.
Just clearing the trademark. Waiting for the elbow walk, RRQ, but the wall will go up first before Chichu makes a little bit of a move. Walks straight through it for a moment, but doesn't want to push the issue. I mean, a lot of teams just play a really slow attacking anti-eco here, so EDG not wanting to just feed any kills in the opener.
Jetty certainly swapped his HP out for clearing utility over onto A shops. He's got teammates now to work with. Kanka with a second time is going to take that Very aggressive angle over towards mid, but it's the activation now for RRQ. Sign tucked away into that first corner as well. They'll be sure to clear it, but that's a decent util coming through from Jaani. Does it do enough damage? Doesn't look like it. Kunkan Chichu, the last one's there. Kunkan's got a double up here, but he's still got more work to do. Paranoia's been good so far. Chichu manages to get Crazy Guy, and now suddenly, Jemkin, 4K for the round.
Every time RRQ gets pushed, Jemkin has been stepping up. Even though there was not much invested in that round for EDG, it was necessary for him to multi-frag on the Marshall. That's going to go a long way towards working up his tour de force. Perfection from EDG in that round, really. Has to be said. Kunkan got down middle on a pretty deep info line. He had Chichu hanging around in elbow, which allows them to 3-stack A and set up some of those flash plays. So even on the pistol, very dangerous. And that severely weakens this bonus of RRQ. It's really just Jemkin, 18-7 with the hero rifle here.
Full gun bias coming through from EDG now. Again, the scan will come on through. Sova versus Sova over towards A. Movement from RQ. Heading towards elbow right now. And also have Chichu.
One suppressed.
Neon spotted. Good information for EDG. They can hear all of these footsteps. Orb is up. Snake bite at the ready. Jemkin will be pushed away. The fast lane. Where are you going, Zan? That is not what you were looking for on the entry.
He just walked through, ran through, I should say, the snake bite into the loving arms of Jaani. That's a freebie, one for absolutely nothing. Kunkan up next, and he delivers.
Yeah.
No problems there. 5v3. Feeling the roughness of this round now for RQ. At least Xfero will respond with one.
Yeah, it's a decent pick. Crazy Guy's still in spawn, though, with naught but a classic. Signed. Next up to bat. It's a good peek.
Spike down.
Xfero was already a little bit low on HP, so that's an easy little cleanup over there. Crazy Guy may want to get his hands on that Guardian, but even if he does and tries to pick up the spike, there's 3 players already there.
30 seconds left.
Okay, well, just a Sheriff upgrade for now. Spotted by the knife as well. Yeah, okay, what can we do here? What kind of damage can be found by RRQ, if anything at all? Suffocated out of this particular round. And excellent flash, Jemkin. Can't even fire a shot.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds for Crazy Guy to get any more damage done here for RRQ. Peg a dart through the top side, but on the off angle, even if he puts 2 shots into nobody, it's still not enough. Very nice anti-bonus there for EDG, made a lot easier by the damage they did in the round previous.
Okay, well, all as expected here, obviously. Very low on equipment was RQ going to that round, and that opening Zan run-through was a bit of a question mark. Really set the tone for the rest of this round with everyone just getting picked out one by one, and a very slow last couple of stragglers from RQ to be picked apart here, operate in the hands of Jemkin, though. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, still plenty of legs left in this game, even if it was a bit of a disappointing bonus for RRQ. Jemkin going to be doing exactly what I was talking about. Dry walk with the rendezvous. Tried to attempt this in the pistol and didn't find much success. Drone creates even more pressure. It's a lot of pressure in the middle of the map as EDG tried to hold on the extremities.
Sign's looking that way, though, and he might just end up peeking straight into Jemkin's sight line. Jemkin eagerly awaiting his first target. It seems like it won't be found, not just yet. Is aware that nobody is hanging out around the shop, so I think nobody's life may be forfeit. Indeed it is, and Sign can't respond either. Quick rendezvous from Jemkin now sets the stage for this execute. 5 players all good and ready for go. And RQ start walking on in. Kunkan, nice angle to Zan, caught with utility out. Now the Cloudburst will start to cause some issues here, but not for Xfero. It's going to get flashed out, but otherwise still fine. Sign trying to just spray his way through a bunch of these smokes. 3 versus 3. Mind Chichu coming through from double doors as well, and a shot missed. Jemkin, you can't be doing that.
That go now down for Cushy. Jaani, no more utility here, waiting for his KO knife, and out it comes. Will at least suppress Crazy Guy on the side. Nice pick for Jemkin on the cross there. Man advantage now for RRQ, but Chichu has walked up close, covered well by Crazy Guy. 1-on-2 for Sign, but RRQ jiggling, and surely it'll be the double swing. It's actually not needed. The Viper Wall will at least zone side away. Crazy Guy playing for the post flare, but it's a great swing for Cushy. RRQ up to 9.
11 ammo there. Signed about to run out of time, bullets. He's already run out of teammates. Now that round will run away from EDG also. Well played by Jemkin. Did have that one missed shot, unfortunately, but otherwise sets the team up for success with a very early pick. Despite the amount of responses that EDG tried to show up with that. I mean, even the final kill, I'm trying to remember the player that tried to flush out Jemkin towards the end there that just got shot on the side of the head, but in either case, RRQ still maintaining the lead slightly.
It's a big reset round onto EDG. Crazy Guy does not have a primary weapon here, though. Maybe trying to min-max the money. Zan v Kung inside of elbow, pushed away by the dart. Xfero hot on his heels as Jemkin is waiting for a rotation off that B site. How many blades has Kung got here? Down to 3. Gonna have to be precise, and of course he is. Beat comes through from Zan, but cleaned up by Chichu. That's a great start for EDG.
Good assistance there. Chichu as well is going to get extra. Crazy Guy wanted to pick up a weapon, and he'll just find his death, unfortunately. Instead, as Jemkin 1v4, their operator in hand. He's only got 1,300 in the bank, so question mark of what he can even do here, if anything. This is going to be a pretty successful half by eco-ish round for EDG.
I mean, this could be a death blow for RRQ, quite honestly. Their money's at least decent, but we're really looking for a clean anti-eco here to try to cruise along the rest of their attacking side and move up to double digits.
Has dropped off his op.
Yeah, he did. You don't want Kung to get that.
Yeah, so he's not going to end up saving because I think he'll get hunted down. So he's dropped that gun away, and now he's just going to make a play for it. See what his headhunter can find.
I mean, he's got the 2 of the force in the next round. He really wants to stop EDG from getting their hands on as many guns as possible. We'll catch nobody with a dart in hand, but with 20 seconds on the clock, no spike in hand, there's really not much Jemkin can do.
Triple face potentially coming on through. Don't walk out one by one, EDG. That would be very poor for you, but as Jemkin tries to just pick up that rifle, doesn't quite have the opportunity to shoot down any players. Otherwise, that could have been a very interesting finish for RRQ.
Yeah. That was a wrinkle in time where that was a little bit of a different play unfolding before our eyes. But credit to EDG here with one of these deep 5 walls in middles. You have to go and snip that out as the attacking side. Just what you have to do on Breeze.
Yeah.
You cannot let the defense have all of that mid control just because they put a big green wall on your screen. And sometimes when you go and try to retake that map control, that's where you get punished.
We've seen a decent tour de force round come through Jemkin before. He'll have to do that again, but into the Viper's pit might not be what RRQ are looking for here.
Yep. That is going to be the Hunter's Fury going over the Crazy Guy.
Actually pretty huge for maybe dismantling the Viper's pit. We'll see.
It could be. Science taking some space on the other side of things. This is a really, really nice info push here, and he throws out a cove as well, looking to clear out the trademark.
First blood, and it goes to Signed. Trademark or no, Signed walks out of that 130 HP. Crazy Guy and the rest of the squad, led by the drone here. First horse shot went out as well. Jaani up first on the double doors. Know that trouble is coming his way. Has to just start dropping in some utility because players are making their way onto site. He's got a couple of good shots though. 2 players down. Kung with his own operator. He bought with his own money. But a Jemkin still alive. 3 shots on the tour. 3 players left alive. Multi-angle approach. Signed down first. Position nice and revealed. Is it sniper versus sniper? Kung is not looking at the right side of yellow.
Nobody creeping up on double doors. Spike still on the
floor.
That's a really nice angle. Nobody now in a 1v1. Jem gets swinging around. That is massive for RRQ. He almost pulls off a 1v3 in just the round previous. And just as dangerous to give RRQ the double digits that they were looking for, but maybe not in the fashion they expected to get them.
It's a Tour de Force victory round, and since we're in France, might call it the Tour de France as well. Jemkin, another successful, unbelievable clutch as well, coming on through to keep RRQ in this one. We talked about the fact that at the end of the previous round, before the one we just saw, it might be a back-breaking round loss for RRQ, but instantly they bring themselves back into action. And guess what? Jemkin finds themselves a free operator as well.
This is just the Jemkin hard carry that we've all been waiting for. He's putting the team on his back, but Jaani already silencing him. Out comes the Hunter's Fury. Is it out of range? It's not. Zan in the time, mid-time. He's taken down a pick in middle. And the res comes through onto Jaani, so a man advantage now for EDG as RRQ looking for a reset.
Okay, well, Crazy Guy will pick up that lost operator. See if he's got the sniping chops in and about him as well. Has Chichu right behind the wall.
He's crept in here.
Losing Jemkin that early is certainly going to hurt. And now you're going to lost Crazy Guy as well, and no chance to recover that op. So instantly, EDG bite back 4 versus 2, with players looking for weapon upgrades as well. Look at the low HP on Zan and Xferro.
Off angle here, looking pretty good for Chichu, but it's a little bit quicker for Zan. Opens up the middle of the map. Fast lane, applying a little bit of pressure, as well as the dark cover to follow up. Xferro, though, low on HP, ready for the push.
Okay, EDG,
perfect patience. This is exactly what you're used to seeing here for Xferro. Spike in hand, signed on the off angle.
Kind of selling this one a little bit here. EDG had the player advantage. They don't anymore. They have no eyes on where Xferro went. Sign just hoping to at least even up on terms of the weaponry. Jenny's got himself a rifle, but on the wrong side of the map, Plant is definitely going to come on through. It's going to be a 2v2 full retake and confusion on the faces of EDG here.
Yeah, Plant for yellow. Zan is going to hang around on spawn side. The Harbor ult could be really, really key at trying to clear out all of this. You've got a KO knife as well. That's going to be great at trying to read the post-plant positioning here of RRQ. Zan on a big wraparound.
Incredibly important round for both of these teams to set the momentum here. But like you said, Reckoning has to be the first port to call.
There's the knife.
That's going to be the spot. Again, low HP at first up. Zan doesn't land anything. Jenny will find his mark, and now Xferro, he's just been ulted down. And the Reckoning comes for RRQ. EDG keep it within 1 round.
That is exactly what you wanted to see there on that retake for EDG. That is a very difficult 2v2 to dissect. They're completely out of position, but the KO knife gives them the information that they need, and the Harbor ult is perfect. It is Zan who had to hit his shot on the cross. That is a whiff that is illegal, unfortunately. He needed to be able to find that impact, especially with how sharp he just was. That was a crazy shot up through tunnel.
Yeah. Can't hit them all, unfortunately. And to be honest, that round started to really fall back into RQ's favor when multiple members of EDG were just kind of caught walking through the map. And now suddenly, Jemkin and the rest of his squad out of cash. Overdrive, though, is going to be maybe solving that solution slightly. It's going to get caught out by Util from Signed to slow things down, but Zan, not to be deterred here, still wants to just throw caution to the wind. And as that's happening, Kong and nobody ripping them apart for the time being. Just a singular member, and Crazy got to deal some damage, and not enough damage done, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
10 and 10.
The overdrive just takes a little bit too long to get involved. As soon as Zan finally peaks, someone his overdrive runs out. He just has to classic him. That is brutal. EDG, though, that's a pretty nice looking anti-eco, has to be said. RRQ under the press now as we head up to 10 apiece. A very decent amount of money with an operator coming out here for EDG. Same can be said on the side of RRQ. Very much anyone's game here.
Double up, Chishu still on a Bulldog. It's Viper's Pit for Cushy as well. Nothing else to really speak of here. A slow start for RRQ. Waiting to see what EDG want to move into first.
Drone pressure on B. Crazy Guy applying it. How patient is Kang on this off angle here? This op duel could really decide the round as the wall goes up.
Drone also came through on the B side as well defensively. Now Kang wants to walk forward, and here we go. Opportunity. Jemkin wants none of that one, just instantly TPs out. Kushi's already trying to make his way onto site, but Kang eventually finds Jemkin anyway. Just 2 members left now for the side of RRQ. Both of them on site, and they want to go for the plant. That's at least going to give money. No, he doesn't even do anything with that. Plant has been a fail, and so is with the rest of the round for RRQ.
That's a big round for EDG. Money is completely kaput for RRQ. Have to take a save, and that will secure series point if EDG can just complete that anti-eco cleanly enough. That was a very, very nice round indeed. Viper Wall makes all the difference. It's kind of unsettling. Jemkin over in mid, who was looking for that lurking duel with that operator, trying to kind of cut the map in half for RRQ as they apply that pressure to B. They are looking for mistakes for the rotators, and unfortunately, those never come.
Kang had his number. And on the rest of the map, the rest of EDG had RQ's number as well. Couldn't even quite get the plant down. 2 versus 4. Probably wouldn't have expected much, even if the plant did come on through. Might just be looking at the victory path now for EDG. I mean, they're not ahead by so much that RQ can't make a comeback, but it's the economy problem that we have to start talking about.
It's going to have to be another heroic round with a half buy or a win in OT at this point. EDG, I mean, that was really one of the final nails in the coffin here. puts RRQ in a very uncomfortable position. But they've got to take a tack timeout and discuss how maybe they can try to conjure some magic on this half buy. When you have a pit, it is doable though. You just need to get yourself into a messy situation where you could get a couple of entries, throw down the pit, and then a post plant is winnable. And that upset with a couple of guns picked up could be exactly what RRQ need to get this game done.
Gotta say as well, how far away is Jemkin from getting his next tour, because that might be able to bail him out. Unfortunately, too far away, and now Crazy Guy will make this round opportunity a little bit further away for RQ as well. The rest of this attacking side will make their way through onto A. And now nobody on the rest of EDG to receive. That's a good shot from Zan though. Chishu, despite being stunned, will respond instantly. It's going to get paranoid out, but slowly everyone's starting to make their way in. This is looking like a little rough one of Xfero. Last one up, doesn't even get a shot with the Stinger. He's got the Bandit in hand, and this Bandit's going straight to jail.
A great defense for EDG. Second round in a row where 4 players survive. Kang finds his pick on his side of the map. They easily stack 3 towards A and shut down any offense from RRQ. Not that they had much to work with in that round. The tap timeout will mostly have been discussing this gun round here. What has RRQ come up with?
Extreme back against the wall. You'll say it was a good showing on the final map of Breeze if it ends up being that. But EDG, like the favored team. One last operator duel perhaps here. Jemkin versus Kang once again. They're walking straight into Kang's sightlines, who doesn't quite land his opening shot. And secondarily as well, just tags Cushy. Now Xfero punishes. That's the 5v4 that we've been looking for a while.
They're waiting for these peaks in middle. Jemkin spots out the push. 3 players on RRQ. A singular focus as the dart comes out. Perfect pick from Chichu. And they are just mopping up all of RRQ. Xfero extremely uncomfortable. Sidearm pulled out and punished heavily as it's a 4-on-2 for the game for EDG.
This is it. Crazy Guy and Jemkin, the last 2 alive here. Despite how long it took Chichu to get that last kill, he still manages to find it. Crazy Guy will start evening out the numbers ever so slightly. But will it be enough here? Headhunter in hand. High tied up as well. EDG smell blood in the water, and they're looking to pounce. They're looking to strike. They're looking to finalize this last round here. Patience being shown. Scanner's going to be good on towards Chichu. Last 30 seconds, got to make a move here, RQ. They're going to walk into the crossfire. Plenty of members here. After the Cove comes down to cause some big problems. Chichu spamming through the boxes. Jemkin up to Dwight. How has that happened? They've completely clutched that one up. The 2 of them together, Jemkin and Crazy Guy. They've just wiped the floor with EDG's crossfire setup.
I think it's honestly just a case of poor timing there for EDG. The Viper Wall was up. We heard the KO flash in our ears. I think as soon as EDG went for that push to try to disrupt whatever was happening for RRQ, that's the point where they peak together. Jaani walks up, you hear the flash there, and RRQ, that's the perfect timing. And the reason why it works is because they've created so much pressure cutting sound that they could be walking up through elbow, and EDG is forced to push.
Well, suddenly, game is alive again. Pit going down over towards A. It's going to force RQ. Well, they were already on B. A little bit of a safety drone being thrown out there by nobody as well, just to make sure they have full control. And now Kang on the elbow, on the angle. Ready with the operator shot. He won't miss this time. Zan falls instantly.
In the meantime, RRQ applying pressure to B. Nobody's picked up his Hunter's Fury on the other side of the map. Cushy could go down here as well, but that's when the dash has elapsed for Kang. Overcooking it a little bit, back into a 4-on-4 now, but RRQ have got no space on the map.
Opportunity for Kang there, would have loved to have doubled up. RQ keeping this one going. Where are we going to TP to? Right back over towards spawn, it looks like. A little confusing for the side of EDG.
Yeah, forces nobody to have to go and clear out spawn. Jaani also watching spawn side here as RRQ takes some space in middle.
Mid to B is looking like at the moment. Jemkin will hold doors. Signed on the hunt. He's moving around. He's basically clearing through all of this elbow side. Not looking over towards mid just yet. Starting to run out of time here. Crazy Guy. Completely unknown kill on the Jenny. And nobody can't respond here. Going for the plan now. They've completely dodged away from the Viper's pit. But Chichu still has an angle to work through. And now suddenly a 3-angle approach. EDG can work their way in as a final opportunity to plant
10 seconds
is about
left.
to elapse. Hunter's Fury could be really deadly here. You need to plant now.
Player standing.
There's no time.
down
Oh, they
A.
might have just got it. What? He's fat-fingered the Hunter's Fury. He fat-fingered the Hunter's Fury at 3.5 seconds, Kev. That is... I've never seen that in my life.
And now they'll never live it down. But with that, a fat finger to end the entire map, to end the entire series. Again, you'll call this one a close map, but that last ending was about one of the worst ways you could possibly finish your run here at EWC in 2026. And now the first team to be exiting and the first team to survive the lower bracket is EDG winning against RRQ.
I don't know if he had time to plant or not. Maybe it's just desperation looking for the picks, but at 3.5 seconds, surely you just try and throw it down. And you just hope that you have enough time.
You just have to plant, dude.
I'm not sure which it was, but that is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that before.
Well, what a way to end, man. What a way to finish that one, Puckett.
Strong stuff at the end. Or was it? Mitch, I'm hoping we can get a replay so we can walk back through these final moments. Before we get to that, though, can we talk a little bit about round 23? Just to stay alive, I was impressed by the patience, the calm from Jemkin and crew in that 2v3, the 2v2 at the very end. Why did they have to stay in the middle, though, and challenge RRQ? People in tower were just saying, why don't you just run away from the bomb? Just hide.
For EDG?
Yeah, for EDG.
I think they kind of were like just trying to bait out the plant and punish it with the Hunter's Fury on spawn side, right?
Sorry, the
That's
round
what they
before
were
that.
going for.
The
round before
2v3
that.
in mid.
Oh, because they, like I said before, I think the EDG were concerned that RRQ cutting sound behind the Viper's wall were going up through Elbow and like flanking them. So that's why I think they went for that push at the time. It doesn't end up working out. The underarm flash comes through. That doesn't work out. But for EDG, I mean, I think they're taking their lucky stars. They got that game across the line. That definitely could have been OT.
Yeah, I mean, I still can't believe what happened in that last round. You had just a tiny amount of time left, but RRQ really left themselves like no room to work with either.
The VOD. Like, I actually have to go and look at the VOD to see what how many seconds. That was crazy.
That was a much rowdier game than we expected after watching RRQ get obliterated on this map the day before, looking much stronger today.
Rock on that first map, some of the shots he was hitting, you saw the confidence build round on round. You saw him start to connect. It genuinely looked like he got new mouse drivers or something. I don't know how he was able to snap so quickly. And when you see him having a day like that, you know that's not going to disappear map to map. That's going to be a problem that you have to deal with. And 100 Thieves, they just can't match what he's putting down right now. As well as I will say some moments like that from Rose where like they get hella lucky. Kraven's left on 3 HP. That would have been a 2v2 with a rifle recovered. And instead, they narrowly miss out. That first burst of the shorty decided the round. And for 100 Thieves, any one of those moments going their way, and this is a much tighter scoreline. This is a much more difficult second half for BBL. But now 9-3, it kind of feels like a formality, especially if BBL take the pistol.
Yeah, for sure. I would say that a pistol round for 100 Thieves, in a normal case, I wouldn't be too worried that they could still do this on the defensive side. I think they've proven that this is an incredibly strong map for them. But it's just that momentum. Like, that's the thing that is always most terrifying with BBL, with Turkish rosters in general. When you've got LaRock, Lovers Rock, and, hey, let's just say at this point, every single member of their team having highlight moments time and time again, I'm now looking at you to find that same sort of resilience. Find that same breakback that they have shown. Well, a pistol round, a chance to bring it back to 9-5. And as said, like, from what we've seen over the last 3 times BBL have played this map, they have managed maximum 2 attack side rounds. So a pistol round would genuinely get them halfway there.
And the walkout from Rose. He's being spotted. Those spams coming very close. He's 35 HP as he fades away from middle, making it out. But Lover's Rock is not so lucky. 1 man down already. Lots of damage done. And yes, that's the same for Vora, of course. With the Sage close by. And he'll come online later. In fact, no, it won't. Vora's being put to bed. Timotino also falling.
Ooh.
The nade. They have to be desperately careful with Bang being on 9 HP.
Way back to group up with Rose. They just wait. Like the answer might just be to wait. with how far he's got, yeah, they're going to go all the way back around the spawn. The only thing will be if Rose overplays his hand, but I think he's playing it perfectly. Into that spawn position. Cryo, definitely got some doubts, but do you check to your right? That could be the defining factor of this round. He gets the kill onto Rose, and maybe it turns, but no, why would he? And Rose isn't just going to go for one. He's making sure there's nobody else. The remaining players towards the heavens, though, make things interesting. A nice shot that drops the spike. laroc has to go back and get that, and if he could deny it, maybe that'll be enough to win the round instead. Does he know the second player is there? He does, and while falling gets the kill. A 1v3, left all on to bang, but it's laroc again. This man does not want to lose today.
Oh yeah, look, when it comes to that late round scrapping, I don't think there's a chance that laroc's dropping the ball. You have got to be quick on the trigger, or he is taking you out. And it was, I think he was one hit to the Sheriff on the rounding of the corner as well. A lot of damage done in that initial fight. And for BBL, that round win, it's fairly damning. 100 Thieves should have next to no chance of coming back into this one. Like, winning the pistol, it's a long road ahead of you. But now double digits for BBL, a team that thrives off of momentum, and they've now won 10 rounds in a row. This is going to be one hell of a task, even just to slow these youngsters down.
I think everything is there to build momentum. They've got the players on the right side of the map, but it's completely irrelevant. A long-range shotgun being utilized.
Time for laroc, one away from Showstopper.
Gonna get it one way or another, it seems, and it's gonna plant towards the end of the round. Squeaky clean, only one player lost. The Marshal immediately retrieved, and as I said, it's a good map for 100 Thieves, but unless they've got one hell of a streak, this one is looking like we're going to a third.
And again, you saw at the end, as you said, Tom, that late round plank coming through. So we're one away from a showstopper coming into the next round. Now that is going to be devastating considering how on the ball laroc has already been. You think about him having the ability to, well, look, a showstopper last half was pretty impactful, you could say. Well, I imagine it's something 100 Thieves will be fearful of. Yeah, and often you talk about it as sort of the ability to bridge the gap of the lighter buy. Well, BBL don't have a lighter buy. There's one stinger, and other than that, everyone's got everything that they need.
Missed shot to start with. That's not what you want to be seeing. And of course, a man who literally isn't missing right now is laroc. He might have just ended the round already. 100 Thieves have to make a decision, and that decision is made for them. They're being pushed, but they brought it back at least a little bit. Heal will be there for bang.
And honestly, hello कुणाल भाई, welcome to the stream. Sorry यार, mic mute था. मैं बोल रहा था कैसी दिख रही stream, बराबर दिख रही क्या? सही आवाज वगैरह? मेरी आवाज कैसी आ रही?
Maybe we can win 9 in a row. Not often going to work for laroc. He's securing the round. He's making sure even if they do cancel this retake, there will be no opportunity to carry those weapons through to the next round. And the time surely already too far gone. Certainly with two players having access to heaven, with the plant being that open, smoke goes down. It's going to be an attempt to just stick it. No, they need to stick it surely there. Finally, the stick's coming through, but it should be too little too late. The time already too far gone for Asuna. They let go of it.
He had to.
Indeed. Forced into it, and now BBL in with an opportunity to close this out in extremely dominant fashion.
Yeah, well, it turns out if you get a lot of rounds in the first half, you then win the pistol in second round, and then you win the bonus. By the way, in the last 3 times they played, this will be the most attack rounds they've actually managed to achieve, and they've only played 3 of them. So yeah, I think a squad that has hit their stride at the perfect moment, 100 Thieves on their own map choice, have gone completely missing. But you know what, Mitch? A fantastic time to take a pause.
You always say that.
9 rounds down.
You always say that. You know, let the opponent hit 12, look, call your pause.
I learned my lesson.
Love it.
All gamers have proved to me that even if you're facing against map point, you need to win, what was it, 7 rounds in a row. Sometimes you take a pause and you win 6. Or maybe in this time, they'll take a pause and they'll win 9. The music got me a little bit excited.
I can see that. You started to believe in your own BS. I love that. Yeah. I love when that happens. It was a stun from Lovers Rock that really got them into that site. The relay bolt that hit, Vora was completely caught by it. And the beautiful thing is, Lovers Rock doesn't even care. He ran past him and said, laroc, didn't you need an orb, bro? Grab it. Showstopper activated, up into heaven. Like, it looked so clean. That looked like SEAL Team 6 action from BBL. And this is a team that has looked very disjointed at times because they play aggressive. They love to play aggressive, and like we said, sometimes that's their downfall. But in this situation, not so much. 12-3, a 9-round gap to recover for 100 Thieves. And what we said in the last one, they stole the map. This would be highway robbery if they were to get anywhere close.
Oh, if Larocque gets 1 kill before Lovers Rock, he has double the kills of the second highest player in the server. That's all you really need to know about how this game is going. We saw this yesterday, that Larocque just hit a different gear to everybody else. There was a reason why, even when they were the Ascension champions, that teams came looking to see if they could steal this youngster away. He has the potential to be one of the best players in the world. And right now, you are witnessing exactly that. Even still, though, Rose going walkabouts will be lost. I think for 100 Thieves, even just not losing 13 rounds in a row would probably help out the mental a little bit. They've taken that pause. They've got some inspiring, or I hope inspiring, words.
I don't think they get the music, Tom. So,
you know,
it'll have to be, the speech will have to be a little bit better without that backing track. Nade forcing him into the open. Asano's dead. Vora ain't gonna last long either. It's Larocque again. I said it, bro. I feel like we need to check his drivers. Something's being installed. He is playing in a way I've not seen in a long time. Word.exe's got the whole PowerPoint loaded in. And for 100 Thieves, look, okay, at least Timotino's here. He's holding the cross. Will he deal with Larocque? Of course he won't! This guy is on a tear all day long. We saw it 5 rounds into the last map. He was hitting shots that we don't see all too often. And a good game turns to a great one as BBL, they rely on Larocque. I thought the game was over, and of course it is! 4 for Larocque, 13-3, and decimation on map number 2. BBL battled and brawled on the first map, but the second was a straight
13 rounds in a row for BBL. A squad that, again, lost their own map choice in OT for the second time, come into the second map as if absolutely nothing happened. By the way, that was picked by 100 Thieves. You lost 13 rounds in a row on your own map choice. I don't know what I've just witnessed. And Larocque is making statement plays after statement plays. Maybe the best player in the tournament right now. We'll have to see, because there is going to be a third map. Honestly, I think the break is going to be taken by 100 Thieves just to try and completely reset, because that was just bullying.
Absolutely, and one man that I love to bully is Dagon. Take it away, baby.
Any attention from you, Mitch, is always great. Great call so far in the 1-1 as BBL come storming back in emphatic fashion. There is not a single doubt that they belong, and whoever wins this qualifier match into the playoffs is a force to be reckoned with. Welcome back here, Dagon, alongside Bea, and of course, big time. I'm sorry, I went with Bea instead of.
You can call me Bea. It is indeed my name, Daniel.
Oh, that's true. That's also my name, and that's Morgan.
This is Morgan.
Keep it professional, guys.
You might know him as Tyler as well.
He also could be Tyler.
Depends on the day.
Yeah, true.
BBL came and did not care whose name was on the other side. Larocque popped off here.
I mean, they got Larocque. It's that simple. Yep. That was an insane performance from him. Phenomenal. You don't see no doing 100 Thieves map choice as well. Coming into this, we said this is going to be tough for them. Wow, it's going to be a difficult mountain to climb. 100 Thieves been so good, BBL been so bad here. But it doesn't even matter when they play like this.
They didn't stand a chance, did they?
Oh,
I think that first half, how easy things were being for Lovers Rock with the operator, how seamless it was for Larocque, for Loita, for Rose, for all of them to push and eat that terrain. And I was sitting next to you being like, I knew that the defense was not going to be a problem. I didn't expect the 9 rounds in a row. And then when we swapped them to the other, the fact that BBL was able to carry that performance onto the second half and close it with those 13 rounds in a row. Do not get get me wrong. Like, you forget that pistol, this was a 30-0.
Yeah.
In my eyes, this is a 30-0.
Exactly. It just can't get more dominant than this. Realistically, I love how they approach this defender side. It is so aggressive. They're always shutting the map down for 100 Thieves. They're pushing, they're flanking, they're making things difficult. 100 Thieves tried to have that slower, more of a controlled style to their comps, but it couldn't work here on Split.
And there's something also that is very important. Do you remember that on map 1 we were speaking about the Viper and walking around the Viper wall and what that gives you? You can really tell that EMEA will still run a lot of the Viper here on Split, because in many of those occasions you could see BBL using 100 Thieves Viper wall against them and taking advantage of what it was bringing out for them. And you know, brilliant performance. I wonder though how the mental state is for 100 Thieves going on to Haven, because as Tom was saying, this was their map pick. They decided to go to Split. They thought that this is where they could have an easier time against BBL.
And we're absolutely blown out. No question about it here.
What is that?
The aggression.
What is that? LaRock is hitting every shot, and you just open the wall. One by one. He stopped shooting now.
This team is just so fun to watch when they play like this. It's spectacular looking Valorant. LaRock just lit up this server, and it's so hard when there's an absolute Goliath on the other side. It just feels like you can't play. You feel so restricted. Even when they're in these good situations, these advantages, BBL always found a way to swing it in their favor.
It is almost insulting. Like, at that point, it's like LaRock had plot armor, had triple plot armor in so many of those situations. The margin is so tiny, so it's like the spike going off. They know there's only one. Like, turning around the man disadvantage is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, 21 plus 21 in the 29 and 8 there for LaRock.
That's more than years he has.
Kind of.
Years old he is.
Yeah, again, right? It just shows how good that performance was. And Thieves on the opposite side, they've got to go ahead and bounce back. I think it's just tough when you have a performance like that. Asuna and the boys got to figure it out here, because they were the ones that did not operate the duelists that BBL did. And you're thinking, okay, you know, we should be fine with it. Okay, we lose some rounds. We got 3 at the start. Maybe once we're on defense, never got it going. Ever got it going. Those 13 in a row will be a nice feather in the cap for BBL as they head on over to map number 3. Haven coming up next. Winner qualifies the playoffs here for EWC 2026.
Hello everybody and welcome. We have got Rose and Loita here for a little game. We are going to let them choose from a bunch of 10 sprays in their hands to respond to a bunch of prompts. If they both choose the same spray, they get a point and their synergy goes up. All right, boys, are you ready?
Yes. Yep.
Fantastic. Let's get the first one done. How would you react if I told you you've got to be up tomorrow at 5 a.m.?
Okay, wait. Let me think.
And now look at each other's.
I was thinking maybe I should choose this one.
These are the two perfect answers for it.
Yeah.
You get to the venue. You're ready to start scrims. Okay. But hold on. One of the other players is missing. They overslept. They're still in bed.
Oh, okay. Okay, mine is ready.
Okay.
Mine is ready too.
Yours is ready too. All right, boys. Please show the camera what you've chosen. And now let's take a look at each other's. There's a first point on the board.
First point. Yeah.
How would you feel if you got here? You arrived to Paris. You're waiting at the luggage belt, and your bag never arrives.
Just.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
to send our first team to the playoff bracket. There's my mic, and here's the fun, ladies and gentlemen. We just sent our first team packing RRQ out of the competition, but now we find out who's moving in to your final 8. If you do so, you are making $90,000, and more importantly, you're in the running next week for the title of EWC 26 Valorant Champ. Let's take a look here at this upcoming fight, though, as we welcome to the desk Athena for the first time today. Athena alongside Avril once again. How are we feeling about this battle, seeing Energy on our stage for the second time?
Sorry, I was just doing a Puckett cosplay.
You're good at
Whoa!
I'm feeling really good. I think this match is going to be a banger. Absolutely. That last match as well was really fun to watch. EGG almost losing out that second map. Almost a little comeback from RRQ. It was really sick to see.
It was an exciting one, probably a little bit less exciting for EDG. Wanted to close that one out, but went one of the craziest endings ever. Maybe a little bit of a fat finger, trying to plant with no time remaining. Hopefully get a lot more cleaner gameplay in the game we're about to watch.
I watched it back. There wasn't really time, so I think it was just a little frustration, celebration, Sova alt at the end there. Avril, I see you wore your Team Liquid colors today. Is that because Yappy's playing against Kiko, the old teammates?
Yeah, for sure. I'm all about Team Liquid. I didn't even think about that. Team Liquid's not even here, guys, but, you know, we'll rep some of those colors out here. Yeah, hoping for a good one. Kiko had an amazing performance on his first day on this event, so he's definitely one to look out for me.
Let's talk a little bit about these rosters, starting with your NRG side, because they are getting into the bans, and it's actually going to be Vitality with the first strike. They're making sure Fracture isn't in here, and I have a feeling Split will not make it through, so NRG says that is not the map we're playing. Athena, what does that mean for us?
Speaking of NRG, I mean, this Ascent pick by Vitality is actually a really good one because I haven't really seen NRG have any success on this map. It feels like they've struggled on Ascent every single time. And should I just move over here?
Come on over. Yeah, just come on over here.
So they've really struggled to finish out Ascent games, even though you do have that Odin most of the time. All right, I'm going to leave you. You can have your solo shot.
I do enjoy it.
There we go.
There we go.
And yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. And then for the Lotus coming up as well, we saw NRG just have success on that yesterday against 2 days ago against PRX. So definitely makes sense for them to pick that map than the last map, obviously.
They'll be thanking Vitality for banning away Fracture as well, because that was the one map that NRG did not look comfortable on at all. But they got to get that one removed, plus the usual ban of Split gone as well. So looked like a decent little veto coming through with all very normal maps, except for the fact that there's no Haven, and we got Breeze instead. But aside from that, I feel like, you know, the Lotus Ascent there's a default for most of these games.
Yeah, I feel like Lotus Breeze here is default for NRG. It feels like too. Every single game they've played so far has been including that Lotus Breeze. So definitely makes sense for these maps. I am a little bit worried for NRG on Ascent. Can you tell them NRG bias right now?
I think we are clearly America's bias on July 4th for good reason. As the drums start to roll, we've got our agent selection in. And the one thing I wanted to ask you guys is NRG in trouble? Breeze, Ascent, those are the two maps that you guys lost at the upper quarterfinal, the qualifier to get to this place. That was against Loud. All of the maps you've won, it's been Lotus, Pearl, Haven.
It's fine. Did you see their Breeze yesterday against PRX?
But that was,
I keep saying yesterday, but it was 2 days ago.
It was 2 days ago?
Yeah, but no, they're
good
fine.
enough?
They're back. They're back. Don't worry about it. They fixed all their mistakes. We fixed it.
All of them.
Every single one, even though it went to 13-10, but it was fine.
13-10. All the mistakes are good.
All right.
PRX is pretty good, though.
I want to talk about the agents.
Please do.
Are you going to let me talk about the agents?
Which one? You only have like 26 rounds to do it. Which one do you want to talk about right now? Before it kicks off here.
Let me pick
At round -1, who's the most important agent you want to discuss?
Ooh, dude. Did I see a Sova? I don't even remember what the agents are anymore.
You flash that one back on screen real quick.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I think
Vitality went with their typical double duelist, Jet Phoenix again. Sova, Omen, Vice. Trying to remember what NRG picked on through.
We got a Vice in the play, which means I am hanging up the mic on the mic for this one. It's the AA duo.
Bye. Thank God he's gone, right?
Plug in your controllers, your mics, your keyboards, your headsets. Everything's charged these days, but our AA batteries are charged for this one.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a chamber on this map as well.
Wait, Ethan's on Neon.
This is a very different looking type of game. It's Kiko on Chamber, Mard and Ethan for the double duelist. Haven't seen Ethan on anything other than like an Edit for the longest time.
That's insane that they don't play a KO on this map, but we're going to start off already with Kiko going for an aggressive B line. They're going to find this Vitality.
Okay, Kiko already getting flashed out of here. Paranoia in, and the rest of Vitality trying to fly on in, but Durka, wings clipped. First B down. And I'm not talking just about the side here. I'm talking about the buzz of Vitality. Down only 4 members. NRG shutting them out of the site for now.
Slowing down the round here for Vitality, losing Durkay so early. Looked like there wasn't real follow-up using that Paranoia to get that B main. That's a really big piece of utility, because if you're looking on the side of the attackers here, they barely have anything left. Just that Molly on the side of Sayonara. We're walking up towards mid, trying to get some more space.
Okay, look at this. Look how pushed up Scuba is by the well. He has an excellent opportunity here, but Sayonara's already looking at him. And unfortunately, doesn't quite land the shot. Both players will just be whiffing their bullets, but Profix should be here for a nice and easy one. Does he find the secondary? Kiko punishes him. And on to A we go. Still have Scuba hiding behind the smoke, waiting for his moment to strike from A main. Rest of the players on their way in from the rest of the map here. As the first player that Vitality probably need to get rid of is Scuba. Chronicle's looking for him, so is the rest of Yampi as well. 2 versus 4. Look how annoying Scuba's being.
One enemy remaining.
Rock onto Sayonara. Kiko falls in the middle of that as well. Now it's just down to Chronicle, who has so many players on all these angles to deal with. Somebody swing, please, Scuba. Thank you.
Scuba's discipline that round was kind of crazy. Not giving them the peek at all, just hiding in that main. They're so scared to peek him and to clear him. But again, they didn't have any of the utility for it. That was well played, but also no follow-up for the Durkay kill. If anyone had just come up, that player on lane would have gotten shot here. But of course, Neon stun from Ethan really putting in the work. This right here, Scuba just being so annoying, tanking that shock and finally peeking when it's a 1v3. This is just how NRG plays. And again, so far, I mean, Ethan on the Neon has used his stun really well, and this is what we want to see, because his util usage has been phenomenal when he is on that when he is on that initiator. So I'm wondering if they're trying to use this Neon in a way of let's just use all the util, let's use the walls, let's make sure the stuns are there.
Yep.
And then being able to just be a little bit quicker when they want to be, but it's still kind of insane to see.
I mean, we're trying a new composition here on Ascent for NRG, something they're debuting for this tournament. In the past, it's been a lot of KO, as you've said. We've even seen the Astra come through on this map before, but NRG throwing a bit of a curveball, and I ain't talking Phoenix against Vitality here. It looks like we have a pause already. Might be just a bit of a technical issue coming online.
Yeah, something spotted in that first round, but the side of Vitality here on a Thrifty. I think the story of this game so far has to be this composition from NRG, because like I said before, they've struggled on Ascent. They haven't really won it at all recently, and they've obviously changed their composition. They're trying to change up and see if there's something that works a little bit longer. And when you have such a crazy comp kind of enter into the scene, I'm saying crazy only because Ethan is on the Neon.
Yeah,
that means that they've had some crazy success in scrims in order to pull this out. I mean, Kiko usually being on the Jet, and then Mata on the Phoenix, other way around too. They've switched those roles, but it's just insane. Like, I feel like there has to be some sort of crazy trap play that they're setting up off of this, because NRG, they're so good on their defensive side, and it's such a big question mark to me, but it makes this game even more exciting, because I really didn't like their Ascent before.
I mean, you look at his past results, and it's like you have to scroll really, really far back before you start to find any hint of a duel is being played by Ethan, but we'll trust it. Trust the process here. Ethan was one of my standouts in that day one game against PRX, where it did feel like for NRG, despite losing that opening, even fracture, the gun rounds they had were still pretty clean. They completely through the IGLing of Ethan, I would assume, outmaneuvering PRX on Lotus. We're going to unpause the game now as we head into the second round. Problem solved on the technical side. Let's see if we can solve the problem of this Vitality second round.
Slow working towards that A main. Profec has been deposited past this smoke. There is a Kiko, though, on the other side with that Outlaw, ready to hold, ready to clear. Might just get overwhelmed, but there has to be some sort of quick play.
I don't think Kiko's really going to walk too far forward. He'll just take his one and even get on out without taking a single shot. Full HP and armor intact as well. Vitality thought they could just completely rush into his line. Numbers for it, one of their entries in Sayonara.
Going down once again. Same thing as that pistol round. Losing that first player, falling back, just trying to find any of these picks. But the double push into male by these players from B main. Getting one pick, getting a second Brock onto Durkee, and now they're just pushing towards that mid.
Yep, you have to get rid of these players now. Prophet's trying to come all the way from spawn as Marta takes down Chronicle. This round is going to end in a flawless. Flash is nice. Marta's spotted Prophet out, and the rest of the team should be arriving in due order. What a nice flank coming through from the two players pushed up into tiles.
Yeah, Vitality just looking a little lost when that initial peak isn't working out for them. That initial entry, they just kind of fall back, try to get their ones. But we can't say anything too much too yet because they're gonna be on their first gun round this next round. And then NRG having that bonus, they have a couple rifles. They have that Bulldog, of course, the Spectre. Probably gonna look to see if they do something aggressive. Not really, but the double duelist towards a B main here for the side of NRG.
Kiko this time come out from Cat. Still looking for his opportunity on the Outlaw. He's gonna walk really far down.
My.
And just a double shot onto the Chronicle, hiding. What a read coming through from Kiko, and he's just gonna get out scot-free. And now Scuba's gonna be tucked into that corner as well. Two players working off each other. Scuba ready to come out for blood. And Kiko will even come through on the Headhunter as well. This gun round is completely falling to pieces.
This is insane. The trap setup working beautifully. That first initial pick, the aggression, no one's holding, and Profect actually manages to get that pick onto Mata, walking up through A main, uses a fake TP into that smoke, but Kiko's here to punch with the Outlaw. The peek coming in, and he gets the third kill of the round. 1v4 all of a sudden here for Durkee.
Painful for Vitality. Bonus converted for NRG here, only losing Marta. It's Durka trying to be sneaky beaky going into B. Can hear that Ethan's already slipping and sliding there. But I think Ethan knows something is up. They will all know something is up once the plant does come on through.
Spike planted.
Ethan waiting for the troops. One more rifle upgrade. Ethan would love to take away this Vandal, and you're feeling like it will be the case. Relay bolts don't quite hit, but all the util flying on through regardless here. Ethan down. Durka has to strike. We've already started tapping the spike.
Crazy how good NRG is playing right now. I've always talked about NRG as the team that has one of the best defense sides. They're so good, they're so proactive when they are playing together, when their teamwork is there. The ability to just make sure they're setting up those trap setups, getting those initial picks. For me, it's crazy that Kiko was even allowed to walk all the way up here and no one's punishing him from top mid.
Yeah, they couldn't, unfortunately, not there in time, and just rendezvous away as well. So quick.
Yep.
But the read to even know that Chronicle might be there, pushing up, finding that kill. Unchallenged. Now NRG looking good in the first 3 rounds. Vitality's economy already in shambles. Quite a few sheriffs online here as we once again challenge over for A main.
Getting that orb one away from Hunter's Fury here for Yampi. Durka just trying to get any pick towards mid. The team regrouping towards this top mid, and Brock is going to be the player that's over here. Needs to use that dart soon enough or get that contact onto Durka.
Brock Odin time. Kiko still got ultimate here to play through if anything else goes wrong. I mean, look how dirty that is. Just Odin through the wall. Brock just knows exactly where his shots need to be placed. And he'll take down that drone. Recon's going to come on through. All eyes on Market, and what more damage can Brock do before everyone starts walking on in? A flying headshot, sayonara. Says goodbye to Kiko. It's one player dealt with. Vitality make their way onto site. NRG retaken.
Kiko in B main, he should have just had a better positioning there. He had that whole line, but the retake's online all of a sudden for NRG. They flooded in.
Checking their corners. It's Brock again though, onto Prophet. Hunter's Fury, we talked about Yampi with that a little bit earlier on. He's trying to just get anything done with it, a tag, bit of damage, some information. But it's Marta and Ethan. Sayonara does get his HP back though. 2 versus 2. He ripped that ultimate, but we just got a defuse in. Caught sleeping there. Vitality couldn't stop it.
Mata with a beautiful 3K. That looked really scary there for NRG. I mean, Sayonara just getting those picks was really nice to see. But I think, again, Kiko just got caught off guard. I don't know if that was just a timing thing, but he had that full B main line. He's probably just scared that someone was going to be coming in through that B main, flanking him as the execute was going on. So he wanted to rotate back into that site. But now, obviously, we're looking at a timeout from Vitality, which makes a lot of sense because they haven't won a single round in this.
Think basics.
Just so pigeonholed in on that one position. They go towards C long, see players there. They've got utility ready and lined up, and they're throwing in hot hands. But all 4 of these players are only worried about the front, and it is that one small, tiny little detail of the Omen TP that takes them a second too long to piece together. But still big from Bang to hit those shots as well. Hunter's Fury searching for Loida. Run it back used by Asuna. Kraven might be tagged a little bit, trading out the run it backs, but they will indeed keep Asuna away from the big punish. And Kraven still hasn't been detected in the corner. The snake in the grass striking. This time the Venom sinks deep, but they respond convincingly.
Yeah, I think Timotino is actually quick enough to get his teammate while he's hiding in that corner. And then the Molotov just forces an awkward fight for Kraven. Looking like a much tighter map than what we saw in the last. The back and forth, leaving us level once again, and the trade outs of those run it backs mean that there's not going to be a massive amount to play with going into the next round. I was very worried that for 100 Thieves, this might just be the mental break, but instead, after that back and forth continues, going to be a pause now taken for BBL. Of course, both teams desperate to go into that second half with the advantage, not wanting the pistol to potentially be a defining factor in this map. And for BBL, after having a good streak of rounds, you can understand why, after a couple of blips, their coach wants to get involved.
Well, yeah, I think especially that one. Like I said, it's one of those moments where your attention is elsewhere. Your full focus is on those 2 players swinging. He was on the spike that just fell to the floor. And, you know, at that point, you probably imagine there's 2 or 3 more guys about to come swinging around that corner, getting ready for it, pushing down to take the space. And you miss a small detail. In moments like this, that can cost you a map, and it can cost you a series. And a game as close as this,
This should do.
very well might. Maybe I'll take that timeout with 2 rounds left to play for in this half. For 100 Thieves, certainly coming in better armed. But in terms of ultimates, miles away from the important ones. I think there's a good chance we don't even get to see Asuna's run it back online by the time the half ends. But the same can be said for Larocque. Them both burning those up in the last round has taken them out of the equation. And a crucial swing part of the map. I do think, though, if I remove the ultimates and we still see that aggression from BBL, I think they'll go back to winning ways. Because the disruption from 100 Thieves in that round, the only thing that saved them was that from the shadows. If Bang even just gets 1 there, the round's over.
Yeah, that's true. Although the next round, a little bit more chaotic. And I think the thing that I liked from the last round was there was a lot of chaos. There was players missed in corners. There was bits that you could look at as mistakes, but then you go, okay, 100 Thieves come out of it alive. And I think that was where you look back to the last map where the second chaos ensued. That was where it seemed like BBL just ran away with it. So the fact they're able to weather the storm a little bit more in this map at least fills me with some confidence. I think that TP is a great example of it. That is Bang adapting to the chaos that has been this BBL side. And that is why we've maybe seen BBL put on the back foot a little bit here. That, okay, we're not just going to allow you to go in swinging and decimate us. And also, Larocque, for his standards, is now having a quieter map. The last one, he was untouchable, unstoppable. And now I think he's being matched.
Well, indeed, for 100 Thieves, that previous map, it was definitely a blow. 13 rounds in a row. And going 2-0 down in this one. I did start to wonder, is this team crumbling? With it being their map pick previously as well, it's rare to see the blowout like that. Oh, look at that. Come prepared. the other half back home. Well, it's been an interesting series so far. I think the one thing, though, for me, looking at BBL, is the aggression, is how it gets tempered over time. Because this is a young roster, and you can get away with this. We've seen it in the old days with like your G2 roster back in 2021, where they used to play an insanely aggressive style. They played loose with much less structure than we have nowadays. But nobody punished them. For like a year, they got away with it. They would take fights they shouldn't. They would push when they had advantages. And every time they'd find success. But we always said one day people will figure this out. One day teams will just have the fundamentals, the structure there to then make the adaptations to punish every mistake you're making. And when that day comes, you'll fade into irrelevance. Most of those players don't play anymore. So it kind of shows you where we're at in that world. And I view it as a similarity with BBL right now, in that you can play like this, that all-out aggression. But Turkey themselves had to adapt. They used to be that. They used to be your, not even G2 clone. They were a more aggressive version of that old G2 roster. They played so aggressive in every single fight. It was a 5v1, they'll push you one by one because every single player on that roster believes that not only can he beat you, that he will beat you 9 out of 10 times. If not, I think they believe 10 out of 10 times. And then they go, oh, I guess it was lag, latency, something like that. The mouse let me down. So for BBL, yeah, it works for now. But if 100 Thieves can crack that code here today, and it's going to be one day, someone's going to figure it out. Someone's going to have that response, and we'll need to see that extra layer too. Oh, that one doesn't want to play.
I like that. I like the fact that the Rock is trying to play with anybody that he can. He clearly not feeling the pressure whatsoever. Oh, he's now playing with Mitch. Oh.
He got me.
He got you.
He got me.
You've taken...
Damn it!
Taken a massive L.
Over in London, I was doing well. I was slaying people with it. I did my scissors rock method. It always works.
Against the best in the world?
I shouldn't say that. Now people know my
against
method.
the best in the world.
No, not against the best. And that's it. He's proven it there in the stage.
You need to train.
He's got the dub already.
He can beat you in aim. He can beat you in the rock, paper, scissors as well, but ultimately, there's a slightly bigger game at hand. And I am looking forward to the conclusion, because of course it is the talk of the town of who's going to be making into that playoff stage first. Of course, we know, I believe now at this point, we know that it's going to be a EDG on that bounce back after defeating RRQ in the elimination game earlier on over on the B stream. So ultimately, this team, one of them goes through, gets to go straight into the playoffs. The other has to go back and play EDG, which, yeah, I don't know if that's something anybody would really want.
For 100 Thieves, you come up against EDG there. You know, I believe they've got a chance, for sure. Could be definitely be a fun game to watch. But facing EDG in the lower bracket, that's not somewhere I want to be. And then for BBL facing EDG in the lower bracket in a rematch,
yeah,
that's definitely not putting a nice taste in my mouth. I don't think anyone wants to be down there, and I think for most people, maybe with full roster, EDG should be running through that upper bracket run. So for 100 Thieves, for BBL, this matchup, yeah, we've got a second chance, but that second chance is a chance to outswim a shark. And it looks like we're getting fist bumps down on the stage. Folks, we might be ready to roll pretty soon. And indeed, we are already underway. 1:35 on the clock, and aggression from Lovers Rock. He's been caught this time, but he's got backup. Rose, the second layer to him. They're suspecting it. The Molly's caught him. He's dead to rights. He's taken full health bar from the hot hands. Oh, that's a devastating way to kick this one off. They're in a 5v2.
Yeah, a little bit of karma, maybe. You've given the game away with how aggressive you're going to be, that your opponents are starting to just throw utility into smokes.
I have the spike.
But either way, looking like they might continue in towards the remaining setup. Kreven and Loiter, this would have to be an impressive hold. The drone already going through, likely to give the game away, and already Kreven distracted, leaves Loiter alone. They could just leave and go back the other way, but they want to send this man into the dirt, and he's having none of it. Running out of the site, the round all but concluded. And 100 Thieves will take back the lead.
Well, disgraceful you don't believe in the Loida 1v5 Ninja Defuse.
I do not.
He was just getting the weapon for the Ninja Defuse. Now he thought it was planted on C. It's a little mistake. He'll figure it out. But obviously saving this weapon through to the next with the state of the economy is very important. But hold on, there's a player very close. Now he's whiffed on him. This should be it. Lloyd has got to run for the hills, and he has no chance of escape. Asuna right behind him for the flawless round in 100 Thieves camp. That's got to feel good. What a bounce back.
Yeah, and it has been a constant back and forth throughout this map so far. Of course, the pistol taken home by the IGL, but this is the fact that you could see that throughout this game, 100 Thieves have had to be more prepared for the opponents just taking these risks through the smoke and shutting down both Lovers Rock and Rose within the first few seconds of the round. Felt like a domino effect. The buy that's coming up here is maybe not the greatest, but it is still going to be rifles across the board. And again, 100 Thieves are in the right place at the right time, watching for those players into middle. An early shutdown, but LaRock has quickly found a kill back. He's denied the ultimate and is still going. Finally, they managed to deal with him, but it is just back and forths all over the shop.
The TP taken to the A site, steps close as Rose is already at the gates. He's closing the distance. He's right on the site. He slipped past. They have no idea. The paranoia does nothing. And now out goes the drone to see the last, to mark him. Marked for death is Cryo. Rose single-handedly solving the problem that was that 2v2 and putting us neck and neck at the halftime.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. That is him winning the first round and the last round of the half.
3K in the first, yeah.
And then doing not a lot in between. We finished 7-7, so that's 5 kills.
Oh, it was a 3K and a 2K.
Rounds, and then for the rest of the entirety of the half. But hey, if you could win your team 2 rounds as an IGL, I don't think that's too bad. And of course, will leave us level. I think ultimately you're going to look at this and go, you win the pistol and it ends up 6-6. It's not the greatest of halves for BBL. I think a good recovery from 100 Thieves, especially when you see that 3-round streak coming in. You might start to get a little bit nervous, but I think they've done well where they utilize their pauses. Both sides keeping this one close. And of course, you go back to map number 1 and OT defeat on their own map choice for BBL. Very easily could have taken this one in 2, and I unfortunately won't be saying the same for 100 Thieves, who really struggled on their own map choice. But I'm glad to see that that hasn't boomed them. That they are back in this map and back in this matchup, and as said, the victory will take them through to the playoffs, which when you think back to last year, BBL with a completely different squad did make it. 100 Thieves in the group of death failed. It would be new heights for them at EWC.
Yeah, I think the main one in BBL's camp, just the fact that this is a roster that after those changes come out to the Yoru, we see them fade a little bit, right? They have to take time to adapt, but they don't have time going from an international to a regional event. The meta shifts multiple times, and playing keep up, playing catch up is more so the issue. They can prove that they're still a team that can make those deep international runs with just one map here. It'd already be solidifying themselves amongst the upper echelon for what wouldn't be the first time this year. That's when you call it proof as opposed to circumstance. We certainly know they're capable, but after that second map, gotta be honest, I thought it was a definite. I thought they were a shoo-in to take this across the line, but 100 Thieves have dug deep. Timotino's been very impressive as well today. I think especially on Lotus, like his raise there was fantastic, or sorry, the Waylay was fantastic there. Raise on the previous, and now here on the Neon, finding that impact again. But Kraven last 2 maps for BBL has stepped up. He's been such an important sentinel in terms of staying alive, but now putting up that impact as well. As Sheriff is starting to sing. Although here, he has got the Bandit for the pistol.
Slower. Patient start from the side of BBL. Maybe expecting some aggression on the other side as well. Of course, you do have that double duelist in tow, but it's Timotino who's gone walking out. But that's more of the bait. There's a second player up close, but he's been caught by the cam. Good spot They're not done fighting this just yet, continuing that brawl towards the A site, maybe trying to force them back into the utility.
Yeah, this is all just a ruse towards that A site, right? Sending the drone out towards long. The cam's been checking the entire time. They want to take any early information, any silent alarms that could start ringing out of the hands of 100 Thieves, so they don't know that there's no one on A long. They don't know there's no one close on A short. And as a result, they don't rotate to the other side of the map, which means that all alone is going to be Cryo. Although, actually, support coming through. Bangs on the quick rotation. Ran through the smoke so quickly, and Bangs found two. A shock dart kills come in, and all of a sudden, Lloyd is the last man standing. It looked like BBL had managed to strike with a surprise, but 100 Thieves, and especially Bang, looked more than ready for that play.
Oh, for Loiter. It then becomes an impossible clutch. Not enough time to do anything, and another high-impact round from Bang. A triple kill over on that C site, and honestly, it's looking like his site at the moment after the TP play we saw earlier, and now holding on that side of the map. But even just the way he danced around his own utility, had that additional support as well, and an important victory to grant them the lead.
And I think for Bang, what's important to highlight is, like, this guy's been in a position where he's had a lot of impact so far, down from the utility, from the survivability and keeping the smokes online, but mainly those paranoias have been on fire. They got 100 Thieves. I think 2 of the 3 rounds that they found on Split were because of entries that came off the back of that paranoia, perfectly timed, perfectly positioned. But now he's starting to have big individual rounds as well. Top of the scoreboard for 100 Thieves at the moment. And that's a dangerous prospect. The From the Shadows success, no doubt, giving him a little bit more confidence. Peppering those players from behind. It looks like we might have another small break in the action. Hopefully nothing to keep you too long. We'll see if I can get a rematch. I'm confident this time, to be honest. I think the strategy is to start with paper. He started scissors last time, so he'll change. Always.
Right.
Very embarrassing if I'm wrong, but hey, no time for that.
It was already embarrassing.
We'll get the game in off camera, off stage, so I can say I won no matter what.
But you could have done that anyway, but you know.
That's true, actually. They didn't
just
see
no
it,
one would have believed you.
Yeah. He was asking me what I picked as well, so I could have just lied. I could have been like, oh yeah, I picked scissors, mate. Unlucky.
Yeah, but that would have kept you up at night.
It would have, yeah. I need to win fair and square. And I will, one day. I'll figure him out. Well, let's see if 100 Thieves can figure them out. As right now the lead is already found and a chance to extend it even further up against the Pistols. But this is where BBL do some of their finest, and by that I mean stress-inducing work. But the Pistols, it's only 2 bandits to work with. Majority classics. And Loida has ripped Asina's head off. I believe he was blind also.
Oh. Giving them an opener.
And a weapon.
A few spam shots going through. 3 players will be on this A side of the map, but it seems like BBL want absolutely nothing to do with it. And a lot of this is just being covered off by utility.
Go, go, go.
Already spamming a couple of bullets towards the dart, trying to hold players to that side of the map, and it has done exactly that. But now they need to get running. They need to get moving. As Cryo's here completely alone. Bear in mind that Spectre has been put into the Neon's hand. A good trip will get 1, but it's an immediate trade back. Solid work from Larocque. The plant being baited to try and get somebody to try and swing if they were close. Instead, though, the shock dart will come through. Do quite a lot of damage, in fact, to Larocque, but he still stands.
Plan found for Larocque as well, 2 away from a run it back, and this is an all-out aggression from the attacking side. They're going straight into the spawn, but the stun back in return has at least bought a moment of reprieve for this squad. It doesn't last long. Lover's Rock. Some of the kill feed says Bang killed him after he died, which is, it must have been instantaneous. But what a play from BBL to come into that round having as little as they did, 2 bandits, find the opening. And again, I'm pretty sure Larocque was flashed when he found that opening. Or was it Loida?
Loiter.
Loida, yeah, I'm pretty sure he was blind. That's crazy. Eats the flash and just pops the headshot. Anyways, fair enough.
And that Spectre's what ends up closing the round as well. So that is a bitter defeat for 100 Thieves. They get the start they were looking for, but it really does feel like nothing is separating these 2 teams. Well, now you get that massive injection of cash. You look at the investment into rifles for the side of BBL. Of course, the only freebie is Lover's Rock. There's going to have the Outlaw, which, to be honest, would have been his weapon of choice. I like this push-up, though, from Martino, but unfortunately the trip is going to be in his way. No sneaky play to be had. Hoping maybe there was a way under it, but he's definitely too tall for that.
Another for Lloyd, that walk out of the smoke almost got a lot for Asuna. Damage, but nothing to convert into kills. The problem with having the pistols, of course. And the rest of the squad now just going to sit back and wait. Let the spike explode and avoid giving any orbs away. When you look at the orb play for BBL already, the ultimate economy, the main man who would want those already has them. Laroc would run it back for the next round, the full buy of 100 Thieves. And especially on the attack side, like, well, obviously on the defense, in terms of playing the retake, it's going to have a lot of value. So for Asuna coming into the next round, if they can find an orb, if he finds a pick, that's going to be huge. But Laroc can get them in. And the problem is, Laroc could probably just run it aside anyways, and I'll give him a pretty good chance of taking it. If he's has the opportunity to go at it twice, it's a different story altogether.
Well, that's what he was doing on the last map, on the Rays. He was just dropping down off high angles, and then while landing, having enough time to correct and insta-headshot people. Like, his performance in the last map was phenomenal. And yeah, he's been a little bit quieter in this one, but with Loiter stepping up, Kreven up there as well, they are now in the lead. Now, the investment into the Odin is a new piece for them to deal with. But it seems like they found their gap. They found the place where they want to put the pressure on, and that is the C-side.
The response from 100 Thieves is mid-control. The Odin spam is just to break that window wall and maybe do a little bit of damage, but nobody's there. BBL are playing a very direct game straight into this C-site, but already the rotates are there. 100 Thieves have the read, and that Hot Hands hasn't reached fully into backside. Run it back now, online. Laroc already tagged down to 46. The flash, though, might get him an opening. Never mind. Bang and Vora. With Rose and Lover's Rock down, they might think about leaving this site, running for the hills, and that's exactly the port of call. Problem is, the cam saw them, and Loida gets spammed to death, leaving Laroc to do it all. A 1v5. Hey, listen, I said second lease of life. This guy would be dangerous, but not against these odds.
Yeah, fantastic hold. The initial delay, the catch of the flank immediately, and then just the pace at which we saw that rotation come in from 100 Thieves. Even though they left one man alone on that site, they felt incredibly ready to make that move back in. Look at the time they actually pushed the backside. There's already about 4 players ready and waiting for BBL to try and make that move. Even still, it's another investment, but really does feel like this is going to go all the way. Neither team really able to find a steady footing just yet.
There they are.
Oh, Timotino has taken a lot of space and hearing a lot of steps. The rotations are already coming towards this A site from 100 Thieves. It's Timotino. They shouldn't expect him this early to be tucked in that corner, but they've seen him. Rose spotted the edge of him, but unfortunately couldn't land the shot. And so BBL now, having lost all that space in mid, you can't really just commit to the A site. You know the rotates have probably happened. You have to kind of re-clear that mid space so they don't have an immediate flank on you. And with no information towards the C side either, BBL are playing this round blind because of how this round started.
Still, now they've been spotted. They've been seen around that middle area, but it does seem like 100 Thieves are playing into the retake this time. You have the run it back available to you. Maybe hoping for a kill off the back of the trip. Instead, he goes walking out. I'm surprised by that. It looked like a retake setup instead. Damage being done onto the ult, but even still, they've got to be careful. And advantage still held. Timotino, the first to make a move. Kreven's shot not connected and bypassed by his opponent, leaving Lover's Rock in an impossible scenario. An easy cleanup for 100 Thieves and maybe a gamble or two taken by Cryo. I was surprised by that swing, but even still, disrupting the take of BBL and now taking the lead back for themselves.
I was looking at the minimap when he opened cam. Did you see if he saw them on site? Because I'm guessing he just...
I think so.
Oh, well, yeah, that's
I
unhinged.
thought he saw them in the cam.
That's
Maybe
unhinged then. Is if he missed them, if they were behind the box, then that makes sense. You know, you just think, oh, I can get out on the site a little quicker before they get in. But I guess he did look like he was ready to take the fight. swung out with intentions, and, well, can't knock him for trying. A round win found nonetheless, in 100 Thieves with the lead, 9-8. The thing is, for BBL, they're still able to buy into this one, and the credits could shape up okay depending on how this goes. Even if they do lose, grab a plant out of this situation, it won't be the end of the world. A few ultimates that are close by as well. But the reality is 100 Thieves, they have plenty of credits. They can keep rebuying. They also have ultimates that are coming online. The Hunter's Fury especially for Vora. The lead under their belt. A little bit more momentum, and they'll be across this line.
So well placed, but it's just whether or not he moves at the wrong time. Drone needs to be denied. Instead, they're going to try and catch him. Maybe not the best position anymore. Never mind. The Odin is cleared. Pinged up is going to make it awkward, but instead, Asta again. This is looking like a complete shutdown, and now they're almost tempted to get aggressive to clear out those remaining couple. Rifle retrieve for Loiter. It's the deadly duo that were desired by many. But turning this round seems impossible. They are boxed in.
Yep, and now they know it. Timotino striking from behind with the operator, puts it down to just LaRock with 4 players on their way. And a very good idea of exactly where he can be. If he doesn't even get spammed behind that box, I'll be surprised. And now he certainly will. Asuna takes him down for double digits on 100 Thieves, and they do it in flawless fashion. If you thought their money was a problem before, it most definitely will be now. And for BBL, after a close, incredibly close first map, going to OT, and then a dominant second in their favor, seems like they might be running out of steam at the very last moment.
It's been a back and forth series. Even the way that first map started, it looked like there was an opportunity for 100 Thieves to run away with it. Then the same for BBL. Then map number 2, after 100 Thieves took the victory, I was going in saying, oh, they need to have a dominant half. Well, they had a dominant 13 rounds in a row. And now, this map has been anything but dominance. It's been back and forth all the way through. 3 rounds in a row is the most that any team has managed to garner in a streak. And well, after a few in a row, that's the moment that a pause comes through. I believe from the BBL coaching staff, a chance potentially for them to get some wise words from Key, but it's a scenario where, yeah, you fought tooth and nail. You've shown that maybe there's more depth to your map pool than you might have expected with Split, and obviously Haven being a little bit further down their pecking order. But if this is the first time we see 4 rounds in a row in this map, I wonder if it might be the trigger towards the end.
Well, this is the last stand of BBL. 100 Thieves are about to hit 11. It will have to be a gargantuan effort to get back into the game if they lose this one. And the full buy comes into play. No credits for the next spam from Asuna. He's put under pressure. Vora delivers, but the kills, at least for now, not picking a favorite. Trading back and forth. Krevin's done his work, but there is much more to be done. BBL calling the freeze for now, or perhaps the full-on retreat. Leaving the A site, making their way. If it's towards those pings, I fear they may go C. No, okay, into the window. I think they were saying be careful of the C push, and that's a good thing because now look at where Timotino is. The operator's waiting on C, watching for Garage, watching for C long. But the B site, the easier fight. Still Bang to deal with. He's actually stepped away.
Antishuri could deny them. Look at the position of Vora. You don't play this spot for no reason. He's trying to get them, and he's caught Loiter, his 3rd kill of the round already. Rose will get his own ultimate online from this plant, but it's finding a position where he's able to use it that's going to be far more of a problem. In fact, I think he's just going to have to commit to playing the site alongside his teammate, LaRock at the back. That's Bang spotted, but the other 2 are still unknown. There could be a player flanking through middle that they have to be aware of. The spam shot's not bad, but not quite the kill, and Bang leaves it now just to Rose. A nice first shot, but he's so desperately low, but he gets them all! 5 HP for Rose! But once again, he shows those thorns.
It seemed like it was BBL's darkest day, and Rose decides to bloom. A fantastic clutch from a man on 5 HP against players held in much higher regard than him. That is something else. It was an even trade situation to start this out, but it looked like the work was done. The game was over, and just like that.
I didn't believe for a second. Not 1 second, especially when I see Timotino jump across to bait for his teammate. It looked like the freest kill of all time, but somehow Rose has managed to land the shots. 3 rounds in a row, we mentioned it. Nobody has broken that trend throughout this map so far, and still nobody has broken that trend. It took a 1 versus 3, and lucky to be alive is Vora.
Go, go, go!
Joke's over. Oh, the run it back from Asano right away. They heard players in mid, and he just wants to full pressure them. Still plenty of room left on that for him to find a battle, but not one that he wins. Rose dealing with that ultimate.
Take flight.
And BBL have plenty of their own in response to Hunter's Fury that had a lot of impact for 100 Thieves in the previous round. Now online for Rose thanks to his big clutch. The finger guns there. If Lovers Rock wants to up the pace and play pace even without that operator, might be the way to entry into Garage. And indeed it will be. Activated, fired in, and now with the stun, this becomes very dangerous, but that Molly has bought Asuna a lot of time. He's able to slip out, he's made it to long. He should have been dead to rights.
That paranoia also helped him. Bang slowed them down, walking on the other side, but Laroc's won the fight. Spike now going back towards A. An aggressive push coming in, but the lurk of Kreven has been dealt with. Leaves things back into a 3v3 scenario. Now they know exactly where their opponents are sitting. The aggressive heaven spot was bait, but Rose has been dealt with immediately. Puts them back to a 2v3, another clutch scenario needed for BBL.
It was a big round for Larocque, and now Lloyd is joining him. 2 versus 2. Bang and Cryo to find. And they're split as well. They're coming from different sides. Time is against them now, ticking. Ever quicker is the spike. The timing for Bang perfect as he catches Lloyd, and now just Larocque left to deal with. Caught in the corner and taken out with plenty of time left. 100 Thieves. They managed to make it all the way to 11.
Hey, they definitely got a little bit spicy in the middle. And a good recovery towards the end of the round. The breakback's also going to cause massive issues for the economy of that BBL side. Bear in mind that only a singular player survived in the last round. They were having to utilize Guardians, etc. And with advantages found in this round, they weren't able to capitalize. Even the shots connected, it was just timing of that push through the smoke. And you can see what they've had. It's Larocque with a run it back and a rifle. Everybody else will be down to the pistols. They're going to need him to have a lights out round.
This, if ever, is his moment. All eyes on Larocque. The Phoenix with the ult online. And in fact, this push towards the seaside, it started well. They've actually managed to send Timotino backwards on 40 HP. Kreven falls, unfortunately, but that rifle of Larocque is all we're worried about. How much can it get done? It's being caught by a trap. More time delayed, more time wasted. The op now fires, but it catches him as he's fading into the mist. Oh my goodness, the shorty came out for Timotino. Cryo rushed in for a big side swipe. And what looked to be a scary round with that run it back leading the charge with the op shots missed with the damage onto Timotino ends up as a flawless.
They are set up and ready to close out this map. The third and final in the series. They've had to fight tooth and nail to claw their way through their maps, with Split in the middle being a different story. However, if they make it into that playoff stage, I don't think they're going to give a damn how they got there. The main thing is making it there, having that extra preparation time for what will be coming up next week. And for BBL, they are a round away from having to try and fight versus EDG again. It's a faster pace, but Cryo again living for the moment. Caught the push-up from Bang. It's going to be an interesting one, and he's found another victim. Leaves another disadvantage TP to the other side of the map with the spike, in fact, from Loiter. Mates are nowhere to be seen. They're waiting for the rotations to be pulled. I'd be able to get a plant that, I don't know, I feel like it would leave me confused, and I can see everything that's going on.
It's too risky as well. He has no idea if there's a player close to him in heaven. You plant, he kills you, nobody can stop the defuse. Have to wait for the rest of the team, but the problem is the longer that takes, and they don't know if short or long are clear, they have to take their time. But now 100 Thieves start to realize they're not going to keep 3 players outside C. They're going to push. They're going to go through mid, through garage, see that nobody's there. Eventually, you're going to have Asuna check C long. No one's there. And all the pieces start to add up and starts to make sense. 30 seconds on the clock, and as soon as they're spotted here, there's going to be a player on their back immediately. BBL should expect that. No noise across the map. Somebody must be contacting somewhere. But can they expect them to be this close? Bang. Drawing their eye to start with. Still has a paranoia, and that's going to be set up any moment now. They're waiting for it. In fact, there's the paranoia. Now the swing comes through, and he misses. It's a whiff from Timotino. A lifeline for a BBL that looked dead to rights moments ago. 3 players all from the same angle. A spray down could solve this, could give BBL another chance, but Loida has to do it all. Rose showed him it was possible, but not this time. 100 Thieves, 13-9, with a bounce back from the desolation of Split. They've locked in and planted their flag in playoffs.
Last year at EWC, they were placed into the group of death. Of course, a lot has changed since then. New players, new blood. I think Timotino has definitely been one of the most exciting to add into this roster. But the changes of coaching staff as well have brought them to a place they've not made it to before. The playoff stage is theirs. And for BBL, this means another fight needs to be had if they are going to make it into that playoffs bracket later in the tournament. It is a big step up from 100 Thieves and a victory well earned.
And I think you see exactly what I was talking about during that game as well. The shirt game from MBS, almost as beautiful as a 100 Thieves game on the server. It's great to see them living their best life down there on the stage. And I said down there, right behind us on the stage. There's a lot of energy from these boys, and I think it was so important looking back at some of the moments where they were trailing, where they were down, even on Split. They find a round, a flash in the pan, they're on their feet. They're getting excited. They didn't allow all of the death blows that they were dealt to take them out of this game. And in the end, they come through with a splendid final map to close out this series. For playoffs, this is definitely going to be a team to keep your eye on. And with a little bit of time to prepare now.
Yeah, that's the main thing. They get that little bit of additional days, I guess it is, to acclimatize and to get ready to be on point for the playoffs. Nonetheless, a man who's always on point is T-Gon.
I thought it was me.
Thank you very much, guys. And it was all the way there, 13-9 for 100 Thieves to finally put BBL to bed. But it was a fantastic match and hero moments throughout, finally on that Haven. But 100 Thieves, they get it done and right the wrongs from last year's EWC qualification and make it through to the playoff stage. Our first team to do it here. T-Gon here alongside Kukuka, and big time to break that last one down.
Turner here, and all of a sudden NRG, they've just taken that time out as well. That last round, they're going to be struggling to find answers here. Coming down to that 2v3. 2 ults online though. Sayonara with the run it back. He's on that cat. Might try to do something a little bit aggressive, and Durka back on this B main.
I mean, one more round and NRG's going to be full broke here. Kiko at least will shut down the run it back quick and easy, as the rest of the players start to find their way on towards B. 3 members from Vitality here to receive, and Durka all the way in boat. Speaking of that, Chronicle will be the first up. Durka doubles for Ethan. It's only Kiko that will get something against Yampi here to keep things so competitive. So 4 alive, though, as the Steel Garden comes on through. But at this point in time, NRG got to peel away from B, at least for the time being.
4v3 shutting crazy clutch. They needed that. The round fell apart, even though it looked so good for Vitality. That was absolutely stunning. Here, Chronicle, Durka doing their jobs really well. Kiko with that pick. But oh my god, Prophet. That was insane. And he got the final shot too. That's disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, through the smoke as well. And that's not even a typical plant. You might often see the plant like behind the gen, looking over towards tree, where that spam wouldn't have really connected with anything. But he'll get it done now. Sayonara tucked away, easy on the Kiko, can't TP away. It's another 5v4. Vitality happy with that start.
Pushing all the way through to Tiles, gets Mata with his back turn, but it doesn't matter, the pick comes in. Mata now still set up towards mid, the spike going towards that A. All these players though on NRG are split up.
Mata's trying to break his way into sight here. Durka finally gets punished through, just as Mata sees Yampi, running back is expended. Just want to end that trade 4 versus 3. With limited numbers here from Vitality, they've completely left B open. I mean, there's still a bunch of Vice util on A, but they're just going to have to play for retake on B now.
4v3. The retake potential is there. They do have that Paranoia online. They have the dart ready. But 4 players for NRG, it's going to be really hard because they have all this extra util as well. The Paranoia on Scuba. Spike's going to go down, using a lot of util to clear onto site. Going to figure out that no one's there.
Yep. Notably, though, drone saved. Paranoia saved by Scuba there as well. This is the round that will put us into map point. Now, you talked about the utility available from Vitality. Paranoias will be traded shortly here, you'd imagine. Importantly, the recon is gone as well. The smoke start to fade here. Paranoia prepped and ready. That's going to be the go button. Profek should be looking to send it through. Yampi in. First kill should be easy. Imagine with a relay bolt calls and Profit. Profek again wanted to be the hero. Now Chronicle has to be for his team, and it won't be enough. Doesn't quite see Scuba. 2 is left. You'd imagine even if he did, the trade would have been there anyway. NRG found the open site, got the free plant, forced the full retake to come on through, and it was not successful for Vitality.
12-11. NRG 1 round away from winning Vitality's map pick. The map that they haven't had that much success on. But of course, Vitality able to bring it to an overtime here. They have the means to do so. Operator online for Durka once again. He's holding that towards mid. But NRG, 5 players outside of A.
Rocker's ult for this one as well. Excellent for a post-plant opportunity. Okay, this is going to be util just thrown on in. Ethan and Mata not wasting any time here. Yampi onto Mata. Wow, this attack is starting to fall apart just like that. A couple players already gone. Hunter's Fury now coming through from main to cause some problems. Sayonara has been taken down. Profek finds that Sova, and we'll get a little bit more to Yampi as well. OT, here we come.
Again, these retakes have been so good from Vitality when they have the means to do so, when they're doing that flood retake. Every time that NRG seems to be grouped, executing as 5, it seems to always get shut down. Profek, beautiful shot, and Yampi, of course, running out through tree. Again, Profek staying alive for so long on site, just being annoying, throwing down that dark cover in the middle of site, playing hell, using the Paranoia as well on the timing that his teammates are coming to retake. Just such a well-played round here from Vitality. And all of a sudden, we're in overtime. From 7-0, we're in overtime.
Never tell me the odds, says Vitality. It's always good for a comeback. A win behind their sails. First round of the OT here. Oh, smoke comes down just in time. That's actually from Vitality. Prevents them from finding that opening kill. Drone sees 2. That's pretty massive information.
They know that trap setup is set up towards mid now. Breaking that drone, not getting the information right away. They're walking to another trap setup on Cat.
Big flash. Ethan, though, gets a big stun in response. And Sayonara has no exit. Paranoia will flood on through. Kiko now back on the line. Those are the jet of Durka is there. who now eats the paranoia from the opposite side through. So still a little bit of difficulty pushing into tree as we slow down.
Deep A main smoke here, preventing the easy retake of the A main here. Profek, he's gonna see over it though. He knows no one's in there. But the players of Vitality, they're going towards this B. They're setting up where Chronicle is. The Vice wall still.
No information here from NRG at all.
30
Rock's
seconds
got
left.
one recon, no drone. Marta's already prepping his hot hands, understanding that if he gets executed on, he's only got a small amount of window to do anything about this. Ethan is somewhat close by, but not really close enough immediately, and now the calls come on through. All the Phoenix utility you can manage to try and slow this one down. Ethan, where are you going? He just completely walks into Chronicle, doesn't realize that he's there. Marta trying to hold his position, shorty in hand. The boat location is so important, but he can't cover both the angles, which means both your duelists are gone now. 3 versus 4. And an operator for the retake here as well. At least you have Scuba coming through from main. Shot available potentially. I don't think Profit's going to really peek into that one though. We're running out of utility here as well. The setup from Profit and Dirk is going to cause some real issues for players walking downstairs. But you start to make some real moves here on the top. Dirk wasn't expecting it, but Kiko wasn't expecting Profit either! Who just completely stabs them in the dark. And a big, big celebration for Vitality as they take the lead for the first time in the map.
What a wild round. This looks so back and forth. Ethan just running into sight. Not realizing that players were already up, or at least not seeing them. And Profek with a beautiful 3K to end that. The players, they're so excited. You can hear the yelling on stage. You can hear Yampi hyping up his teammates. And now, 13.
The one that needs to do a lot of work to stop these two players. He's already been mulligan out. Sayonara diffuses his location. Dirk onto Ethan here as well. It's looking good for Vitality until NRG strike back. Kiko low HP, but it's just Sayonara available. He's flashed out. And Marta makes sure that there's not going to be a finish just yet.
Playing on site in that post plant, making sure that they're having that crossfire. Really well done. They knew not to overextend the second that they got all that information. But NRG using this time to pull out a timeout to talk about this next round. They've struggled on their defense side. They've struggled also on their attack side, but that was the first one they won in a while. It seems like for Vitality, they're going to use this time as well to just discuss how to prep for this. The adaptations for both these teams are coming through. It feels like every single round, each team is adapting and they're always one step ahead of each other. But of course, for Vitality, they need to win this map, in my opinion. I feel like this is the map in this map videos so far that plays towards what they want for NRG. Again, the first time we've seen this comp, first time we've seen them play this successfully in a while. And so I'm really looking at Vitality to lock it down here if they want any chance at making this a 2 or 3 map series.
Haven't seen too many OT so far in this tournament. EDG had one on the first day. 100 Thieves had one against BBL. And that winners bracket game as well. You haven't caught up with the scoreline so far. 100 Thieves will be our first team qualified through into playoffs, so there's already one North American / America's team already in for the EWC playoffs. NRG looking to be the second, unless they get spoiled here by Vitality on the comeback run through. Once again, defensive side, this time it's NRG able to walk down.
4 players, make it 5 on the side of Vitality, setting up for a B hit. But it seems like NRG, they have the right read. They've all rotated over towards this B side because of Mata being pushed all the way up through A main. And this might be the adaptive thing that NRG has done in order to be ahead.
Smokes up. Scuba knows something is coming on in. You already have Durka finding his way onto site, but Kiko had an easy shot that doesn't quite land, and a scan in towards logs as well. Could cost the life of Yampi's out of that position, and Brock make sure that Durka doesn't get away with anything further than he already has in towards the site itself, though. Scuba goes for 1-to-1. Mada onto Prophet here as well. Just Chronicle left alive now. We're post timeout here for NRG, and it seems like they found success on the back of that one. A triple face from NRG will secure that round in OT.
Really nice gamble to get proactive, to push that A main there from Mada, and it worked out in their favor because not a single soul was there, not even a Vice wall. They had zero passive information on the side of that map, and now Vitality, they're gonna sit and talk about it. They have that timeout. They've just used it because they need to figure out what went wrong. I think NRG just made a really good gamble, but now this next round, this attack side, it's going to be so important.
You had that big walk down from Mada super early, down cat in the round, some good information gained, and then noticing the lack of presence from Vitality, they're saying, okay, let's start pushing our way over towards the correct side of the map. And over there, on B, waiting for Vitality to strike. Durka got away with a little bit of sneakiness there, but ultimately, Rock and the rest of the fellas, NRG, put the numbers in their advantage in a 3v1 that happy to take those odds in their favor.
Looking at the scoreboard too, Mada going absolutely insane, and it feels like every player on Vitality is putting in the work as well. But it's just coming down to those small little gambles and whoever wins out. NRG finally winning a defensive round in this overtime. But for Vitality, they really need to figure out what's going wrong. 3 players again towards the side of B main, trying to get some sort of aggression.
So Mada already dropping a 30 bomb, by the way. He's on 31 now. He's showing his value here as a player that in the PRX game had quite a slow start on to Fracture here. It's all been lights out. Plenty of players on the Vitality side have already made their way into B main, but no info currently in mid. Market's dirty, and Durka finally finds out.
So much mid info. They know they've turtled up onto sites here, using that A main smoke too from B just to put a little bit more pressure, but they're ending towards where all the Vice util is. Chronicle, he's been really good when they have ended on his site to delay for as long as possible, just be annoying, and the cat split is up.
Okay, here we go. The Recon's already tagged a player. Mada just walks on in, no fear. Yampi deleted, and a big shot from Kika as well. Patience being rewarded, Durka being taken care of. And is this the beginning of the end here? NRG, they've been sniffing for this map victory for so long now. Double OT, but it might just all end. Vitality can't find a solution. Mada just walks on in, double up, players into hell, and all the spam in the world is not enough for Vitality to get rid of those players from NRG. 5 versus 2. And you're just running out of players, running out of time. The plant hasn't come on. For Sayonara, he has to do something. They're trying to run him down. Profig is good for 2 here. The flash has been good, but Scuba's unspotted. Sayonara's on very low HP. He needs a couple of good kills. A clutch would be required here. And in comes Kiko, but it's not enough. 1 versus 1! Sayonara! An unbelievable clutch!
I can't believe this. NRG, they have full sight. They have numbers. 3 players in hell. They just didn't put the spike down. That spike was stuck. And all of a sudden, the one flash ruining the momentum of NRG, getting 2 players caught off guard. They didn't even clear Scuba. They didn't know that he was in here. And he still managed to not win this round for them. Sayonara with a beautiful 3K. That was insane.
The monster rookie for Vitality gives a big pop-off for Chronicle, feeling how amazing that win was to keep them into this map for another round of OT. My God, Sayonara. What a save to keep Vitality in this game. And now Mada and the rest of NRG looking once again for that cat control, but it's all Vitality in main.
I think they heard all that pressure towards Cat. Vitality still a little bit scared, not fully going even after hearing that flash, but they heard the steps. Now, Shock Dart coming in, breaks that chamber trip. They have a free sight here. Using that drone, it's going to get all that information. Chronicle, he has the full flank as well, but the Vice wall's all the way towards that B main. He has to hold it. And a free sight for Vitality. They just need to not overextend here to make sure they get that post plant.
It's a similar round to what we saw before, but unfortunately this time NRG goes the wrong way. now the 5v5 retake, but it's NRG on the defensive side of this one. NRG will be kicking themselves if they don't start winning these rounds, because that last one, they felt like should have been theirs many times over. Prophet in hell, flash up in towards heaven. Keeping things interesting here. Chronicle's positioning should be pretty safe for the time being as well. No pressure onto him for the time being as Ethan into hell. 1-for-1 trade so far, and now Durka as well. Looking for a double up, but Kiko will get him down. 3 versus 3. Still need to get these hell players out of the mix, so Chronicle finally activates all the way from A main. And Sayonara once again is just so damn sharp. Vitality once again in the lead.
Another 3K from Sayonara to save them from sadness on these overtime rounds. NRG, they're going to be so unsure of what to do after those last 2 rounds now, especially that last round. It's going to be hard for them to recover. They've done almost everything right other than just knowing that these players are all out on A. They took that wrong side. They took all the pressure towards mid. They took that pressure towards B. The retake, though, it just wasn't there. And now Vitality 15-14, 1 round away from winning this map all of a sudden.
So Battle of the Phoenixes, Mardo on 33, Sayonara on 29. You best believe he's about to hit that 30 as well. Little cutesy tapsies on the orb there in main. Vitality, a rare opportunity once again in the lead. 30th round, by the way. This one has gone deep.
Yep, they're just setting up onto site again. Profek, alone on this A site, knows that he can delay for as long as possible, though, because Durka on this cat side with that operator might be able to catch one off guard. That Yampi drone is going to get some information, and Durka, he's about to have contact on cat.
Oh, this is a big one. Oh, and he doesn't land the shot. Ethan, a little bit quicker here. Frustrating situation from Durka. You thought he would have had that for sure. Now the stun coming on through. Sayonara's position might just be caught out here. The hot hands will slow things down a little bit. Profit once again from the off angle. Drops that spike on the floor. A flash will force a TP away, and Profit goes double up. And Sayonara and Chronicle now for more Martyr. The lonesome player from NRG has to do so much. He's going to go for the plant on to B.
1v3, it's so hard. No util online either for Mata. He's gonna have to do this raw.
Spike planted.
Planted for stairs. It's a bit of a weird plant. Don't know if Vitality have seen this too many times. Mata has to get all of them. He'll get none. And finally, 30 rounds deep from a 0-7 deficit. Never say never. Vitality get map 1.
What an insane matchup. That was everything that we thought it would be and more. Close rounds, clutches, overtime. This makes so much sense because when you're looking at both of these teams, they are both championship-worthy teams. The players have won championships. The players have won masters. These players are decorated. They have so much in line and pocket. What do you think of that game that just happened?
I am quite impressed. After seeing a 7-0 start, I thought this was NRG about to steamroll it. Then it's getting closer and closer. After Mata turned in round 27 and picked off the opposing Phoenix,
oh yeah,
I was like, NRG's running away with this. That is a full confidence move. Mata charges the spawn on defense, and then Avril, the game falls apart. NRG, what was that, a 2v5? 2v4?
It hasn't been working the way that they
unraveled. Yep. This hurts. This hurts to watch if you're an American fan.
NRG was in the lead for so long. That would have been the round for them to close it out. But Vitality, they have the perseverance. They got the endurance to go 30 rounds coming back from an 0-7 deficit.
Yes.
Many, many teams, most teams, almost all teams will not be able to handle that.
Yeah, you know how insane it is to come back from a 7-0? You know the mentality that you have to have as a player in order to bring it back? It's insane.
I was loving the little mental game, the warfare we saw from Yampi, trying to chirp back after being down. He's like, all right, we need something to get us excited. But then when it's in the overtime rounds, he's getting super hyped up. And then the next round, he instantly gets silenced. It's not until Sayonara pops a second 3K that he's able to celebrate, put his hands in the air, and walk away as victors of map number 1. But we could still go 2 more maps in this series. Avril, great little sampler to open up what could be the best match on the day. This one will decide who moves into our playoff bracket. And now after Vitality strikes on Ascent, they are 1 map away from securing a spot in our top 8.
We are eating good in Paris today. And I'm not just talking about the Parisian food. This match is already delivering. If we don't get 3 maps out of these 2 teams, something is going wrong.
Yeah, and I think... Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was going to say, taking a look at the best shots of this game. Athena, who has the hottest hand in the lobby right now?
Oh my God.
Sayonara
it
had
has
it at
to
the
be
end.
Sayonara. No, he had it the whole time. Like, he had it the whole time. I think Mata, he kind of ran away with it the beginning of this game, but it didn't matter because at the end of the day, it felt like perfect. Sayonara, they were constantly clutching those 2 players, getting those 3Ks online in order to turn the rounds around so often. This was disgusting right here. Really gross round, and of course that one retake round of being one of the main reasons why they're still in it. Kind of insane here.
Credit to NRG though. I mean, they're playing a comp that they don't normally play.
Yeah.
Ethan on a role that he does not normally play as well.
He did
putting
good
themselves so far ahead. An incredible amount of rounds where Ethan had some insane shots on that Sheriff as well. 2 insane shots on that particular round. I can't remember which one it was now. Very early on. Look, we had 30 rounds in there. It was somewhere in the middle, I'm sure.
It was somewhere in the first half. If you guys missed it, reminder, we are on YouTube. You can scroll back and watch any of the games while we're in our breaks. We will have a second game loading up. Athena, if they missed the bans and the protects earlier as we were taking a look at our map pool, what is left for NRG? Because I thought you had to win this first ascent if you wanted to win a game 3 in this series. Map 2 is not going to be your best, is it?
Yeah, no. Lotus here for NRG is going to be looking a lot better, at least for them, because I think I was talking about their ascent. It wasn't the best. They haven't won it that much recently. And of course, they had a new comp. You could tell that they were workshopping it. But Lotus coming up, I think we've seen NRG be absolutely phenomenal on this map. For me, this team, when I'm looking at their defensive side, it's been amazing. It's been so good. And a lot of those rotations, we saw them happening on Ascent. They just struggled to close it out.
We got a lot to talk about. In the meantime, head on over to X, share your favorite clips from today's games, and of course, tag Avril. His jaw dropped on half of them. We'll be right back with more from EWC.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play. Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
And we are back live from Paris. It is day 3, and we are closing it out with an excellent matchup. This is our decider to find out who is moving into the top 8, securing a spot in our playoff bracket, and who will have to fight for their lives against PRX, one of the S-tier teams that is facing elimination. We have Athena and Avril here on the desk, and Athena, as we get ready for this one, how are you feeling about this battle?
I'm feeling so hyped.
I tried twice. I tried
You
twice.
really did. I thought you were just fidgeting with your mic, but that's me. That's a me thing. I'm so excited. I'm so hyped because so far we've seen clutches. We've seen an overtime. Maybe make it 2 overtimes.
Many overtimes.
Many overtimes. We've seen so much understanding and adaptation from both these teams. This is exactly what I wanted to see from this match.
Avril, for those who don't know GSL-style groups, this is something that existed way back in the day in Korea and StarCraft. We found it was the best way to do group stages because if you win 2, you move through. You lose 2, you're out. It's simple enough. But what happened to PRX? How do you get a team that has been second place so many times in a position where they're fighting for their life on a day 3, day 4?
They're going up against this excellent NRG squad that we're seeing here where, I mean, NRG, Vital, its entire group, we call it the group of death because it just has a collection of some of the absolute best teams. All 3 of these teams, maybe even KC on their best day, would have an argument to be potentially the winner of EWC, but potentially in this particular game, I mean, we're seeing like championship level gameplay.
Yeah.
Now over on A, I can see the Karmine Core logo is up over there. We're going to have PRX taking the stage in a little bit. That will decide who is going to move on. We have 2 more games coming on this stream tomorrow. Athena, if you've learned anything so far in the current meta, who are the most powerful agents? What is the most powerful strategy that you expect to see again in map 2?
Ooh, most powerful agents. I mean, the second map, it's going to be Lotus. I think we're definitely going to be seeing Viper. You asked about Vice. I think we're going to be seeing a Vice. But I think the strongest right now is definitely Phoenix. His duelist, yes, his flashes have been phenomenal. I don't know if we're going to see it specifically in Lotus, but he's just so good right now online. The fastest flashes in the game. And I think he's just been really phenomenal for teams that want to have an aggressive kind of push with a second life.
Now, I loved what we saw from Mauta on the Phoenix. I liked what we've seen from him on a Jet, but it's his Raze that had me really excited. He finished a half 20-2 for NRG yesterday. Is there a chance you bring a Raze out on Lotus, or what are the duelists that fit this map best?
Yeah, I think Raze is probably the #1 pick that most people go for. Mato bring that one through. I mean, the Lotus was probably the best map that we got from NRG versus PRX. That was the one that I was like, okay, we're getting some real gameplay now. This is the NRG that we're looking for. Completely dismantled PRX and made them look like they're a little lost on that map. Ethan in particular on that fade, which I think is very important for the map, is going to be the one to look up for me again.
I saw chat a little bit concerned about Brox. Are you worried at all about the NRG player that was dropping some of the biggest numbers in the lobby a day before?
I don't think so. I think he still did a pretty good job. I think he was
20
struggling.
plus assists, I think.
Yeah, I think he was doing fine. He had that Odin online. He did a really good job at making sure he was getting the information mid-round for his team. His sprays were really good, of course, just getting a lot of damage done. It was just a little bit of a struggle, felt like, for me, for NRG, to be able to find up where to set him up. But
my big question here for you right away, Athena. I see Sayonara, the man who led the lobby doing 203 damage per round on the Phoenix, is now moving to a Viper. I looked at his best heroes. You have a Sova, Viper, and Phoenix listed. Those are 3 different positions.
yeah, 3 different play styles, completely different. But Sayonara, the reason why he's always fragging like that is because his mechanics are insane. And when you're playing on a Viper or a duelist, it doesn't really matter, because on a Viper, you're in that lurking role. You're still taking those 1v1s, just at a different pace when you're comparing it to that duelist. A lot of the entries going to be taken by Durka, actually, so it doesn't really matter because he's still able to trade or at least have some sort of map control.
Avril, thoughts after seeing the agents?
Yeah, this is going to be interesting where we talked a little bit about Sayonara here, but having to move over towards the Viper, we'll have to trust Durka a lot more, who was a little bit more quiet in that last map. I mean, it was a very long map, we'll give him that. He had some great moments, but at the end of the day, Sayonara, I think, really held the torch high for the team, and he's going to have to do that not on a duelist now.
You can see the intensity on our players' eyes as they get ready for the game. And shout out to the Magnum sponsor. I had to do a double take. That is my favorite ice cream treat. If you haven't had it, it is going to be hot in France. Make sure you stock up. They have them in every single corner store I've been in so far. Speaking of around the corner, this map is just about to kick off. Tell me about Yampi, because he seems to be the most animated of the 10 players on the stage right now. What is his role? Does he go back to the Sova, or what does he need to do now on Lotus?
I mean, seen, just being on that initiator, being the voice of reason. He is the IGL, and the hype comes in because he's helping his team to get that momentum. I think Yampy has always been this kind of animated person, yelling, screaming when he needs to, just to build up that hype. And of course, he's playing on that fade. Makes a lot of sense. He's got that initiator online, and both these rosters look the same. They've played these comps before, so it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out, especially because you mentioned how NRG, they dismantled PRX on this map 13-5. They made them look really, really rough, and now they're starting on the defense side, which is the side that they tend to have a lot of success on.
Well, let's get this thing started on map number 2 now. Over towards Tree, nice and early. Vitality attacking side. Yampy's hype. He's going to get me hyped in here. Not to lose my damn voice with the level of plays of Vitality and NRG are shown, but it's going to be a free sight so far. Full retake energy 5v5.
Spike goes down, playing this post plant. Vitality, they're keeping sight. They're actually taking stairs, spotting a player, getting paranoid, but the molly's going to delay long enough for them to fall back into another crossfire.
What's Ethan going to do here, though? He is the player that has the angle right now that could cause some problems, but first blood found Brock onto Chronicle. Ethan tagged down a little bit here as well, starting to make our way onto the side as a couple of the players defensively. Profit finally gets rid of Ethan on that annoying angle. Durka will add a little bit more for the side of Vitality, but it's down to a 2 versus 2 now. Low HP for Scuba, but he's still online and doing work. Yampy, he's trying to look for a last kill, but Kiko for NRG will deliver the pistol.
Really nice retake. It looked kind of scary when your player towards door gets picked off. All of a sudden you've lost that angle on the retake, but it was fine because the rest of the players flooding in through heaven, even though they were delayed towards that stairs, managing to just get trades. And that's one of the things that NRG does best on this defensive side is their luck, their really good understanding of how to retake, how to play together. I feel like we lost it a little bit in that last game towards the end, the overtime. Maybe the nerves were kind of setting in. But this time, obviously, winning that pistol, really important to kind of set the tone for this map.
Rip and tear.
Up towards B this time around, Vitality. Instantly, though, Durka is just going to get deleted there, and Ethan ready to go inside of B. So this entire B push so far from Vitality has gone wayward for them. 3 HP, not a lot for Yampy, and Chronicle's onto 0 now. This is looking like it could be a flawless.
Yep, and they forced into this round. They got that spike down. They believed that they could get it, especially with those 3 picks. Yampy, 3 HP. Not much else he can do. Tapping that door. Profek actually getting a pick onto Kiko towards that A site. Getting spotted off guard with his TP. Mata just peeking through that door, and all of a sudden, 1v4. That force is going to come back to bite them. He spots Ethan out. Information given. 3 players here, and Mata's pushed all the way up. 3K for Mata, and now Vitality, they're going to be broke going into this next round.
I saw that correctly as well. Mata pretty close to showstopper time.
Yep.
It's NRG. The start they're looking for, as they reminder, started 7-0 on Ascent. Repeating that would be certainly putting Vitality back into a very unenviable position. And Mata, the player that really stood out on Ascent, is once again playing at the top of the lobby here to cause problems for Vitality. Let's take a look at what this bonus starts to look like for NRG.
A main control here for NRG, using that Seize nade. Not going to catch anyone off guard, but a spam through the smoke for Mata gets that pick. Not overextending here for NRG, just holding those crossfires now that they know the majority of the players are here. Durka walking up, Chronicle gets picked up again. Mata with another. Trying to get a third, spamming through that smoke. He knows that someone's here. Yampy being really scary. Ethan with a 2K from Baby Door, and all of a sudden, Durka unable to catch.
Just completely crunched up players over on Baby Door, but also on towards A, and Vitality don't know where to look as NRG. 3 in a row here as we, again, remind ourselves that they had a huge string of rounds on that first map and looking to do the same again, walking into Lotus, the map that they look so damn good on versus PRX. Also winning that for Vitality versus BBL, but NRG is certainly a much tougher competition, against KC rather.
5-1 here for Mata. He's stocked up 1 away from Showstopper, and 4 of these players for the NRG side are pushing towards the same main.
Action onto Rubble early in the day. It's Sayonara that is copping a lot of the damage, and he won't make it out alive. Star player down for Vitality. One gun onto the floor. As the rest of NRG notice the rotation, they'll start moving off away from Rubble, and it's going to be all on hands for Brock. Spectre's all he's got to play through. A little bit of util delay as well. He wants the shot of the Durka. He actually gets it. That's pretty damn nasty, as Martin now will pull through the showstopper. Led by the Prowler as well. The Shear is going to cause some problems for the rest of Vitality getting locked out. Despite having all the guns here, Vitality just getting nothing done in this round. Ethan as well onto Yumpy. It's all falling apart here. 2 versus 4. Spike on the floor. I'm trying to go on Profit. Just don't look like they've got much left in them.
This is technically NRG's bonus round, and they won it with a vengeance. 4v1 unless Prophet can pull off a miracle here. Really well done by NRG. Once again, getting those initial picks, taking that fight towards Rubble. Once they get that pick, the instant rotate as well when they get all that map control, that pressure. They're so good with a lot of these micro adjustments, making sure they're moving around the map in such a fluid way. It's so active, and this is why I really like to see them on defense. But 3-0, about to be 4-0 here for NRG. We've seen this scoreline before. Can they keep it up? They really have to make sure that Vitality don't get into the zone, make sure they don't adapt the way that they did in Ascent to take that map.
Yeah, I mean, it just sucks to have to be down this many rounds again. They're going to hunt for the last rifle. Not going to get it, it looks like. So, silver linings here for Vitality. At least they get away with 1 gun onto Profit, but everybody else just dismantled. Losing Sayonara so early as well certainly doesn't help the case, but that kill from Brock was just a little too dirty.
It's the same start for Vitality, where they're starting a little bit more disconnected, unable to trade any of those picks. Everyone's positioning is a little bit all over the place. Yes, they lost Sayonara, but there were 4 players there with him. They all ran away. The timing, the spacing, and the pacing wasn't there for them. And then when they take that C site, Yampy, he's alone towards elbow. Just doesn't look that good. Doesn't look that clean and polished. Now they're forced to have these sheriffs online. Stinger.
Bad news, by the way. As we saw in the replay there, Prophet didn't end up retaining as Vandal, so he will also have no gun walking into this one. Trying to trigger the sheer wall here, as well as finding maybe a little bit of an early contact for nice and early kill, but Snakebite comes on through. The jig is up in terms of NRG understanding fully where the positioning of Vitality are. You can see how many members are grouped up here defensively.
Yeah, baiting this vice wall, putting that pressure down, and then falling all the way back, but 4 players are ready towards that A site here. The Prowler's actually going to catch Profek for Ethan. He's going to see that there's some sort of info towards this front B, and all of a sudden NRG, they're having a feeling that something is up. But set up with this Outlaw Mata, is able to spot 1.
You're seeing the Viper's wall coming on through, but we're going so quiet here, and Vitality being so slow that NRG are confused now. They're moving all over the map, being spread, all 5 across. And as we head down to the final 20 seconds, Vitality got to go full speed mode. The share wall they know is gone. You just got to get past the poison orb now. Nice and quick hit. Most of NRG are stuck in mid. There's barely any time. They got to go for the plant, and if it gets disrupted, it's all going to be over here. Vitality on their way in instantly. You got to get this plant in now. There it is. Spamming through is going to be the rest of NRG to try and slow it, and it is going to be in play. Full 5v5 retake here, but all the guns are online for NRG. Durka with a nice double there. Punished by Martyr eventually. 3 versus 3. And a couple more players. 4, and Kiko's the last one standing now. Vitality and completely run circles around NRG, and Kiko now has to clutch this one. It is rifle against 2 pistols, but the numbers, the ability to double peek for Vitality is going to be strong. Big shot from Yampy, and Vitality on no weapons will take a round.
Winning that thrifty Yampy, you can hear him yelling, see him yelling on that camera there. Kind of an insane round. Of course, they just played with NRG's rotations. I just talked about how good they are, but they were a little bit overactive, and then they fell into that 1-3-1 towards B. They came back towards C site. They just weren't ready for the waterfall push. And all of a sudden, it's going to be stuck for the side of Italia. You know, they put that spike down with like 0.4 4 seconds left on the clock. That was terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, they had to go for it quick because time was certainly running out. And at that point, you almost think, should you just start running in if you're NRG to just like,
yeah,
you know, even send your own life in for it. Even just like, if you have to die for it, go for that play to stop the spike. But for 5v5 retake, and credit to Vitality, the Sheriffs ended up being massive for that round. And
I mean, Durka, him pushing through that smoke was the biggest reason why they turned that around, of course. And it's kind of crazy to me that NRG, they just weren't ready for it. I feel like those kinds of things, the small little sloppy stuff is where NRG tends to thrive. And again, they're getting sloppy. We saw their Ascent being a little sloppy as well in the map right before this. But for me, that boiled down to the fact that they don't really play Ascent that much. They don't find success in it, which is ironic considering Brock was the reason why the Odin spam was even invented. And then now they're on a map like Lotus. I don't expect small little mistakes like these from this team, especially because they're a championship winner.
I think there's just a lack of information towards the end there with full quiet from Vitality. They thought it was going to be a full rotation. And then Vitality just kind of don't go anywhere on the map. And suddenly they swing back on towards C again, where they know the share's gone, where they know the Vice util is going to be weak because they've already triggered the majority of it, if not the entirety of it. So the only real shot they have is to have that full 5 versus 5 post plant, the best possible position they could actually be in without getting an opening kill. The good news here is Vitality are not going to have a 0-7 comeback.
Back into the game. 3 ults online for the side of Vitality, and they have weapons because they did just win that Thrifty. Forward side of NRG, though, they do have an operator, Mata, holding that towards A, being passive again towards that stairs. They're waiting for some sort of rubble push, the utility towards A main on the side of Vitality. They're not going to hear anything, though. The door being tapped, little bit of pressure, but it's nothing to pull any rotation from Vitality. Just sitting towards that A, hoping to re-clear, have some sort of contact play in mind. They know that there's no space being taken, or at least have an inkling that if they have, they're all the way up towards that wall.
Double Nightfalls for this round, and showstopper for Durka as well. Plenty of weapons and ultimates of utility to play through for Vitality. The classic Brock Odin spamming through doors. Vitality knows exactly what's waiting on the other side of that one, and over on the other door is going to be Ethan hiding behind the baby door.
There.
We're going to play this one super patiently to start with.
Toxin screen down.
Oh, look at the peel off.
Yeah.
NRG are going to leave this one open on A.
30 seconds left.
Last 30 seconds. Spike needs to start moving now. Ethan could get crunched on here. We're going straight into the baby door. Ethan will play for one, but against the showstopper, he can't last. And now Mata, on for that big operator shot. Steel Garden's going to come through defensively as well, but you got to plant this one. Vitality full committed. 3 versus 4. Operator goes in the hands of Kiko. Flying on in is Mata. Great entry. But the Vandal there is all. Paint Shell's doing a little bit of damage over to Sino, who eventually forces Scuba. Just Prophet alive now, and Boomboss shows his positioning, and Kiko will take advantage.
Beautiful retake, able to just play that really well together. And the thing I like about this round is the way that they're able to pressure that retake from 3 different sides of the map. That's the struggle with planning on B, but still being able to re-clear towards that A and get through that door really quickly. Player from Heaven, Durka getting the pick onto Ethan, but it wasn't just that. The 2 players coming out from Heaven, 2 players coming out from C-Link. It was really hard for them to hold it, and really nice trades coming in from NRG. A little bit more clean, and now an op duo. Durka has the op online here. They're gonna try to get some sort of pick towards that C mount, or maybe they're trying to find where Mata's opping.
Really respect that Mata dropped the op over towards Kiko for that retake as well, so he can blast back in, and now Kiko puts it back into the hands of Mata. As you say, here's double ops are online. Mound control early is what Prophet is looking for, but Pillars is where the rest of Vitality are currently walking.
Using that Prowler, clearing the front of the B main. Know that no one's there, and setting up Chronicle. He's going to be sat there for that lurk. Sinar is still holding that A main as well for a lot of information. And NRG, they're not really moving. just holding, trying to play contact. Wow. The ops online, but Durka gets the pick onto Mata. He's just jiggling, playing passive, but it turns around and bites him, and now that pressure's done. They know there's going to be some sort of rotator, or at least they think there is. But NRG instead, they're re-clearing a main and might just find these players here.
Mata wasn't ready for that, didn't realize that Durka would challenge him like that, and Durka will now put the pain onto Kiko as well. Goodbye. Just the 3 members left here. And guess what? Brock is not in position to spam through that door, and that door's been opened up. What can Ethan do? Needs to find the correct timing here. Plenty of players from Vitality about to walk by him. Ethan could be the X factor, activating late into this round. Watch for Brock though. First person up for contact, but he'll get paranoid here. Not enough time to stop Brock from already landing a bunch of damage. And Scuba as well. The paranoid's done nothing. It completely missed. And Brock now is just going to rip away Prophet and rip away the rest of the opportunity. Dirk would have to clutch here. Chronicle's still around somewhere. He needs to come in and help out.
Oh my god! That was insane! He didn't even have time to get the spike down at the end. Ethan just shouldn't have peeked there. That was wild. They didn't even clear Ethan. He had the understanding. He knew they were all in tree. Brock with 2 kills on site, but Durko with a beautiful ace.
A misstep from NRG. If they played that patiently and let the time run out, it would be a different story. And we start so well here. The paranoia misses. Brock and Scuba do so much work. By the way, Chronicle wasn't even part of the play. Look at the minimap. How far away is Chronicle?
Yep.
Durka has to get both kills there.
2 seconds on the clock,
and all Ethan had to do was wait, but unfortunately he does not. We can't wait either because the next round has already started. And Durka, he's still hot on the heels of that last round. More kills coming on through. He already has an ace, and he's starting with 2 early.
So much noise, so much pressure, but they've chosen to slow down here from the side of Vitality. NRG not trying to overextend Ethan. He's in this spot that Chronicle's holding, and it's looking scary. No picks from either side. Ethan actually getting that first pick. Durka with another 3K. Getting 2 for Ethan, but not before he drops the Sayonara. Scuba getting their trade instantly in a 2v1 here. But Durka, he has the op, he has 11 HP. Scuba only on 14, and Profik, he's holding this.
Yeah, I think Profik should be on for this one, but he's dropping off his positioning now. Taps the door again. Good information, and Durka will find that 4th kill. He was nearly on for another ace, by the way, if it wasn't for the fact that another player ended up getting the kill. But how about a 5K ace on a previous round straight into a 4K as soon as we get back?
This is insane. Durka's definitely warmed up now. We talked about how he was a little quiet towards that first game of Ascent. He was struggling with a lot of these shots, whiffing quite a bit. Unable to set himself up for success at the beginning on their attack side on Ascent. He was just alone on an island, and they started figuring out how to play around him. But now on this map of Lotus, we don't see that at all. He's a changed man in the server, hitting every single shot, making sure he's getting so much out of his util, so much usage out of that operator as well. That one buy has made them win these last 2 rounds for sure. But of course, his sheer insane aim is the main reason. 5K and then a 4K as well on top of that. Just insane.
Started with him outplaying Mata. Then after that, 9 kills. Well, that includes the Mata kill as well. And those 9 kills later have left NRG hurting as they go into their timeout here to really talk about how to bring this one back a little bit. I say bring it back. They're still in the lead, 5-3, but damn, 3 rounds for Vitality have been damn good.
Yep, 4 ults on the side of Vitality. And this is why we were talking about how we thought this game would be a banger, because both these teams, so many decorated players, so much firepower. And the best part is the mid-rounding is so good from both these teams, knowing when to stop, knowing when to not be too over-aggressive, overextend. And it's just been phenomenal. But this round, Kiko, he's pushed all the way down C. He's tapped on the door. They faked that they have a C trap setting up towards the side of this map. And instead of falling for it, Yampi just going to use that Prowler to clear Mound. They're still trying to end towards this B, tapping the door one more time. NRG, site's empty.
NRG starting to walk down over into rubble here as well, certainly exploring with the boom bot. Multiple taps on the door just to make a little bit of noise, and now Boombot over in towards mid. Ethan is the one there waiting. Round is scary a little bit for NRG. The big piece of info is the fact that Mara's super pushed up. See that Scuba's calling over for a little bit of help here. Just a little bit of a check. Okay, Scuba's positioning up. Seems like the paranoia is being prepped there. We're going to explode onto B any moment now. It's going to be Durka coming in first. Steel Garden in for support. How many more kills we're going to get out of Durka this round? Plants coming on through. And a big spam. That's a decent amount of damage on a Yampi, but Brock doesn't get the kill just yet. Full 5-on-5 retake here. Nade in. Here comes a showstopper from the baby door side, and my god, Durka! He's so quick with it. Yampi falls to Scuba. Now it's Durka's time to use a showstopper. He's sitting inside of the molly, which is not great, and 2 kills so far. Durka's taken over the game. There's only 2 players left here for NRG, and they are skedaddling. Vitality on 4.
Yeah, definitely a save here, especially with that Odin. Vitality, just a full set execute towards B. And again, it's rewarded because Durka is just having such a good game now. Feels like the whole team too fully understands what the plan is supposed to be. They're no longer lost and fully understanding that their rotates are going to be pretty important. They're playing around now with NRG's rotates, playing with their defensive side.
Hello bhai, walaikum assalam.
Just really
खैरियत?
slowing it down, waiting to see
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
or hear if there's any
कहाँ है भाई? मैं कब से कि तुम्हारा वेट कर रहा हूँ भाईगन।
playing around it, just going into
Gym
a set strat has been really working out.
Streamlabs में सेटअप करा मैं जब से।
क्या सेटअप करें?
अरे देखो, Discord पे स्क्रीन शेयर कर।
Kills, top fragger for the lobby for NRG, but the shutdown
देखो दिख रही स्क्रीन?
into his own showstopper
Google
kill.
it.
It's just a little bit too much. NRG will be able to handle. But once again,
कहाँ है
NRG
loyalty?
full bubble control.
तो ये Streamlabs एक्टिवेट करके मैं क्या करा? अब वो लोग कोई भी अगर चैट करे, 15 मिनट चैट करे समझो, तो उसको 1 पॉइंट्स मिलते हैं। सब्सक्राइब करे तो 15 पॉइंट मिलते हैं। मेंबरशिप लिए तो 50 पॉइंट मिलते हैं। ठीक है, ये एक GPR। अब देखो मैं चैट में लिख वो करा, कमांड डाला। अभी अगर कोई भी इन्फो बोल के टाइप करे तो अर्न GPR बोल के ये मैसेज आता। इन्फो बोल के मारो तुम, अर्न GPR 1 GPR इज इक्वल टू 1 आया ना।
इन्फो
खाली इन्फो भी डाले तो आ जाता। 1 GPR मतलब 1 रुपए। Get 1 GPR for each 15 minutes of active chatting, 15 GPR on subscribing, and 50 GPR for membership. You can redeem this GPR on www.ivl.gg. ऐसी एक डोमेन डाल दिया, कुछ भी बनाए वक्त डोमेन या वेबसाइट, जब वो डोमेन नेम चेंज कर देना। नहीं, अब उसको रिडीम करने का तरीका क्या करता हूँ मैं बोले तो, अब यहाँ पे क्या है, कहाँ है लॉयल्टी बोल के क्लिक करे तो यहाँ पे पूरों के पॉइंट्स आते हैं। तो मैं वेबसाइट पे ओडिन सिलाई मशीन मार दिया भाई 4। तो अब वेबसाइट पे मैं वेरिफिकेशन स्टेप डाल देता हूँ, रिडीम योर पॉइंट्स एंड ऐड इनटू वॉलेट बोल के, रिडीम योर GPR पॉइंट्स एंड ऐड इनटू वॉलेट बोल के एक ऑप्शन डालता हूँ। वहाँ पे उन्होंने यूट्यूब का यूजर नेम डालना और रिक्वेस्ट सेंड कर देना। मेरे को ईमेल आया था, अगर मेरे को उसका यूजर आईडी यहाँ पे करेक्ट दिखाया और उसके पॉइंट्स कितने हैं एग्जैक्टली उन्हें बता दिया यहाँ पे, तो मैं उसको पॉइंट्स दे देता हूँ वॉलेट में।
Really makes sense why it's one of the reasons why they keep on to that Odin, especially if they're saving.
Alrighty, well.
क्या बोलते हैं?
New round, new day, 2 left. Vitality can still close this one 6 and 6.
ये रीसेट भी कर सकते, जैसा उसका रिडीम कर दिया अपन, उसको रीसेट कर देना अपन, 0 कर देना पॉइंट्स।
Really looking to redeem himself a little bit after what has been occurring.
तुम देख रहे नहीं शायद स्क्रीन?
नहीं, बात कर रहा हूँ था घर में।
हाँ, स्क्रीन नहीं देख रहे तुम जब से?
देख रहा हूँ ना, तुम्हारी स्क्रीन ही देख रहा हूँ।
अरे यहाँ पे नहीं बता रहा, आंख बताती ना एक। अच्छा यहाँ बताती है
तुम। हाँ,
मैं उधर देख रहा हूँ आंख।
एक्सक्लेमेशन तुम कस्टम कमांड भी डाल सकते हो इसे।
हाँ, कस्टम
वो भी अगर कोई लिखा, क्या मारे भाई, अगर कोई लिखा
क्या लिखेंगे?
हाँ मैं ऐसे ही मारता हूँ रे दीवाने बोले तू क्या समझ रहा
Waiting to see what the other team's doing, but NRG have a
भाई
really nice setup here to counter this.
I don't think he even got spotted.
मगर वो एक्सक्लेमेशन डाले तो ही बताता क्या
नहीं नहीं, यहाँ पे एक ऑप्शन दिया उन्हें।
हाँ
यहाँ पे एक ऑप्शन क्या दिया मालूम, एडवांस में क्या किया है, ये कीवर्ड डाल देना,
हाँ
वो कीवर्ड भी
क्या हो
मारे
रहा
तो
तुम्हारा कुछ भी
बता
फायदा
दो।
हो रहा वॉच पार्टी से आ रही बंदे
व्यूज आ रहे, चल जा रहे, लोग कोई चैट नहीं कर रहे भाई, ये देखो।
तो तुम गेम ही खेल लो फिर भाई कहीं को आवर्स वेस्ट करते तुम
व्यूज आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे।
आज का है ये आज की स्ट्रीम का है ये
हाँ
159 व्यूज बोलो टोटल है वो
हाँ टोटल व्यूज है।
तुम
आ रहे चल जा रहे,
गेम ही खेल लो ना तो भाई अगर बोर मार रहा तो
बोर तो मार रहा भाई, क्या करेंगे, कोई आ रहे भी नहीं। तुम कमेंट्री देने आए तो अपन तो भी देखते थे वॉच पार्टी, कोई आ रहे भी नहीं।
50-60 बंदे अगर रहे कंस्टेंट तो अपन कमेंट्री देने में मजा आता अपने को। वो बंदा एक दो रहे तो क्या ही बोलेंगे अपन। तो आइए दोस्तों देखते हैं यहाँ पर क्या करेगी पीवीआर है पीआरएक्स है।
पीआरएक्स का मैच यहाँ चल रहा, मैं वो भी चेक नहीं करा
पीवीआर
भाई,
तो मैं थिएटर का नाम बोल दिया हुआ। दूसरे गेम ट्राई करो भाई मेका कैमेलियन बोल के देखो देखो अगर अपन लॉबी बनाना है कैसा करना है
टीम पे हो।
और 300 रुपए की है भाई करनी
तो थोड़े दिन चलती, इसके बाद डर आती।
Go ahead and reply right back after dropping the pistol.
This is so crafty from PRX, and again, the combos on the fly when they're gonna throw.
अगर तुम GTA RP खेलते ना तुमको अच्छे आ गए थे सब्सक्राइबर्स।
That's so hard to react to as KC. Aves there, just stuck in a bad position, and everybody's swinging together outside of the harbor.
GTA RP में तुम एक कोई सिचुएशन में फंस गए, वो रोल प्ले तोड़ना नहीं रहता, तो वो सामने वाला बंदा जो है सो सर्च करके आता तुमको कौन तो भी है भाई ये भाई।
To a really difficult place, but Aves just says, "Okay, fine."
Are we just pendulum swinging this? Here we go.
ये म्यूट कर दो भाई, बकवास आप तो क्या
ये लोगों की कमेंट्री है मैच जो चल।
ये तो भाई अभी तक पैसों में शजरा देखो पैसों में ये वहाँ पे डेट सेलेक्ट करो बर्थ डेट 18 के ऊपर ही रहना हो। 1000 रुपये कर दिया शायद 1200 रुपये मैं ऑनलाइन में बहुत मजा आता।
तो GTA 5 के अंदर ही 4P है ना, RP अलग गेम है।
GTA 5 के अंदर ही 4P है
तो RP अलग खरीदना रहता है अंदर।
नहीं खाली तुम्हारा रॉकस्टार गेम्स कैसा रहता है डाउनलोड करने का अपने को वैसा रियॉट गेम्स कैसा है वैसा जो है एक 5M का वो है, उस पर तुम अकाउंट कनेक्ट कर देना, GTA का फोल्डर कनेक्ट करके तुम कौन से भी सर्वर में जाके जो है सो फाइल लोड करके तुम्हारी जेन्युइन गेम है देख लेके उन्हें प्ले कर देता। फिर उधर जाके तुम कैरेक्टर बनाना, बैक स्टोरी बनाना, कैरेक्टर की हिस्ट्री ये वो बना के जाके तुम ऐसा बिहेव करना तुम जैसा असली में है अपन, मतलब अपन खुद गेम खेल रहे, कोई सामने से बंदूक दिखाया तो डर जाना भाग जाना। अपन जॉब्स रहते हैं वहाँ पे कचरा डालना ये करना नहीं, बड़े सर्वरों में करना पड़ता आपने को, नहीं करे तो नहीं सिचुएशन वैसा बैन हो जाती नहीं तो अपन।
हाँ अगर फॉलो न करे अपन, रियलिस्टिक एक्ट न करे तो बैन कर देते हैं।
और आप किसको भी मार नहीं सकते, लड़ नहीं सकते बिना वजह, कार से नहीं ठोक सकते, पुलिस पकड़ ली तो आप उन लोगों के साथ रोल प्ले करना वैसा है। तो इसकी जो है बहुत फैन फॉलोइंग है GTA RP की। तुम एक सिचुएशन में फंस गए, तुम एक से बात कर रहे हैं या फिर तुम्हारी लड़ाई है तो सामने वाले के जो स्ट्रीमर ऑडियंस रहती है ना वो तुम्हारे नाम कैरेक्टर सर्च करके आती। अब तुम एक ऐसी चीज नाम बोलो कोई कैरेक्टर का, मतलब तुम्हारे दिमाग में कुछ रैंडम नाम बोल दो।
प्रोफेसर मैंने इसका
प्रोफेसर है तुम्हारा नाम फॉर एग्जांपल, तो तुम लाइव स्ट्रीम में ये लिखना GTFIRP प्रोफेसर, ऐसा मतलब कुछ लिख देना, तुम्हारा कैरेक्टर का नाम लिखना जरूरी है टाइटल में। तो अब तुम एक सिचुएशन में फंस गए, एक बड़ा स्ट्रीमर है, उसकी आ रही है 10,000 वॉचिंग आ रही, उन्हें तुम्हारे साथ आरपी कर रहा। अब वो तुम्हारी अगर उसको तुम उसकी ऑडियंस को अगर आरपी अच्छी दिख गई, तो उन लोग जो है सो प्रोफेसर GTRP मार के आते, तुम्हारा चैनल नेम बताता, सब्सक्राइब करते आते, तुम्हारा देखते, उन्हें नहीं रहा किसी दिन स्ट्रीमर तो तुम अपने पास आते। ऐसे कितने की लोग जो है 0 to 20,000 50,000 कर लिए, स्पॉन्सर आ गए उन लोगों को, क्या क्या की होगा। SATUL में कर रहे हैं पूरे। SATUL में तो व्हाइट लिस्ट होना पड़ता, वो अलग है, वो पैसे दे के व्हाइट लिस्ट होके तुम्हारा ऐसा इंटरव्यू होता, तुम कहीं को आना चाह रहे वो, तुम गाली गलौज नहीं कर सकते, बड़े स्ट्रीमर्स रहते हैं वहाँ पे, ऐसा ऐसा हाल वाल। अपने को पहले छोटे सर्वर्स खेल के समझना पड़ता पूरा क्या है गेम। अभी तक भी अब तुम खाली यूट्यूब पे मारो GTFIRP, तुम समझदार हो। आरपी बोले तो रोल प्ले रहता भाई, रोल प्ले बोले तो अपन एक कस्टम कैरेक्टर का अपन जी रहे समझे। नहीं लाइव मारो, लाइव मारो, ये दबाओ फोन है, इन्हें इसकी आरपी कर रहा है, देखो इसका कुछ कैरेक्टर होगा मोटा फनी, गांजा मान लेंगे शायद।
तुम आज चलते हैं ना, आज तुम आज चलते हैं, कुछ करते हैं। हाँ पीपल बोलो यार, भाई कोई 114 इसको पीपल 6
रमजान स्टार्ट होने से पहले डाला था मैं, गैंग बना लिया था मैं इसमें।
जेट्स की रेस इवेंट हो रहा है बे,
4-5 दिनों की।
आज नहीं, कल है, कल है, कल है।
अबे मेरे को लगा तू वो करने जाएगा चित्रकारी।
ऐसा फोन भी मिलता है देखो, ट्विटर रहता उसमें, ये वो पूरा इन रियल लाइफ वैसी थे वो।
ये तो पूरे छोटे बच्चों का हो गया ये एक्टिंग करने का।
हाँ घर घर खेल रहे समझो तुम, घर घर खेल रहे, मगर इसकी बहुत बहुत पागल है भाई ऑडियंस, बहुत पागल है ऑडियंस। तुम एक्टिंग कर रहे हैं, घर घर खेल रहे हैं, इन शॉर्ट।
भाई पता है क्या हुआ मेरे साथ, टीजी भाई मैंने मिस्ट्री बॉक्स
हटा दो
पूछो कितने वाइकॉइन मिले मेरे को।
और पहले करो इसका, इन्हें क्या तो भी गांजा मान लेके थोड़ा प्रीवियस करो। हाँ और पीछे करो, और पीछे करो, सिचुएशन में है इन्हें कोई, पूरा पीछे करो, स्टार्टिंग का लगाओ।
तो ये कारा ही वो फ्री में मिल जाते हैं।
कारा आपको भाई जॉब करके कमा के पैसे खरीदना पड़ता अच्छे कारा।
हर
नहीं
सर्वर
तो
में
आप
अलग अलग कारा रहते हैं।
नहीं अलग अलग भी रहते, सेम भी रहते, स्क्रिप्ट रहती ना वो एक। अब जो ऐसी नॉर्मल गाड़ी है रोड पे चल रही, वो आप किसी की बंदूक बताए तो उन्हें चाबी दे देता आपको, मतलब वो NPC बोलते हैं उसको, मतलब प्लेयर नहीं रहता वो। आप GTA भी खेले तो गाड़ियां घूमते रहती देखो रोड पे, बॉट्स बोल रहा हूँ मैं, बॉट्स रहते ना इस गेम में, तो उन्हें कारा चलाते रहते, नहीं तो उन लोगों को बंदूक बताना। अपन नॉर्मल गेम में कैसा रहता, F दबाए तो उन्हें उतार के बैठ जाता ना, वैसा नहीं रहता इसमें RP में। तुम बंदूक बताए तो उन्हें उतर के तुम्हारे चाबी दे के जाता।
तो ये इसमें भी बॉट्स रहते हैं? नहीं पूरे बंदे ही रहते हैं?
रहते रहते बॉट्स भी रहते, बंदे भी रहते। आप टैब दबाए तो बंदा है या बॉट है मालूम हो जाता वो। बंदा आपके आके बात करता, पूछता क्या हुआ भाई, कहाँ है, अरे ये उसका है भाई, ये राका जोन का सर्वर है ये, यात्रा।
क्या बात कर रहा है,
बहुत पैसा खर्चा करते हैं लोग RP के सर्वरों के वास्ते, कमाते भी वही।
सर्वर क्रिएट करने पैसे होना,
हाँ पैसे होना, डेवलपर होना, चीज़ा होना, स्क्रिप्ट्स होना, आपको डालने पैसे भी होना। अब तुम स्क्रैच से तो नहीं बना सकता ना भाई कोई भी, तो वेबसाइट पे जैसे जाके एक एक ब्लेंडर कैसा बनाते हैं अपन, ब्लेंडर में मैं बनाता था देखो गाड़ियां वाड़ियां, वो ऑलरेडी प्रीमेड बने हुए रहते, वो जो है सो इम्पोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट कर देते उन लोग स्क्रिप्ट। इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट करने के वास्ते डाउनलोड करने उन्हें
गेम
$50
तो
मिलता।
बनी हुई है ना भाई, डेवलप करने की क्या जरूरत है?
नहीं, गेम बनी हुई है भाई। तुम GTA खेले, GTA ऑनलाइन, मतलब GTA खाली GTA 5 खेले।
हाँ मतलब
GTA 5 बहुत अलग रहती, RP बहुत अलग रहती। RP में तुम्हारे फीचर्स रहते, घरों में जा सकते तुम, गाड़ियां कस्टम रहते, घड़ा कस्टम रहते, कपड़े कस्टम रहते, कैरेक्टर कस्टम रहते, पूरी स्क्रिप्ट डली हुई रहती इसमें। तुम्हारे समझ में ही नहीं आता अपन GTA 5 स्टोरी मोड खेल रहे हैं। तो वो डेवलपरों को लगा पैसे दे के रखते, कुछ भी नई चीज आई तो डाल देना। वो बिल बोर्ड्स पे उन लोगों का नाम डाल सकते कस्टम। ऑनलाइन का स्टोरी मोड में क्या होता, बिल बोर्ड पे ना खाली तुम मिशन करना रहता, इधर पूरा कस्टम हो जाता। तो स्क्रिप्ट लेते उन लोग। आपको कस्टम घर भी लेने के वास्ते उन्हें $80 $90 करता डाउनलोड के वास्ते। अब वो पैसे दे के उन लोग करते हो। हाँ, वहाँ पे कोई एक वेबसाइट है भाई, तुम प्लस करके मारो GTA 5 स्क्रिप्ट ऐसा कुछ, तो तुम्हारा आइडिया आ जाएगा। GTA 5 RP स्क्रिप्ट मारो। नहीं नहीं नहीं, GTA 5 मॉड्स है, नीचे करो। वो तो मॉड्स है, मॉड्स है। ये खोलो, क्या है ये LC? नहीं तो GTA 5 होम मारो। हाँ, ये क्या दे रहा है इन्हें? ये वो दे रहा, देखो भाई ने वो दे रहा हाउस स्क्रिप्ट, मतलब चोरी की स्क्रिप्ट है ये। चोरी करने का ऑप्शन आया था लोगों को, वैसे स्क्रिप्ट कहाँ है ये? ये जो है सो डेवलपर क्या करना है, अपने सर्वर में इंस्टॉल करना है पूरे। इन 1500 रुपए में ग्रुपी की स्क्रिप्ट दे रही, मतलब कि ये मिशन रहता, कस्टम मिशन रहते पूरे ये।
ओए जेट्स की रेस इवेंट हो रहा
बहुत
है
मजा
भाई।
आता है मिशन करने में बंदों के साथ।
आज नहीं, कल है।
अबे मेरे को लगा तू वो करने जाएगा चित्रकारी। मैं आज हेवी वाले बोलेगा क्या, मैं बोला फोटो
घरा वरा भी बिकते उसमें।
10-15 घंटे के बाद कोड रेड
कट
मिलेगा।
कर दो।
नहीं नहीं
है, मान लो हाइपोथेटिकल है।
अच्छा है।
वो कार पैक रेडी बोल के देखो, ऊपर करो तुम, उसमें 800 गाड़ियां दे रहा हूँ।
तुम्हारा भोसड़ा उदास बनना होता या नहीं होता, गलती तो तुम्हारी है।
5M यहाँ पे देखो, सिंडिकेट पैक बोल के।
ये है लास्ट वाला
5M रेडी कार पैक आओ,
मेरा तो भसड़ा उदास नहीं होगा।
दबाओ। इतने गाड़ियां दे रहा हूँ ना, इस पूरे गेम में उतर जाते स्क्रिप्ट डाले।
क्या मसाला?
उतने पैसे देना, तो पूरे पैसे लगा के सर्वर बनाते समझो इन लोग।
तो हमें तो समझना है ना। स्कैमर अलर्ट, एपेक्स रोल प्लेयर
इसमें 3D वालों को अच्छे मिलते पैसे मालूम।
टू इन्फॉर्म द आरपी कम्युनिटी दैट
तो तुम
वो
भी डालना
RP
ना था इसमें।
चैट GPT से बना लिया, मैं छोड़ दिया ना भाई। मैं कस्टम क्या बनाता था, मैं वो सीन्स बनाता था मैं तो, रोड के वोट के।
those commitments after receiving payments।
इसमें
कुछ
एक
भी
बार भी
फायदा
बना
नहीं
के
है।
डाले नहीं।
तुम्हें दिख रहा है ना? हाँ दिख रहा है।
कितने जने खरीदे नहीं बता रहा इसमें।
ब्रीच ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट
फेक रहते वो रिव्यूज, तो वो वेबसाइट पे अपन कैसा डालते वैसे तो रहते हो।
9 stream that qualified as per
जॉन के ओन क्रिस्टोफर देखो भाई,
including promotion other RP server on the same YouTube channel during the content despite clear
पूरे 5 स्टार है यहाँ पे, तो 4.5 कैसा है रेटिंग?
फेक है वो, फेक रहते हो।
ये लो।
एंड इसमें हम लोग क्लियरली मेंशन करें कि फेलियर टू मीट मिनिमम स्ट्रीमिंग ऑब्लिगेशन विदाउट वायलेट प्रायर कम्युनिकेशन। ठीक है, प्रायर कम्युनिकेशन और अप्रूवल फ्रॉम एपेक्स डी रोल प्ले may be considered a breach of contract and may result in warnings, withhold of payment and recovery of advance payments or termination of the agreement subject to applicable terms। ठीक है, ये लाइन थोड़ा ध्यान में रखो।
वीडियो को जरा जूम इन कर देना।
अच्छा जूम इन करो,
बस
मन कर दो इसकी स्ट्रीम।
अच्छे से देखो गाइस, ठीक है
जी। यही है जो मेन चीज है जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में मेंशन्ड है। ठीक है, मेन चीज यही है। to maintain reasonable activity
इसकी आवाज आ रही भाई।
throughout the duration of the agreement।
PRX जीत रही।
हाँ बताओ, मेरे को नहीं दिख रहा गेम।
Oh my god, it is just barely there. But Sugetsu knows that he really has no other choice but trying to stick it adjacent, just some little hesitation.
If anyone should know about sticking the fuses on Sunset, it's Forsaken.
That's true.
अरे नियॉन भी खेल रिपब्लिक।
It's a great read right there. I don't know.
भाई हर
See the
मैच में
push,
है
but
नियॉन, हर
I thought
मैप
right
में,
there
हर
Forsaken
मैच
locked
में
it down, and Envy
बिना
trying
नियॉन
to
के है
carve
ही
the
नहीं
exit, but Sugetsu,
एक भी गेम।
that's a big one, and we go again. Signs of life.
Levin again trying to find that
गाया तो हर
aggression
किसी के पास रहती है भाई, बहुत बड़ी गन है गाया।
skirt away
इसके
unscathed.
पास भी दो दोनों के अच्छा दिख गए अभी।
4 सेकंड भी अच्छी है गन।
Enough
तो
time
क्या
has
रिगॉन फैंटम
passed.
है शायद।
इन्हें स्किन के ऊपर नाम रख लिया ना, इसके नाम के ऊपर स्किन बना है।
कहाँ?
4 सेकंड
4 सेकंड जो है सो स्किन के ऊपर नाम रखा उन्हें बहुत पहले से। 4 सेकंड प्राइम वैंडल और रिवर वैंडल बहुत पहले पुराने फर्स्ट स्किन थे। देन 4 सेकंड नहीं।
Harbor wall kind of gives away that he was lingering in the back, but moving forward to group up. I think the timing on this hit.
अच्छा आप ले रहे 4 सेकंड भी। जिंग भी अच्छा आप ले रहे। जिंग
Just pushing forward, able to find that kill, but traded back. Forsaken now will fall.
बहुत नाम कमाए पहला।
Been getting slotted in.
चाइनीज आए उन लोग का इंडोनेशियन।
Meanwhile, something clearing the hard, but as
अरे
it turns to the
वाले
side,
रिवील तोड़ने गए तब तक मर गया हूँ।
same time, able to find DOS9. Still a 3v3, but never mind. It is a 1v3. It's Levin.
जिंग निकालता।
2 kills. Jing now isolated and cannot find
अरे
his
क्राउच
way.
कर दिया।
Ray will take him down. The diffuser
जिंग को क्राउच नहीं करना था भाई।
done with this map yet.
जिंग के तो लिंक लग गए, लिंक।
Little bit of extra timing
नियॉन
there
निकाला रहा हूँ।
from KC, where they're just fast enough.
और बड़ी ऐनक लग जाती है उसको माँ की आंख।
Where he's trying to hold
क्या
that
लग
flank
जाती है?
angle, but there are 3 players
इसको देखो, इन्हें देखो जिंग पानी पी रहा था वो फ्रूट जूस।
that cost him his life.
एनर्जी ड्रिंक
Dealt with by the recon, and even though there's some punch,
रेड बुल
इसको और बड़ी ऐनक लग जाती भाई।
नहीं करते हो ला डायरेक्ट उसमें सिपर में डाल लेके ला रहे।
he's up to 18 on the map. Narrate was 17. Those two leading the charge, and there we go. Finally, Alex has said, okay.
कॉम्पिटिटिव में इन लोगों से अच्छे खेलने वाले बहुत प्लेयर आए।
I'll get in here
हाँ,
and
एक
talk to them
पत्ते
a
जीपी
bit.
है, एक राटोस है, एक बड़े की बिरयानी है।
Still a good amount of money to work with.
इन्हें कहाँ भाग रही कैमरा ले लेके।
Not quite going to be able to break the bank and get an easy round out of PRX. And again, I mean, we did just see that, you know, the thrifty after the pistol loss. None of them were really that easy.
Yeah. Well, and I like some
रजनीगंधा खा रहा देखो भाई उन्हें।
KC eventually
अरे वो क्या कि
last time out.
वो है जी खाने का नाम होता है हाथ का पसीना पोंछने पीछे वो।
To make sure that Jing can't be funneling these showstoppers every
इन्हें
other
4
round,
सेकंड है।
They have to be a little bit more aggressive. They have to keep
आओ।
that PRX ult economy cycle off their game. So we've seen them take a couple rounds in a row where they've sent that neon forward to claim that space and at least challenge PRX.
4 सेकंड का एक भाई था छोटा 10 साल का, उन्हें इमॉर्टल मार दिया, इमॉर्टल या रेडिएंट।
So much of what KC's able to do here on
छोटा भाई।
Sunset
हाँ।
क्या नाम है?
through Levin.
YouTube पे देखा था मैं।
This is timeout going to be enough. The conversion so far.
जिंग भी गिरा था उसके भाई के साथ।
क्या मारा साजल जी?
Some damage on the Jing.
Like the response. A little bit of aggression now from PRX.
छोटा बच्चा था।
हाँ छोटा बच्चा है जिस तो भाई रेडिएंट मार लिया उन्हें।
For him to come peeking.
और उससे अच्छा कर रहा था 4 सेकंड से। वो उसमें आई थी। ओहो क्या मारा भैया।
Cleans it up. Now it's a 3v5. Forsaken still convinced.
देख लिया उन्हें।
Has not left his position, and he would be right for that. Reach back one.
बॉडी मारा मगर अच्छा मारा हर बार।
Scratching their heads, wondering where the hell is going to be the best place to try to take the spike. Oh God, it's Forsaken. A bit of a rough timing there. Sugetsu able to find it now. Another 2v4 would be necessary for PRX to try to take this
और
up to map point.
D4v4
Really nice timing.
वो लोग आप पूरे उधर ही देख रहे हैं। वो मैंने इधर देखा खाली। मैं फेड देख रही। थक गया। खत्म हार गए लोग। 11-11 दे देता स्पैम देता हर बार। 11-11
क्या चाको है कि
सीधा 13 कर देती है अभी ये केसी। उन लोग की अटैकिंग अच्छी नहीं है। ड्यूलिश बहुत बेकार है। रेस नहीं ड्यूलिश बहुत बेकार है। रेस क्या करता है भाई? सैचल है इसके पास खाली। और क्या है दूसरा? और इन लोग रेना भी नहीं लेते। रेना कहीं को नहीं लेते बोलते वो अटैकिंग एबिलिटीज है ना उसकी। अटैक करे तो आप एबिलिटीज यूज कर सकते हो। भाई 1v1 बहुत हार्ड रहता। तो इन लोगों का क्या यूज करते हैं मालूम? जेट, रेज, नियॉन, ये बहुत चलने वाले ड्यूलिस्ट हैं ये।
डैश इवेंट्स
वेले भी अच्छा यूज होगी। अच्छा 2 ड्यूलिस्ट हैं, समथिंग भी ड्यूलिस्ट है ना?
हां वेले
उन्हें भी बेकार
में क्या
कर
आ
रहा
गया।
है।
अच्छा इन्हें डाला क्या? अटैकर ही डाला।
3-player lean Forsaken with the spike. Solo at the moment. Looking for this
अरे
peek.
क्या है भाई?
He sends out those shots.
चुपिश टीपी मारा।
His exit with the rendezvous.
Going to be put into a tough position.
और यहाँ पर देखना है क्या पेपर एक्स एंट्री ले सकती है। नियॉन भाई एंट्री लेते हुए फक्ति जीपी की पीछे वॉल सिटी की तरफ आ गया उन्हें।
प्लान भी हो गया जीजा।
प्लान भी हो गया, एक बंदा नहीं मरा। 5v5 5v4
नियॉन आ गया, मार दिया
समथिंग का हेडशॉट। नियॉन का हेडशॉट समथिंग पे। लोहा भाई की 8 HP। ओ क्या मारा भाई हेडशॉट। 2v1। ओ एंटी
हो जा रहा था। अच्छा
This is a nifty little idea from PRX.
भाई भी ऐसी टेढ़ा करके खेलता हूँ कीबोर्ड।
They're able to get something tucked into market.
पहले थोड़ा वक्त तो था मॉनिटर।
क्या यहाँ पर ओवर टाइम हो सकता है? 12 हो सकता है या पेपर एक्स ले लेगी?
पेपर एक जीत जाती।
देखने के लिए सब्सक्राइब करिए गाइस फक्त जीपी को।
15 रुपए मिल रहे।
अगले साल ये भी जाएंगे और खेलेंगे वहां पर PRX की टीम से।
उन्हें भी आता रहा भाई कमेंट्री करने वाला भी।
तुम्हारा एंट्री देख के उन लोगों वो लगाए थे यूट्यूब पे टंग टडंग टडंग टंग 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 टडंग टडंग। पेमेंट बोलता फिर तुमको भाई एंथम सॉन्ग है फक्ति जीपी का, वो मैं यूज करता था। कॉपीराइट्स उनके हो गए अब वो।
I mean, they're still on stage. I have no idea.
तो यहाँ पर टेक्निकल पॉज मिला है, देखते हैं क्या हो रहा है, क्या बातचीत हो रही है, कौन से हैक्स लग रहे हैं अब कंप्यूटर में।
PRX हैक्स लगा रही या फिर सामने
PRX तो हैक नहीं लगा रही, सामने की टीम लगा रही वहाँ पे। PRX को सिर्फ एक राउंड चाहिए विजेता के लिए।
This one absolutely could be as well. Sure. KC are able to close this out on Sunset.
बहुत चिल होके खेल रहे हैं लोग। 4 सेकेंड उन्हें है भाई, इन्हें तो समथिंग है। 4 सेकेंड उन्हें है, वो दूसरा
इन्हें है 4 सेकेंड
समथिंग है उसका नाम गोरा, और एक गोरा है सो
इन्हें समथिंग है। अपन जो फर्स्ट टाइम देखे उन्हें 4 सेकेंड, इन्हें समथिंग है।
अच्छा ये तुम्हारा माउस पैड मालूम कितने का है? ये नीचे सो रखे हुआ
लाल कलर का।
हाँ कितने का है मालूम? 6,500 या 12,500 रुपए का। हाँ क्या हुआ? 100 रुपए का? बड़े भाई बेइज्जती कर दे रहे हैं तुम उसकी। ट्रांसपेरेंट माउस पैड है वो। वायरलेस माउस अगर अपन ऐसा फिराए ना तो कम से कम 5 बार फिरता हो 360। इतना स्मूथ रहता हो। मैं रुको, लाल कलर का है वो, नाम भूल गया मैं।
Power cycle. Yeah. All that good stuff.
The classic.
निंजा ये मारो, निंजा FX HNX सॉफ्ट मारो, यूट्यूब पे मारो FX
N64 etc. They got the cartridge.
Ninja FX.
Try to clear the
HIEN soft.
Where physical media is just going to be completely dead. What a fun time.
What a world we live in.
सॉरी ये माउस पैड है वो, ये माउस पैड है वो। रुको
4,000
नहीं बेच रहे हैं इन लोग।
4,000 का
जो ऐसा मारो ZOWI जोवी माउस पैड रेड मारो, जोवी माउस पैड रेड, ZOWIE माउस पैड रेड।
PS1 games.
6,500 रुपए का है।
I have an original Nintendo, yeah.
It's either 2,600 or 5,200.
Oh, really? Okay.
Product not phone बता रहा।
Different games.
That is even older than I had.
It's my
Nintendo's.
father's.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm not that old.
Well, when I was a kid, I had to have 2 Nintendos because I took when I was like 7, I took the first one apart because I wanted to see how it worked. And then I thought I could put it back together because
खाली माउस पैड ही 4000 रुपए का है
And nothing's really changed over the.
हाँ माउस ना कितने महंगे उन लोगों के भाई 12,000 नहीं 10 का तो 60,000 का माउस था तो 10 का माउस देख के स्नैक्स लिया था 60,000 का माउस हाँ इन लोगों के रहते 45,000 के माउस 60,000 के कीबोर्ड
पीसी
1 लाख के पीसी तो 2.5-3 लाख से कम नहीं रहता मॉनिटर इन लोगों का 340 हर्ट्ज से या 550 हर्ट्ज से 550 तो हाल में निकला मैक्सिमम हर्ट्ज वाले मॉनिटर्स रहते हैं उन लोगों का 60-80 हजार 1 लाख
मॉनिटर कितने हर्ट्ज का रहता
540 या 340 होगा
नहीं टूर्नामेंट में कम रहता कहते हैं ना
कम है बोले तो फिर 240 होगा बेनक्यू का बी की साइड है स्पाइक यहाँ पर किसके पास है स्पाइक रेस के पास
प्लांट हो गया
नहीं स्पाइक है प्लांट कहाँ हुआ अब जा रहा हूँ मैं हार्बर
प्लांट
जा रहा जी अब जा रहा प्लांट कर रहा
डिले
मैं यूट्यूब पे देख रहा हूँ बैगन
अच्छा तुम डिस्कॉर्ड पे देखो ना
डिस्कॉर्ड पे फट रही पूरी
जीत गए
ओ माय गॉड पेपर एक्स क्या खेली भाई
They come out on top here on KC's pick of sunset.
It certainly looked a little uncomfortable for Paper X though, a map that used to be very much
DSLR से फोटोआं ले रहे हैं एल्बम बनाते हैं अब
KC had some really nice ideas, some good mid rounds, some good individual.
ये क्या रोनाल्डो का क्या तो भी है ये लगाओ जरा
Just a little bit too deep.
वो टीजर है
Everyone can win. The ones who do, they're different. Precision.
क्या कौन सी गेम
अरे वर्ल्ड कप का
चेस
चल रहा खाली चेस बोल के नहीं
होने तो
सब
अच्छा सबका इंट्रो दिया उन्हें
अब जितने भी स्पोर्ट्स गेम्स है पीसी मोबाइल सबका
Calm.
इन्हें कौन सी
When pressure closes in,
Valorant है
they remain untouched. Control. They don't react to the game.
एक आई कोई सी आवाज डाले इन लोगों रोनाल्डो की नहीं होती
रोनाल्डो स्टार्टिंग में था वो भी यही दिख रहा मेरे को
Creativity. Where others see chaos, they find possibilities. Killer instinct. No hesitation. When the moment comes, they end it. This is what winning is made of. And the greatest, they don't wait for the stage. They earn it. This is where true champions rise. The Esports World Cup.
यही दिख रहा
नहीं भाई एआई नहीं हो सकता वो बहुत बड़ा लग जाता फिर लोगों को
नहीं जी डिजिटल राइट्स सेल कर रहे हैं ना आजकल सेलिब्रिटीज भी तुम मेरी फोटो यूज करके वीडियो बना लो मैं
पैसे देते
मेरे को इतने दे देना हाँ तो ये डिजिटल राइट सेल कर दिया होगा
अगर हाथों के रगा वगा पूरे बियर्ड के जो पैची पूरी दिख रही रियल दिख रही हो
स्टार्टिंग में कहाँ दिखे देखो ये देखो एक आंख छोटी एक आंख बड़ी दिख रही एक कान छोटा एक कान बड़ा दिख रहा है एआई चाहिए
वो तो ऐसी छे
Everyone can win.
देखो जी हाथ कैसा निकाला उन्हें एआई
Ones who do, everyone can win.
देखे
मेरे को ब्लर है ब्लर बता रहा होते पिक्सल नहीं दिख रहे
यूट्यूब पे देखो यूट्यूब
Not everyone can.
आज किसका मैच है फीफा
The ones who do,
कल अर्जेंटीना क्या हमारी भाई गोला
precision. The body breaks, the mind doesn't. Checkmate. Calm.
Morocco.
When pressure closes in, they
वो
remain
फ्रांस का है
Control. They don't react to the game. They decide it.
way that Sunset was playing. I think that you could tell that Casey is way more intense.
स्क्रीन, अरे मेरे को स्क्रीन चेंज करने का एनिमेशन डालना है भाई। अब मिसाल के तौर पर अब मैं यहाँ
ट्रांजिशन
पे
ना, समझ गया मैं।
सीन, हाँ अब मैं वैलो का
हाँ,
को स्टार्ट कर रहा हूँ, तो अब ट्रांसिशन कैसा होना, कुछ हो रहा ही नहीं
बनाना पड़ता
ट्रांसिशन।
अपने को।
मतलब बना के वीडियो प्ले करना है, ऐसा वीडियो के सर का है वो।
ट्रांसपेरेंट एक्सपोर्ट करना शायद उसको। ट्रांसपेरेंट पीएनजी कैसी रहती, वैसा ट्रांसपेरेंट वीडियो बना के जो है सो ऐसा बनाना कि एक लेयर आके एक लेयर को छुपा दे रही, वैसा नहीं तो एक वो रहना, भक्ति जी पी लाइव बोल के ऐसा कुछ ट्रांजिशन रहना। रिप्ले का ट्रांजिशन आ रहा देखो,
हाँ इसका वो रहना
वैसा
तुम।
बंद कर दिए तुम स्ट्रीम,
हाँ
तो वैसा भक्ति जी पी लाइव बोल के ऐसा कुछ बना के उधर ओबीएस करो तुम।
डिस्कॉर्ड पे बताऊँ?
हाँ उधर है अपलोड करने का,
क्या बोल रहे हैं यहाँ पे
सीन
इधर?
ट्रांजिशन बोल के बताता ना वहाँ पे। नहीं उधर नहीं आता हो, ये सेटिंग्स में जाओ राइट साइड की। अरे इधर है ना जी सीन ट्रांजिशन बोल के, पेड को और क्लिक करो, कस्टम डाल सकते हैं अपन। कहाँ है वो, अलग है चीज वो, कस्टम प्रीमेड प्रीसेट से हो। सीन ट्रांजिशन पे क्लिक करो, प्लस करो, क्या बता रहा, कुछ बता रहा पुराना। तो वीडियो कैसा अपलोड करना उस पे? थ्री डॉट्स पे क्लिक करो,
स्विच करा था पहले, नहीं हो रहा 3 डॉट्स पे गलत।
उधर से जो रहता वो सेटिंग चेंज करने का, उधर जो इसको वीडियो क्लिप डाले तो बदल लगा पूरा।
ये सही है, देखो इधर एक सर्च का वो डाल दिया,
हाँ
ये वो डाल
ये
दिया।
क्या डाल दे तुम, ट्रैकर।
हाँ
ये क्या कैलकुलेटर खोल दिए?
वो पॉइंट्स आवर्स ये वो कैलकुलेट कर रहा था मैं, कितने रुपए अपने नुकसान में जाते हैं अगर अपन पॉइंट्स के पैसे दिए अगर, तो अपन पैसे देने से पहले अपने को स्पॉन्सर मिल रहा ना भाई प्रोडक्ट्स। हम मिसाल के तौर पर ये क्रियो है, इन्हें अपने को दे दिया, एक दो कीबोर्डा दे दिया, दो मौजा दे दिया, एक मॉनिटर दे दिया, 4,000 11,000 18,000, वो मैं मार्केटिंग कर लेता हूँ, मैं उसकी उसकी मार्केटिंग करता हूँ, और उसके कोई भी परचेजिंग करे तो मेरे को पैसे देने की जरूरत नहीं होनी, तो प्रोडक्ट दे दे रहा अपने को, समझे?
हाँ उसके पैसे उसको मिल जाते।
हाँ स्टार्टिंग में अपने को इन्वेस्ट करना ही पड़ता है भाई थोड़े। मेन एट द एंड अपने को अपने प्रोडक्ट्स बना के बेचना है भाई, कैसा भी बेचो।
3D में बने पूरा।
हाँ कल बोले ना तुम।
वीडियो क्या है, वीडियो प्ले करो नीचे स्क्रॉल बार के पास आ रहा,
ये
स्क्रॉल बार के पास। हाँ अरे वैसा है।
गेट एक्सपर्ट शॉपिंग, चैट विद अवर सपोर्ट टीम, लाइव वीडियो शॉपिंग।
इनो है क्या फाउंडर?
तो ना लाइव बता के शॉपिंग करते हैं प्रोडक्ट्स। अच्छा है नहीं?
मैं अब भी आ रहा हूँ भाई,
ठीक है।
एफ क्यों?
Match found.
Get zapped.
Guys,
अगर तुम्हारे ओपोनेंट में बैड निंजा करके कोई प्लेयर है ना, बैड निंजा नाम है, हैकर डॉच कर देना। पहन का 2 मैच आ चुका है लगातार, एक मैच जैसे तैसे, दूसरे में प्री फायर कर रहा है बराबर।
अरे रिपोर्ट करो भाई, रिपोर्ट करो ना।
कर दिया
रिपोर्ट करे तो
ऑब्वियसली।
बैन हो जाएगा ना इमीडिएटली उसी गेम में।
इमीडिएटली नहीं होता, मादर चौदह आ रहा है।
नहीं, बाज वक्त इमीडिएट हो जाता भाई। माइक ऑफ करके चबा ले भाई।
माय बैड।
ना भाई माइक ऑन करके चबा। आई लाइक द सॉन्ग। एएसएमआर दे भाई।
बिना वीडियो के एएसएमआर मत दे भाई।
नहीं वीडियो में खराब हो जाता ना।
बात तो सही बोल रहा है, बिल्कुल सही। बात तो सही बोल रहा है। वीडियो में इतना गंदा दिखता, मैं कैसे खाता हूँ पता है? ऐसे करके।
एक्चुअली अब तो देखना पड़ेगा भाई, वीडियो ऑन करते हैं। क्या नाम बोला था ओपोनेंट का?
बैड निंजा।
Are you watching the FIFA World Cup? Welcome to the stream, Leo भाई। नहीं भाई।
What hope do these
Not watching.
criaturas have? I almost pity them.
Watching Esports World Cup, which is
अबे एनिमी टीम का भाई, एनिमी टीम का ये बेटो टट्टी है भाई, मार चो देंगे उसकी रॉ में।
सॉरी व्हाट? क्या देखो?
एनिमी टीम का जो बेटो है, बेटो
हाँ
वो टट्टी है, उसकी यूजर से गाली बचने ना, एम ड्यूल मार चो दे।
भाई गाली मत दो यार प्लीज, मेरी स्ट्रीम चल रही है वरना म्यूट करना पड़ेगा।
मेरी टीम की माँ का भोसड़ा 4 बार।
चल भाई अब अगले म्यूट कर दिया। इज्जत राज नहीं आती भाई बात लोग। 52 jet.
Reload. Reload. Reload.
Fence का। एक महीना अभी भी भाई, 2 लोग हैं अभी भी, एक आराम से, एक महीना लेना एक फेस। नाइस सॉरी।
कोई ब्लाइंड कर लिया है।
ओ अच्छा, मैं गधा हूँ। शाडू लिस्ट।
Spike planted.
Killed them.
One enemy remaining.
Cutting through.
हो सकता है स्मोक नहीं आया इसको।
Sage, we are the perfect pair. I take it.
रिमिट नहीं हुआ क्या?
ऑनलाइन है ना टीम में, कहाँ से वो?
मैं नहीं देने वाला तेरे को शरत, तू गन खरीद ले, ऐसे ही को हार जाते हैं। मैं तेरे को अभी बोल
मिड
भाई, रेस तो मेरी गेम खराब कर रहा था। कैसे मेरे पास खड़े हो गए, मैं तेरे को नहीं देने वाला शरत, तू चाहे कुछ भी करता है। तू क्या कर लेगा? तू मेरे को नेट करके क्या कर लेगा भाई? कोई पॉइंट नहीं है भाई। तेरे पे पैसा था, तूने खरीदा नहीं, इसके बाद फकिंग चॉइस, ठीक है? ये बकचोदी है क्या मेरे सामने?
Spike down B.
नाच रहा है, नेट कर रहा है।
चिल आउट।
One enemy remaining. Long.
That was clean. Keep it up.
Move in after I strike.
That's रोते हैं भाई, तेरे को जितना रोना है रो भाई रे।
I don't think समझ आता है Singaporean. अच्छा भाई, बढ़िया है तेरा। एकदम और क्या?
No, I hate the fucking Chinese ass shit. Singaporeans are equally bad. Just look at this motherfucker. Oh, fuck Singaporean shit.
Ultimate, you know,
Can suck my ass.
guarantee.
Enemy spotted mid.
We don't. We have 4 duelists. There was mid. There was mid.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Go, go, go! I'm out of here. Are you kidding me right now?
No fucking way. Well played, man.
Clutch.
Baby.
Almost got me. Not.
Holy shit! You guys see that? That's some move.
Yeah, sure. इतना चाटेगा भाई उसकी भाई, वो एक शेरिफ में भी उस पे वो नेड कर रहा है। बहुत गुड क्वालिटीज है भाई इन योर रेस भाई। तो क्या
Efforts.
One outside mid.
Mid,
outside
mid,
mid.
split, split.
Go away. Let's go.
3 mid, 3 mid, 3 mid. 131 sky. Get in sky mid. 131 sky.
I'm out of here. Go, go, go. We're good.
I'll handle this.
I've got your trail.
One enemy remaining.
You died last. Good job.
I feel good. That's weird.
उसका माइक बंद है भाई, उसका माइक बंद है।
Somebody buy.
You and me, Reina. No limits.
मत वे पीछे रहने दे।
Spike down A.
सेज हील है क्या?
Yep. Sky heaven dog.
मर जाऊंगा, छोड़ रहने देना।
One enemy remaining.
Again.
एल्बो थी यहाँ पे। अरे भाई, अब तेरे को नहीं आती तो इट्स योर फॉल्ट भाई।
Move.
A. Sky and red. मैं अटक गया यार ब्लाइंड में सर्च कैसे। लियोन भाई थोड़ा आगे तो मैं बच जाता। मोटे ग्राम्स है, एक मेन है, दो तो है।
Guy's falling. Go, go,
मेरा
go.
टारगेट मैं छोड़ रहा।
Shocking.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Get out of my way. Almost out.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
जीत कैसे रहेगा तो एक
I'm so surprised उनका वीटो मेरा वॉल नहीं तोड़ रहा।
हाँ, उसने एक राउंड तोड़ा तो उसके बाद नहीं आया।
हाँ, you have a chance. Raise the ball after you take a shot. मुझे कुछ नहीं सकता मैच का।
ठीक है, ठीक मत दे डायरेक्टली थोड़ा पीछे।
Raise there. There.
एक यहाँ पर है न्यू बॉक्स।
Fake teleport. Headshot.
One enemy remaining.
न्यू बॉक्स आई थिंक न्यू बॉक्स।
Spike down B.
Hello, darling.
न्यू बॉक्स आई थिंक मेरी
Charge and shoot. Easy enough.
नहीं मैंने करा।
हाँ भाई, I play Euro in BBL Lotus. Seriously, तू मेरा Euro मेरा देख लियो भाई, आज ही खेला मैंने I think Euro।
Not another step.
और नीचे आए एक अभी भी जगह है। हेड आ गया इधर।
Spike planted. Last player standing.
I'll pick them apart. You clean up whatever's left.
मैं अपना एक बार ट्राई कर बोल के देखूँ, आज ही खेला था ना।
भाई कोई मिड आ जाओ ना प्लीज। वेंस स्लो एंड वी कैन टेक।
आज ही खेला था मैंने स्प्लिट पे।
अकेले में आ चुका हूँ।
well. ऑपरेटर है
Spike down A.
अबे वो इतना वॉक इन कैसे कर रहा है?
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
ये एल्बो था
Last player standing.
Here comes the party.
देख एल्बो था
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Zuko better watch their backs.
हाँ समझा देखो मैंने आज ही खेला था वैसे आज मैंने स्प्लिट पे खेला था 3 मैच पहले देख के रहा था मैं तो सेंडल भी होके आ चुका ये रोल दिख रहा है
Wall raised.
क्या फ्लेक्स कर रहा है
I'm out of here.
इजी
Bomb buddy out.
I'm out of here.
Spike down mid.
Here we go.
We're good.
You had your fun. My turn. I've got your trail. Cutting their vision.
Last player standing.
दिया क्या हो I'm not gonna defend that way यार दिया तो अब दिया मूवमेंट देखो भाई मूवमेंट देखो चुतिए की
My city needs me. I can't
ये
be
चढ़ा
away
उतरा
from
ऐसे भाई क्लचे कर देगा भाई ये अबे इसमें
Get out of my way.
सेज भाई उसको तोड़ भी सकते हैं भाई चलो
Don't persist.
Go, go, go.
अबे एक रन पे
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
पता नहीं 50 किलोमीटर दूर से बच्ची मार रहा है भाई
राइट क्लिक है ना भाई
किल लग जाएगी भाई होपफुली कहीं
Last round in the
राइट क्लिक बोल
half.
के कोई चीज नहीं है क्या
Cannot keep our good.
अबे भाई अभी तो मेरे को ये बची भाई कहाँ सो रहे हो
अबे चलता है भाई तब भी और कौन सा मरा ना जाके
नहीं डैमेज गिराया ना थिंक थोड़ा सा
अबे असिस्ट मिला ना मेरा
कितना डैमेज सही से चाहिए
Let's go.
मेरे को लग रहा है जज बक्की का तो गिराया था तुम जज का नहीं गिराया था
Go, go, go.
सेवन आ चुका है
Gotta
Well, I
go.
got my one. Go over.
One enemy remaining.
Hole.
Spike
Marne wala
down
hai.
B. Last player standing.
Next.
ये देखा अब ये पुरानी जज होती ना ये एक शॉट में मर जाता बट 2 शॉट लगे
Switching sides.
I don't care if there are 5 of them or 50 of them.
नहीं नहीं आई एम प्रीटी श्योर क्राउच स्प्रेड को छोड़ के आई थिंक सारे स्प्रेड इंक्रीज करें स्टैंडिंग स्प्रेड भी इंक्रीज करा है स्टिल क्राउच क्यों कर रहा है नहीं हाँ मतलब अगर तू सिर्फ क्राउच बैठा रहेगा तो नहीं कर आई थिंक बट अगर तू खड़ा हुआ उसका भी करा हुआ है लो फ्लैश दे रहा
Time to
है
jump.
इधर
Spike drop. Reload.
Wonderful kill.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
चलो पैकेज शुरू भाई नहीं पर शेयर नहीं
You're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
अबे बहुत जल्दी फ्लैंक आया लर्क करूंगा मैं
क्या 4 डूल है There was mid.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here. Are you kidding me right now?
Last player standing.
I'm out of
भाई
here.
उसको भी 126 मारा पता जेट को ऐसे उतारा मैं जेट ही बुलेट
I got spiked. Nice try. Gotta go. Work good. Shock it.
मिल पकड़ लिया इसको तो
30 seconds left.
Gotta go.
Minion लो ये
Down. I'm out of here.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
उसने तेरे को म्यूट करा हुआ है
Your hearts are pounding.
ओ भाई ये क्या चिल्ला रहे हो
क्या भाई
योरू तेरे को कॉल दे रहा था कि वो न्यू बॉक्स पे है और तूने म्यूट कर रखा है योरू चिल्लाए जा रहा है हाँ न्यू बॉक्स पे था योरू क्या चिल्ला रहा था भाई
Shock it.
One enemy remaining.
Move. Let's go.
ना भाई नहीं मैं म्यूट नहीं करना था भाई स्ट्रीम पे जाता है तो मजा आता
It kills.
W कंटेंट
मैं ऐसे जनों का मेरे बस में होता तो भाई गोली से उड़ा ही देता भाई असली वाली थ्रेट है भाई ऐसे अपने कंट्री के लिए थ्रेट है ऐसे लोग भाई ऐसे बच्चे आई गेस 12 साल से बढ़ के ना भाई
Cutting through.
Cutting their vision.
Shock it. Work good.
चला ही है भाई आगे और सामने भी है
अरे इस पे ट्रैप में फंस गया था
अरे मेरे को लगा ये बाकी लोग भी आ जाएंगे
Spike down B.
ये रहे
I got the spike.
मैं मर गया
Last player standing.
मारेंगे
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
मिट्टू भी करेंगे आगे
नियन वगैरह तो ऐसे लंबा डैश मत कर थोड़ा क्लोन और ग्लो डालना है
Fire in the hole! Shortcut! Shocking! There we go! Cutting them in.
Run and load. Stop.
One enemy remaining.
नहीं on the party जा रहा है भाई
Reloading.
Almost out.
हाँ यार
मेन गैराज में एक फैंटम है उस पर
Still in sight.
नहीं उठा फैंटम लेफ्ट साइड पे था
अरे इसके फ्लैश के चक्कर में देखा ही नहीं मैंने
Match point.
A single battle between us and victory.
लगे लफड़ा चल रहा है भाई तुम दोनों का तो
Oi, grab the spike.
Can someone get this?
तुम कहाँ स्विंग करते हो भाई इसको चेता मैंने घूमने का
Shocking.
स्काई ए पे है मिड से आ रहा
Time to jump. Here.
इसको अरे ये तो बंद है ना वो मतलब भरा हुआ गांड मार दी मेरी तो
I've got your
One
trail.
enemy remaining. Attackers win.
They move over to the attack, then yep, I'm feeling pretty confident about seeing these squads go over to Lotus. The third and final map to determine it all, see who is going to be going home and who gets to stick around. Play against the loser of the other ongoing series. Vitality and NRG fighting tooth and nail at the moment on their third and final map.
I just love the game theory here. Love the individual play from Karmine Corp. Sugetsu, absolutely just so annoying. DOS9, really timely. A lot of his utility. Narrate, so good with that Phoenix. Started to cause a lot of problems with those A-site post plants. Just about everything PaperX tried. Boarded.
And there's no further help. Both timeouts committed. This has to be on the players after this break. Run back enough rounds. Force a timeout out of KC. That's the only way that Alex is going to be able to communicate after this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, PaperX, you got to have maybe the best defender side on Fracture you've had ever. Roll this back. I mean, certainly they can be good on that side of the map. They do generally play it pretty well. They do generally play it more like an attacker side. So it can be a little tricky to go up against them, but just felt a little bit shaken there. Everything looked a little bit crisp, clean for Karmine Corp. Every department. PRX, not so much. They looked a little off balance, a little discombobulated. A big time pistol. If PaperX can get this, yeah, there's definitely a shout. There's definitely a hope. Karmine Corp gets it. You have such a massive hill to climb. So They're going to stack 4 up towards the north side of the map. They're looking to use a little bit of contact for a breach stun, but everybody on Karmine Corp is just on the south side, so.
Basically full gambling on this A side of the map. Forsaken just going to be shifting over. Envy, the next closest player.
Could be a pivot off the clear this trip. Let's see. It's kind of going to come down to timing.
A little bit of spam and plenty of damage is going to be found. Meanwhile, Envy from up and over the top, Sugetsu is not able to spot him. Will get some damage across, but cannot find that kill. Swing in though, DOS9 taking down the first. Jing eliminated. Devi stancing around these shots. The stun to be avoided, but Devi turns his sights over to main, and Aves is going to be taken down. 2 players, 30 health between them. DOS9, the only one at full HP. The turret to be placed forward into the smoke to try to scout him out. Envy walks right up into him. Doesn't manage to get the spot, but now it is all down to 11. 4 HP will find a parting gift kill on a Forsaken, but cannot stop PRX from retaking the site. They will find the pistol they so desperately need. Shorten that gap down to 3 rounds.
Yeah, I like the idea here from PRX. You know, gamble stack one side of the map and just match in the other direction. And they're able to be a little bit patient behind that trip. Envy wins a huge fight there against Getsu, keeps the flanks clear. That allows them to keep their eyes forward. A little bit of trickery attempted by DOS9. Dealt with, cleaned up. PRX fans, the edge of their seats, but feeling a little bit better after that. But look at this buy. This has bonus conversion written all over it for PRX if they can get this round to go.
Well, that's exactly what they want. Something, however, needing the back pedal, not overstep. Does have some healing to come through. Blaze Wall is going to be sent over into main. Levin getting tagged off screen as well, as Avaz, if he swings his corner, might just be dead, but oh, yeah, shot into the thigh. Will fall down to 35 HP. And something hoping that he comes his way to collect that elimination. Would love to try to get that orbital strike online quickly. Getsu tucked here. Jing. Oh, well, there's the cam. Sugetsu revealing his position. Not ready for that second player to be there. Defy will find that kill. Looks for another swing in. DOS9 catching him off guard. And now they overwhelm Jing. A Guardian now going to be on the floor. And snatched up the site to be taken. And suddenly this is a decent position for Karmine to try to win out, but do have 2 players very low on health. Plant in the aftershock to try to push it right into the open. Something's able to collect that one with the Sheriff shot, and that's the Guardian now stranded. In order to be pushed, Forsaken to find it. Just has a reaction time. And the cleanup will be there. 3 players to survive. The key weaponry to be recollected. PRX will make this an 8-6 scoreline.
That's gigantic that PRX is able to recover this, because there was a moment here, KC being really patient, really tricky. If Sugetsu doesn't reveal his presence there, I think he's got at least 1 more kill. He pops that camera and goes for the play. Still, I like the idea from KC, bouncing across the map a little bit. You know, PRX wants to keep pushing because they think that maybe A had been left open. You just find the Cypher there. Usually that player, again, often going to be on their own, so you're trying to capitalize on that advantage. Trying to get into...
Hello, आवाज आ रही?
Turned out KC was already rotating off the back of him, being so close to the front of A for so long, and here you go. A couple Guardians, a couple Rifles, Marshall for something. Slowed down by KC.
Ball line out. A couple players going to be contained into the corner of the flash. Connecting on a Forsaken. Sends that guiding light up and over the top. Steadies the aim. Nearly finds himself at second.
Defending में attacking करते भाई
PRX. Survive 40 health, but now Envy joining in the fight. Looks for a little bit more, but eventually gets punished. And the right finds Jing. Just the 2 players left standing. Something with the Marshall, the Prowler, not to scout him. Has that Sheriff still in hand though. Finds the first. Finds the second.
Oh.
Now it's just narrate. And a sprays through the box. The plant to come in. Has
Full
a run it back
HP.
available. Does he send it for the 1v1? The curveball out. Gets the spot. Gets an immense amount of damage. Devi tagged at 21. It should have this done and dusted. It has to be a quick, crisp, and clean headshot from Devi to try to take this one. He won't be able to have it. The Raid gets himself a 4K clutch. to deny the bonus conversion, but it's an immense amount of damage still dealt by PRX.
God, narrate just incredible today. Not sure if Divide made some noise there, and he was able to time that curveball. Looked like maybe there was a shout here for a moment. PRX trying to set up that crunch from Sewers, but
something doing his damnedest.
He did. I mean, this almost was his, but spam through the box. Nice. 4K again for Narrate.
29-2.
He is frying.
Well out in front here at the top of the lobby. Orbital strike is online. Run it back, maybe to be committed here. As Orbital's just going to be called in. Anticipating that this player went over the top at 11 pound, just enough space to tuck away, avoid taking damage. So in the end, that pull of the trigger does not get rewarded with much of anything. Jing now on the push forward is able to find two. Maybe with two of his own, but the fly kills are there. Chavez himself afloat in this round. Divide jumping across, spotting him out, the 1-2 swing coming in, and something to collect it, not allowing Chavez to isolate. PRX steadying the ship and keeping things close.
It's just a very PRX round here. Just throw everything into the blender. Hope it comes out okay, and it does. Just rely on those players. Ching, it's up close and personal, and favoring the Phantom today. It is the perfect gun in that scenario.
Sugetsu is going to go
Outlaw.
Yeah.
2 players, 1 shot to it. Outlaw for Forsaken too, though. That's the player you would normally expect to have the Outlaw on PRX. He's 1 tap to it, and he's like, whoops, I need help.
Yeah, has to backpedal away now. Here's the Boombot as well on that dish side.
Forsaken trying to get into a position to punish Sugetsu. Has to be concerned about some of that Cypher utility potentially being there.
Trying to push him back with its presence from Jing, and it has worked a treat. Get him completely isolated. Meanwhile, turret there to take contact from tower. Divide just slotting back in here at Canteen.
Harry's trying to sell a fake. PRX isn't buying it.
Well, especially not after that jiggle peek. On down over the top. The reveal is there, and Divide has to backpedal away. He thought he was going to be safe from that position, but he still finds a good amount of damage. Chavez tagged down to 2. Meanwhile, Forsaken re-swinging. Has that Outlaw still, and has them dead to rights.
Sure.
Jing will deny any potential for an ace here in this round. And leaves just Narrate with a Sheriff in hand. PRX looking to make this a flawless, as they will get within a 1 round of tying things up.
Guns available over here.
Still doesn't even get, oh, it just deactivated. Just got recalled. But on the peak, Forsaken will get the 4K in the end, in flawless fashion at that.
Okay, Forsaken now starting to get a little rowdy on stage. Trying to rally the troops there too. Hearing some cries from one of the leaders of the team. I'll say him and Divide pretty equally share the role, it feels like most days. Ooh. Fantastic. But the patience there and the fact that something doesn't get tagged by that Outlaw, really huge in the way that PRX is then able to make some really nice adjustments in that round to flush Sugetsu into that first kill, to take the danger, the big danger weapon out of that round. And then from there, just hold the line. So that's going to give you a little bit of breathing room. You're going to have some ults for PRX. And that's why KC wants to take a timeout.
Well, the seal want to go back much if the Outlaw was still in the hands of PRX, but I think you can continue to get value off that one. Sugetsu at least is not going to be able to go for a full util, full armor buy, unless he wants to lean back on something like a Bulldog or a Guardian.
Yeah, I think PRX might have bought anyway, like right before the timeout was called. I saw somebody spend a bunch of cash, so they might have dropped it. But yes, it was still in Forsaken's hands, so they very well could have kept it if they wanted to try and make that work. Throw it over to maybe something or Divide, you never know. Forsaken has the Seekers off of that round, so he's feeling pretty good. I think they were 1 away from Invi's ult. Yes. And meanwhile, KC has everything. You basically have everything since Sugetsu's 1 away from the neural theft. Oh my god.
Jing is just going for this crunch play. Camera to spot him out. Dawson going to be contained into the corner, but that is a casual fadeaway shot as the brim is immediately dispatched. Orbital strike now no longer a concern. Goodbye. Trying to delay. Showstopper out the Prowler to scout, and that's going to be him dead to rights as the Showstopper connects at his feet. Swing in though, it's just a shutdown on the ultimate for now as Sugetsu will get spotted here in the corner. The Nightfall going to be sent through, but Jing has already cleared the angle. He's able to find that kill. Levin trading it back, keeps it in a 3v3. His paint shell will force Envy away. Site now opened up, but Levin trying to take the fight forward into the spawn. Cannot find the contact he was looking for. Has to back away. One smoke remaining here for something. Neves just jiggling on this angle. The Molly given a consideration for now as the guiding light sent forward, looking to try to find this kill here is Forsaken, but Narade just swings out a little bit wider, and he's not ready for it. Now suddenly, KC in with the advantage. Quick clear on that haunt. Levin still on dish, the time bleeding away. Swing out, KC. It's going to be Aves cleaning up the final 2 kills as they will hit double digits. PRX now trailing by 2 again.
Yeah, and again, it's a huge round for Narate. He has been so instrumental, and he keeps that extra angle on lockdown. Wins the 1v1 against Forsaken there. Hot start. Devi trying to cheat, trying to see if he can get away with being undetected right around that corner, see if he can get an early punish on the execute. But the Prowler connects, and he's just dead to rights. So good diligence being shown by Karmine Corp. You did get a couple outs out of Karmine Corp. Oh boy.
Well, that's a hell of a lot of unhealable damage suffered by Forsaken. Quickly has to give it the space. The turret cleared the nano. He's buying some time. His paint shell just get chucked in. Triple approach on the north side. The Rolling Thunder is going to be called in, though, and it's going to connect on absolutely no one. Devi now trying to hold the line here on the site. Array going to be forced out of position, drops down to his death. Devi just trying to take the fight before the orbital will connect. Ends up over the wayside. Now the Death going to be called in, but Dalson's going to be taken down as Envy is able to find that kill. Brings it now into a 3v2. Spike in hand for Levin, the plant to go in. Envy going to be taking the rope across towards that south side, joined in by Jing, but this is going to be critical time. Bought in the post plant for KC.
They're going to see it too. Cam was still there.
He saw the one, not sure if he saw the second, so even if he wins the fight versus Envy, he might not be ready for Jing. We're bounding forward, but Jing will just go ahead, clean him up very quickly. And now it is just Levin. The spot out and something with a readjust finds the kill. A 9th round here for PRX once again. Just trailing by 1 behind KC.
This is just wild scenes in this round. I mean, it's one of those rounds where every moment it just can change at the drop of a pin, and you know, you feel like that Rolling Thunder misses. It gives away the script on PRX trying to make this long flank. They only send Narrate over to deal with it. He faces a firing squad. Even though the curveball might connect onto 1 or 2, it can't connect onto all 3. The danger man out of the round. Rest of PRX able to do what they need to. Jing's gonna have the showstopper. Devi 1 away from a lockdown. Now you're out of the ult cycle for KC. You got 1 out of it. PRX, Forsaken, looking to challenge the angle just a little bit, but doesn't feel comfortable, and I can't blame him, even though it is a weaker buy. Sugetsu again has that outlaw. Jing, the only one tap to it. Something knows Narrate is there. Ask for Forsaken to maybe come help. Oh, what a shot.
What a shot. What a face forward from Levin. Something absolutely destroyed. Triple push now coming through, trying to capitalize and collapse in onto the enemy. Brimstone, DOS9 just lingering here within the smoke, and Jing eliminated, denied any value from that showstopper, and it's just this one sky smoke keeping them contained. He will be able to find him in the end. Gets us back into a 3v3. The spike being ushered across, but Forsaken finds a backstep onto Sugetsu. So now player advantage going to be established. Levin, however, at the ready. Pushes the door, finds Devi. 2v2, the heel's going to be coming through. His Envy will have to try to pace forward, but Levin shuts him down. A monstrous 4K. Casey again, just do not allow for PRX to tie this up.
No, they're just too sharp. This turn, it's Levin's time to shine. This shot initially, absolutely ridiculous to take something out of the equation. And then there's a hope here for PRX. They've got a numbers advantage, but the timing, Divide just not even really considering that he could have been there already. Gets caught looking the wrong way, and Levin's in a much more prime position to take that fight.
Showstopper immediately going to be sent off the rip. Levin looking for a target around Sands. Jing, however, late lurking, but does get punished. Just doesn't pull the trigger fast enough, and DOS9 is able to find him. Minor damage going to be suffered. Starting to get chaotic now as players get lost within the smokes and the flashes. Paint shell to be lobbed in, trying to desperately clear out this lockdown, and there it is. It has been destroyed. The molly as well on top, just to ensure that it cannot survive. Peak going through, but Envy unable to find DOS9. Stays alive despite the cage being there, despite them having the advantages.
Now we're cooking.
It's something now would have to get the ace clutch to stop them from advancing up to map point. And given the money, the lack thereof, no other choice but to just simply back away, try to play for overtime. This Vandal has to be retained. KC, 12-9, Lotus, just there on the horizon.
This is so incredible. What a couple rounds here from KC. They're right back in the driver's seat. So many moments where they have just been sharper. And now 3 in a row required here just to take it to OT for PRX. Should be rather difficult given the economic situation we just saw. Couple players on 0. So going forward, it is going to be very precarious with the bye. Loss streak bonus gives you a little bit of an extra boost, but it's not great.
No, certainly not. Spectre, Guardian, Sheriff, Stinger, half armors. Very commonplace here. Forsaken, forced away. Lucky to stay alive for now, but for how long is the question? Flash forward into the Raid's face. Buying some time as a run it back. Ready to expire. Also the molly forward here in the tower, and Levin taking a position, staring in towards Canteen. Drops down and finds Envy as well. And that should just be it. As Levin is tearing them limb from limb. Another paint shell chucked forward, keeping them zoned away. Levin on the hunt. Here's Devi on the retreat. He tries to rewrap to join in. And while an ace might not be on the cards, map 3 absolutely is. Jing, not a way to do a damn thing. 13-9, KC in flawless fashion will close out Fracture and push us the distance.
Finally, somebody has stopped PRX's reign of terror on Fracture this year. And it's Karmine Corp, the unexpected heroes, going to force that final map, and just from start to finish had great reads, really understood how to work the map, how to keep PRX pinned in, won a bunch of crucial 1v1s. Narrate and Levin, the double duelists, beyond brilliant. That combination that they were able to string together there, I mean, Narrate's so solid in the middle of that. Levin at the end really shut that out.
An incredible performance from them, but let's go ahead and send things back over to Deacon, to Big Time, and to Kakuka, who's going to be feeling very smug.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, it is Karmine Corp doing what most people thought wasn't possible on PRX's signature map pick of Fracture. They come up 13-9 and now put PRX on the brink of elimination, almost pull them back down with Karmine Corp, and it's one map separating these two squads for the rest of their EWC lives. Let's welcome back the desk, Kakuka and Big Time. Go ahead, Kakuka.
Okay.
Ah, stop it. Stop it! The thing about this is, we're like, I'm not coming out of nowhere when I say PRX are an amazing Fracture team. Their record since swapping to this comp has been immaculate. They've dropped it once, maybe twice, I think, but that's it. They've been so flawless. So when I'm saying this is a big hill for Casey to climb, I mean it. But you have to give the credit to the guys. You have to hold my hands up and go, I was wrong. Casey bested them on Fracture. It was a thoroughly deserved victory. You can now gloat away, please.
I love that. Thank you very much for admitting what just happened. Honestly, when I first saw this and I saw that PRX was picking Fracture, it's like, oh, you really care about staying in the event and going the distance, maybe even as a response to being the Sunset, being like, oh, we're gonna be cheeky like this, Fracture's gonna go out of the map pool, but we're good, we're comfortable here, and we know we can take you down. And luckily, KC came out on top. The individuals were so well drilled. 11 coming alive in the second half. In the first half, I was thinking to myself, if 11 keeps playing like this, I don't think that they can make enough space, put enough pressure in a PRX that is never going to second guess themselves. And for many of the rounds we had that, Casey made a lot of mistakes, do not get me wrong, but they also had absolutely brilliant rounds. I also wanted to see a good Suigetsu, and I feel like on the first half, I did get it. And throughout this entire tournament, since EWC started, since the role swap, the narrate that Casey is getting is the narrate that they had in 2024.
For sure, he's the one for me on this Phoenix. I feel like he took the game to PRX. It felt like every time I looked, he had that run it back available. Right? He's chaining them. He's really showing the power of Phoenix on this map, which is something PRX choose to neglect. They go for a more traditional double initiator style, but it didn't feel like they were able to dominate the map in the same way. Their defensive pushes often dealt with. Casey so well prepared here and very, very deserving of this map win.
All the utility as well, like the work that Avis is doing today, but I love that you highlight the importance of the Phoenix, because on the other side, you have Jing, right? And I love to see that every single time that he had that narrate had that ultimate available and he heard the showstopper going out, he did not doubt in trying to shut down Jing. Worst case scenario, ult for ult, and that is the perfect outcome that you want, especially when your ult is only 6 orbs.
23 and 13, 307 ACS. Narrate definitely popped off right here.
Theon, you know the best part?
What's the best part?
We're gonna go to the third map. Vitality has just bested NRG and they have made it out of the group already. And wouldn't it just be a beautiful day to follow up? On day one for this team, for this group, sorry, we had Vitality versus KC. And wouldn't it be lovely to have all
लवी शांत ओ दिन भी बोले बस अभी बस एट से ऐसा एक क्लच भी दिखे जो बोले नो एम आज चॉप भी दिखे मैं था कि मैं थक गया थोड़ा फोर्ट बे ताजो डीपी आने आज भी तोड़ा फक स्क्वाड साथ फुल सपोर्ट कल फिर मिलते सेम सर्वर सेम पोर्ट स्क्रीन बंद पर नाम चल रहा किल फीड से भी आज भाई नहीं उतरा राउंड जीत के निकले दिल फुल लाइट हैदराबाद बोले सीन के रख भाई माइक म्यूट भूख लगी भाई अरे छोटे जरा बिरयानी ला डबल गोश मार के कल फिर आएंगे सेम फाइट हाँ फक दिस है हाँ हाँ जी भाई भाई शांत ओ दिन भी बोले बस अभी बस एट से ऐसा एक क्लच भी दिखे जो बोले नो एम आज चॉप भी दिखे मैं था कि मैं थक गया थोड़ा फोर्ट बे ताजो डीपी आने आज भी तोड़ा फक स्क्वाड साथ फुल सपोर्ट कल फिर मिलते सेम सर्वर सेम पोर्ट स्क्रीन बंद पर नाम चल रहा किल फीड से भी आज भाई नहीं उतरा राउंड जीत के निकले दिल फुल लाइट हैदराबाद बोले सीन के रख भाई माइक म्यूट भूख लगी भाई अरे छोटे जरा बिरयानी ला डबल गोश मार के कल फिर आएंगे सेम फाइट हाँ फक दिस है हाँ हाँ जी भाई भाई शांत ओ दिन भी बोले बस अभी बस एज से ऐसा है क्लच भी दिखे जो बोले नो एम आज चॉप भी दिखे ध्यान था कि मैं थक गया थोड़ा फोर्ट बे ताजो डीपी आने आज भी तोड़ा फक स्क्वाड साथ फुल सपोर्ट कल फिर मिलते सेम सर्वर सेम पोर्ट स्क्रीन वन पर नाम चल रहा किल फीड से भी आज भाई नहीं उतरा राउंड जीत के निकले दिल फुल लाइट हैदराबाद बोले सीन के रख भाई माइक म्यूट भूख लगी भाई अरे छोटे जरा बिरयानी ला डबल गोश मार के कल फिर आएंगे सेम फाइट हाँ फक दिस है जी भाई भाई शांत ओ दिन भी बोले बस अभी बस एज से ऐसा है क्लच भी दिखे जो बोले नो एम आज चॉप भी दिखे ध्यान था कि मैं थक गया थोड़ा फोर्ट बे ताजो डीपी आने आज भी तोड़ा फक स्क्वाड साथ फुल सपोर्ट कल फिर मिलते सेम सर्वर सेम पोर्ट स्क्रीन वन पर नाम चल रहा किल फीड से भी आज भाई नहीं उतरा राउंड जीत के निकले दिल फुल लाइट हैदराबाद बोले सीन के रख भाई माइक म्यूट भूख लगी भाई अरे छोटे जरा बिरयानी ला डबल गोश मार के कल फिर आएंगे सेम फाइट हाँ फक दिस है जी भाई भाई शांत ओ दिन भी बोले बस अभी बस एज से ऐसा है क्लच भी दिखे जो बोले नो एम आज चॉप भी दिखे ध्यान था कि मैं